Wow, that's fast.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
mute.
And test out if the audio works.
You're thinking you have 30 minutes for your presentation and 45 minutes for Q&A. You may begin when you're ready. Minute takers, please start the timer when she speaks.
So, good morning everyone. My name is Jing Yi and I'm here today running for the Honorary Treasurer of the 44th SMC. So, I would just like to start off by introducing myself a bit. Okay, so just a simple one. So I'm Ting Yi and I'm a year 1 this year majoring in data science and analytics. And something that I really like doing during my free time is baking because I feel like it's a really calming activity to do. And personally, I really like eating desserts, but most of them are really expensive. So as a treasurer, if we can make it ourselves, why spend the money, right? Okay, so a bit about my experiences. In secondary school, I was in the Chinese orchestra as a treasurer as well. And I think I would say that I'm kind of an adventurous person. So having been in the performing arts CCA, I told myself, why not try something different? Which is why I went to JC and chose to pick on Taekwondo as well as the Students' Council, where I served as a member of the Welfare Committee as well as the event director for the Teachers' Day event during our term. Okay, so why SCMC? I think uni is really a once in a lifetime experience, and a lot of us probably came in with a certain expectation, either from hearing from the people around us or seeing it online. That uni is a place that we gain new experiences every day, where we meet new friends and find new people as well as have fun. So I think with such expectations coming into uni, I really want to make it come true for everyone in the science fair, for them to constantly have something that they look forward to being pushed out by the science club, and to feel connected to the science fair and constantly look forward to something that is coming from us. So also not just the students, I feel like it is also a once in a lifetime journey for us. So I also want to make it the most out of us and be able to create the most memories during our short journey here. And apart from that, I truly believe that this experience will be a really unique one because I'll be working with so many different individuals who have such different experiences, motivations, as well as strengths that they can each contribute to the science club. And I think through this, I'll be able to learn so much, not just about myself, but also through the people around me, to learn how to see things from a different perspective, to develop parts of me like my leadership skills, communication skills, etc., and also to understand more about myself during this process. So, why honorary treasurer specifically? So I believe that most of you here also face this question, why SCMC before? And we more or less have different motivations and different reasons for joining the SCMC. So we probably all have different things that we wish to accomplish for our subcom, for the whole science club, and something that we wish to push forward and also make the whole science fact feel for something. And I understand how much every cent counts when it comes to allocating budget for an event, having been through the experience of being an event director. And budget being something really finite can sometimes really limit our plans a lot and also restrain the ideas that we may have for something. So being an honorary treasurer, I hope that through allocating every cent efficiently, as well as making the most for everyone, I'll be able to not only make my goals come true, but also fulfill the duties of all of you here and make the most possible for this journey of all of us. And at the same time, being a member of the SCMC, I hope that I'll be a strong pillar of support for all of you because I'll be working closely for every single subcom and every single member. So I hope that I'll be someone who you'll find comfortable confiding in, either not just on budget matters, but as well as your personal problems or any challenges that you may face, or anything that you want to push out during your term. So I also want to talk a bit about my working style. I'm someone who really believes in having a solid structure in whatever we do because I believe that a strong foundation is what leads to the success of a successful project where everyone understands their roles and what they are being in charge in, where everyone knows their motivation in doing something and feels the need to be pushed on through this whole journey. And having a strong structure is what then allows us to have flexibility on top of it, where we are able to work on this strong skeleton that we already have to make changes and constantly refine our plans so that when we come by inevitable difficulties during this journey, we will be able to face them in a calm and composed manner and be able to pivot the efforts of our team to somewhere that leads to the same end goal, but just through a different channel. And what I value the most, however, is still teamwork. I believe it is the core of everything because no matter how skillful we are as individuals, there's always just this much that we can do. And there's always a limit to our time, our resources, and whatever that we can give to something that we are doing. So having a team with different people with different strengths is what will allow us to be able to work for this common goal that we all have, when we are all able to contribute our unique strengths to this plan that we have, to come up with the best that's possible when we take in opinions from all different points of view and listen to everyone. Okay, so what I hope to achieve by the end of this term is for Science Club to be remembered as somewhere that brings fun and joy. When we mention Science Club to someone, they'll get reminded of an event that we've pushed out before or a certain memory that associates them to Science Club. For them to feel connected to the Science Club and remember the Science Club in our term as something that they can always look forward to. And for our members, I hope everyone will leave behind something that they are proud of, to have done an event, a project, or initiative that we push out as a Science Club as a whole, which we are all glad to have achieved and that we will also remember for many, many years to come. Okay, so all the above help summarize my vision for Science Club as well. For us, both SCMC members and Science Club members, to be a team which built on the past 43 years of experience we've had, to add in our own color system and constantly improve on the plans, projects we have, the initiatives that we are pushing out, as well as on ourselves, so that hopefully we will become better people when we leave here with memories that we can take away and also experiences that make us grow as a person. And on top of that, I hope that we will have this strong support system for each other, for us to know that we always have a team that we can lay back on, that we can rely on when we are facing any difficulties, not just regarding Science Club, so that we really have this trust and respect for each other, for us to understand each other and be this group of friends that have fun through all our events and the plans that we are going to push out. And why I think that having fun is really important is because I think through this journey, more or less, we will face challenges, difficulties, or even times where we want to give up. But oftentimes it is our members or the people around us that is going to motivate us, to remind us of our initial reasons of joining the Science Club and to constantly motivate us through this journey, through whatever things and things that we are going to face. So I hope that together we will be able to face all ups and downs, to constantly improve together with each other, and to push out events that we all want for the Science Club together. Okay, so lastly, I want to end with this quote that I really believe by is by Winnie the Pooh, and it goes, "How lucky I am to have something that makes saying goodbye so hard." So I hope that it is something that we'll all get reminded of by the end of this journey. We, our people, our members, or the events, initiatives, plans that we are going to push out, I hope it is something that you'll get this you'll get this feeling of bittersweet when we say goodbye to be so happy that it has ended, but also so sad that we are going to leave it behind. Because I think that is when we really understand and know that we've accomplished what we are here for, and we have not let anyone down, and it is something that will really bring along with us for life. Okay, so that comes to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
You have 19 minutes and 41 seconds left for the presentation. Do you wish to end our presentation now?
Yeah.
May I have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee Neo Jingyi for the portfolio of Orange Treasure for the Q4 Science Club Management Committee? Welcome.
I'm Tan Yuan Vice President. I propose to open the Q&A for the nominee Neo Jingyi for the portfolio of Honorary Treasurer for the Q4 Science Club Management Committee.
Do you have a seconder for this motion?
I can follow the Santos Life Sciences second motion.
Neo Jingyi, you have 45 minutes for Q&A. Minute taker, please start. Kiwi.
Hi, Committee. I will show you the committee have two questions. So my first question is, Subcom Treasurer informs you out of the blue that you need to procure an item service of high value, around more than 5K, and make payment within the week. What is the course of action? For the minute taker, this is question 4.
So can I clarify if the subcom treasurer needs to make payment for more than 5K for?
They inform you out of the blue that you need to make payment for an item service of high value, more than 5K.
Okay, so firstly, I would like to clarify that for anything that is more than 5K, if you want to sign a reimbursement form, you will have to get the signature of not just the director, the president, as well as me, but also a member of the SGO to fill out the form. And this would, and typically we would expect to give them around 2 to 3 working days to be able to process this. So in the case that it is being informed to me out of the blue last minute, the first thing that I will do is try to clarify what this is for and why did they not inform me about this earlier, and see what actions I can take. If it is still possible for us to try and inform the SEO last minute to get them to approve this transaction. And to see when do the subcom treasurers need this by. So if it's something really urgent, we can consider texting the members of the SEO as well to see if we can communicate with them directly instead of emailing them, which might take a longer process, because this will make it more efficient. And if the subcom really needs it immediately, then it can be approved more quickly as well. But I think for something that is more than 5K, usually it is not the case where we need it so urgently, because something that requires more than 5K will most likely be something larger, and at the same time they'll be expected to submit 3 quotations as well for this thing that requires more than 5K, so that we can also choose the most affordable option out of this. So if they really need this time last minute, I would have expected them to already have the quotation. But else, then if they do not have the quotation, then there's really not much that can be done last minute, but what we can try to look otherwise is to see if there's any alternative way that we can go around this so that we don't need this RP to get approved so fast and we can have a bit more time for it.
Okay, my next question is, a subcommittee finishes all their events with plenty of surplus to spend. They wish to spend a sizable amount on welfare, which is more than $10 per pax for the committee. What is your take on this matter?
Okay, so in the case that this event has finished with a sizable amount of budget, I think the first thing that I will do is to go and look at the budget allocation because usually at the start of the term, we will allocate the budget quite closely to what we think that they will need. And if they can end up with such a sizable amount of the budget, was it something that they compromised on their own event or that they didn't deliver as well to the students? And to see if their budget allocation was fair for the event, because after all, the event that we are pushing out is for the students, and it isn't fair if we are compromising on the event that we are pushing out to the students because of the budget. So, if in the case that the event has already finished, I think that this budget should be used to maybe some after event activities so that it is still given back to the students because after all, I think this is the students' money and it isn't fair that we are using such a big amount on the welfare for ourselves. And there might also be a possibility that in the future events would compromise on their own events so that they can have more budget for themselves. So it's important for us to also discuss with the president and the director and the treasurer of this event to try to see which part of their budget allocation did we overestimate or could have been dealt with better. And it's also so that for the future events, we won't have such over allocation of budget as well, so that we can better gauge the budget that we are going to need for the other events. And also, in this case, I'll also look at the other events to see if there are any events that require more budget, so that maybe we can discuss with the directors to move this budget to the other events that this subcom may be having, or other subcoms that may want to deliver something more to the students. So all in all, I think we shouldn't be allocating this budget towards welfare, even if we might have a sizable amount, because it is unfair for us to use the budget on ourselves and compromise on whatever events that we are pushing out.
In a hypothetical scenario, one of the directors informed you that they signed a contract with an external vehicle vendor that is not in the catalog to rent a van for their event. How long is the question? For me, because my question is, in a hypothetical scenario, one of the directors informed you that they signed a contract with an external vendor that is not in the catalog to rent a van for their event. How long is the question?
Okay, so I think in such a case, the first thing that I'll do is to inform the press about this situation so that he's aware of it, and if we decide to take any immediate actions or if things escalate, the press will also know immediately at a point in time and wouldn't be caught off guard when we inform him of something. And in a case if they sign a contract with an external vendor that's not in our catalog, the first thing I will do is to clarify with them why they did this and explain to them why we have a catalog in the first place. So it may be due to reasons like because maybe they know this external vendor, maybe they have some connections with them, or maybe they are able to get cheaper prices. And I think in that case, even if they can get cheaper prices, I think they should at least inform the treasurer or the members of the PCL to explain to us their rationale for doing so before heading on to sign a contract with an external vendor that we have not worked before. Because I believe that we have a catalog for a reason. It may be vendors that we've worked with closely through the past years and that we've established a relationship with. And signing a contract with external vendors might also harm our relationship with the vendors that we already have. So in this case, it is important for us to be able to inform us first before they make any other decisions, and also to explain to us their decision for doing this so that we can move on from there on. And in the case where they already signed a contract, there's most likely things that we will have to pay if we decide to go against this contract. So we have to discuss with our members in the SMC to see if we are going to cancel this contract and whether we think that we can still move on with it.
I'm Marty Memoriza, your online sciences second question for you. One of the subcommittees has rented a van for use of the event. However, in the midst of using the van, due to the students' mistake, the van was damaged and incurred a significant cost. Who should pay for the damages and why? For the main takers, this question 17.
Okay, I think in such a case, the first thing that we can do is to talk to the vendors of the van to see if we can try to come up with a solution that doesn't require us to pay that much of a damage. So what's important is to try to limit the damage on the spot and see if there's anything that we can do for the vendors so that we can decrease the damage or try to make up for whatever that we did. So, for example, if the damage is things such as vandalism, then maybe we can try to help them clean it up so that the damage is less. But in the case if the damage is a really serious one, then I think it depends on how big the damage is. Because after all, we are still students and we might not be able to pay for it. So then I'll look into the budget of this subcom to see if the subcom is able to take on this damage and have additional budget that they have not spent somewhere else, or it is possible for them to source more sponsorship and try and decrease their budget from somewhere else so that they have more budget to be able to spare for this damage. But I also think it is unfair for us to use our budget for this damage that they've caused, because it will also limit on what we will be able to push out for our event. So because after all the damage is done by the students, so I will see how much the students are able to pay and try to divide the cost between the subcom and the student. And also in this case, I will go and talk to the SEO about it to explain to them and apologize to them about this situation happening. But at the same time, see if they can provide us with any help, either budget-wise or also in terms of other stuff like logistics or venues that they can provide to us, so that we can try to limit down the budget that we are going to spend for this subcom as much as possible to try to make up for this damage that we've caused.
I am Cynthia, year 1 chemistry, would like to ask you one question. So in a hypothetical scenario, during Valentine's Day or Halloween sales, we realized that one of the subcoms in internals did not report the full amount of income to the honorary treasurer. Outline your thought process and course of action. For minutes taker, this is question 41.
So let me clarify, one of the subcoms did not report
The full amount income to the fund team.
Okay, so same thing, first thing that I'll do is to talk to the president about it so that he can have the choice of whether he wants to solve this issue with me. And next up is to go and talk to the director and the subcom treasurer, because they are the ones that will know what are the exact details of the income that came in during this kind of events. And by reporting the income to us, it meant that the director or the subcom treasurer has approved it. So, important thing is to figure out if it's a misunderstanding, a miscomms, or is it done by purpose? And is the director or the subcom treasurer aware of this? So they might have let out on something because they didn't take note of the incomes in detail. And in this case, which part of the process went wrong and which member is it that didn't report the full details of the income that we made, and then also involve the member and try to understand why this happened. So is it because of a discrepancy that occurred during the taking down of the income and the expenditure during the event itself, or is it something done on purpose by the member? So it is important for us to take action for this, because if it occurs for this event, then it might occur for future events also, and also for other subcoms. So we have to solve it in terms of this subcom first and try to figure out if there's any process that we can try and refine on, or if there's any misunderstandings that happen. And also in the future, to prevent it, to make the whole process clearer and make the protocol smoother so that this doesn't occur again. But I think in the case if it is a dishonesty by a member, then it's important for us to talk to the member about it and also the consequences of this happening, so that we make sure that it doesn't happen again, and also to give the rest a clear reminder of what are the consequences if we do this. And also to check the income of other subcoms thoroughly as well, to see if such stuff also happen on other subcoms side.
I'm Leo here in the chemistry. we have two questions. In a hypothetical scenario, Scam asks you for the budget breakdown for style, claiming that this will help them better plan their care. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so first of all, I will explain to them, I will listen from them why they think that there's a need to know the budget breakdown of SAL. Is it that they are facing some difficulties in terms of budget allocation on their side? And if there's anything that we can help on their side to help their subcom treasurers or their directors in terms of their budget planning. And also to explain to them why we can't reveal the budget breakdown of SAL because because between the subcoms, they are not supposed to know the budget allocation of each other. And it is unfair if we reveal to Scam what is the budget breakdown of SAL. But if it helps, maybe if Scam thinks that, let's say, SAL has like a lower budget or that they found cheaper vendors, then we can try to ask out where they got their vendors for or where they got their logistics from so that we can provide the information of such external vendors to Scam while not breaking down the expenses of SAL. So it is very important for all the subcoms to understand why they shouldn't know the budget breakdown of each other because it is something that's confidential and that only the subcom directors and subcom treasurers should know. But most importantly, also provide help for them because if they need a budget breakdown of another event that is of similar scale, then it might be the case that they have met difficulties while doing the budget breakdown for their own. And we can also consider the Scam from past years to see how their rough budget breakdown was like because it is something that we can reveal to them, which will also provide some insights for them on how they can do the budget allocation.
Okay, the next question is, in a hypothetical scenario, you realize that the treasurer for a particular subcommittee has not been keeping track of the subcom's budget and expenditure. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so at the start of the term, we have established with the subcom treasurers on how they should be keeping track of the budget and what is the protocol that we want them to follow so that we on our side can track the budget efficiently for the entire science club. And in the case that a subcom treasurer does not keep track, I think it is important for us to talk to the director as well as the subcom treasurer to figure out if is any help that he or she needs on his or her side to see if is any protocol that we didn't list down clearly enough and to see if we can provide any help to clarify. So it may be too much on his or her side for him or her to deal with this budget allocation, then we can also try to come down with a simplified way or a more efficient way that we can deal with this matter so that the subcom treasurer would find it more manageable to handle the tracking of this kind of budgets alongside with the other stuff that he or she will be doing for the subcom. And we should also establish the protocol to the rest of the subcom treasurers as well to make sure that everyone abides closely by whatever protocol that we set out at the start and also have clear deadlines for them so that they don't drag everything to the last minute and make sure that at every stage in the event and in our term, we are constantly tracking the budget and it wouldn't be too much work for him or her to suddenly deal with. And we should also check with the other subcom treasurers if they are also facing similar difficulties in dealing with this protocol. And if it's too complicated for everyone, then we can try to come up with a solution to make the protocol more simplified and solve this issue for everyone. and after that review which part of the protocol that the subcom treasurers found hard to deal with, so that we can refine it in the future years. And also another thing to take note is to see if there's any work that is undone due to this lack of efficiency. So they might have accumulated a lot of work because they were not keeping track. And in this case, we could try and provide help to help them track down the budget allocation that they've missed out on through this period of time that they've not been keeping track, so that after that, when we set a new protocol or more simplified way to follow this procedure, then they'll be able to follow on, and also we'll be able to track our budget at that point in time efficiently as well.
Yeah.
I, Commander Melissa, Year 2 Life Sciences, have a question for you. The honorary treasurer only deals with finances and has no need to manage interpersonal relations. Comment on this statement.
Okay, so I think it's definitely not true that we only deal with finances and not any interpersonal relations, because just by allocating this budget itself, we'll already be working closely with a lot of the subcom directors and also treasurers, and to try and figure out a budget that suits them. So just by the financial side itself, it is a lot about us. It's a lot about our communication and us understanding each other, and to facilitate the communications between the different subcoms, so that we are all able to understand each other's needs and are able to accommodate to each other. And besides the financial sides, we as the SMC members will also be greatly involved in a lot of the subcom events, such as the welfare backpacking of the welfare committee, or like events such as the volunteering, or also in terms of ARC, we will be involved in the events. And most importantly, we will be planning events alongside with the PCL, our press and our secretary, for events like Halloween and Valentine's. So it is a lot more than just the budgeting that we are doing. And in order to be involved in all these subcoms and to be able to help them, we have to communicate with the directors and also the different VPs efficiently, so that we will be able to provide the most help and also understand whatever help that they need. And because we are working with these subcoms, we also have to establish a close relationship with the subcom members as well, so that when we are working together, we can work together efficiently and also have bonding as well. And also, as member of the P-cell, we'll also be dealing with certain conflicts and situations that happens within the science club, and also make certain decisions. So we'll have to be able to understand each other's point of view and also know where we are coming from. And more importantly, we'll also be communicating with the office like SDO or OFN. And all this requires us to be able to establish a close relationship and build on the strong foundation that we have already set during the past batches, to be able to work smoothly with them and also gain their understanding. So it is a lot of interpersonal relations and also communications between the subcoms, from between us and the subcom members, the directors, and whoever's involved, and also within the SCMC and with the office as well.
I, Benedict from Year Life Sciences, have a question for you. So, comment on this statement. We should always follow past years' budgets as they have been tried and tested to earn income from science club. For many takers, this is question 15.
Okay, so I think every batch of our SMC is different, and every batch of our science club members are also different. So it really varies from batch to batch what we want as our objective, what we want to focus on our batch. And no matter how hard we try, there will never be two events that are exactly the same. So past year budgets usually wouldn't apply to the future years exactly because there's always changes that the subcoms want to make or stuff that they will want to improve on. And also interest within the science faculty is also always changing, and different batches of science fac may want different stuff from us and may think that we can improve in terms of different aspects. And there will also be new initiatives or new events that we would like to push out for our batch. So in order to push out such initiatives and events, it will also require us to reallocate the budget for our other events and consider how we can allocate budget from the other events to these new initiatives that we are creating. So every batch really differs from batch to batch, and past year budgets will never work the same for every single year. And moreover, now that with inflation and new GST coming, there are a lot of stuff that is having higher prices than previous years, and a lot of vendors that are increasing their prices. So we also have to take into account such inflation and also new system by the government or new prices set by the vendors to constantly try and find the most affordable vendor and try to come up with the most affordable solution. So because of how things around us are always changing, be it the prices, the people, or the trends that are going on now, we are always doing different things every year. So budget should be set according to what we want to plan for our year so that we can also execute the initiatives that we would like to have for our year.
I can hear the commission have two questions. You have been told by SEO that due to low participation rate, SEO support will be cut. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so in this case of low participation rate, I think it's important to figure out first why there's low participation rate by communicating with the different directors of the various subcoms and also the president and the secretary to see what we can do to increase the participation rate of these events that we have. So it may be due to us not having enough budget to do what we want in the first place, or us not having enough marketing, publicity, or just generally this event is not in the favor of the students anymore. So on our part, we should first try to come up with something that can increase the participation rate and come up with our own solutions to improve on the event so that we can make it something more related to the students of the science club, because after all we are pushing this event to the science fac, and the participation rate really reflects on how much we are able to impact the students of the science fac and how much they receive this event of. So after coming up with a solution of how to increase the participation rate, it is then when we are able to try to explain to SEO on the purpose of this event. after we've considered it, and also provide them with our new solutions so that we are able to convince them and also explain to them why we think that there's a need for this event, and for them to possibly consider to provide this SEO support again, because the SEO support is quite a big part of what we have, and it's important for us to be able to gain, and it's important for us to keep this support so that we are able to push out as much as possible for the science fair. And the SEO supports also reflect on the opinions that they think of us, of the events that we are pushing out. So by gaining their approval and getting this SEO support, it also assures us that we are going on the right track and helps us to come up with events that will be more relatable to the students and to refine on our ideas on what we can provide to the students.
Great.
My next question is, the welfare director approaches you saying that there is a lack of items in the EWP and wishes to draw money from the reserves to supplement the packs. Outline your course of action.
May I have a proposal for a 15-minute time extension for Q&A? Malcolm?
I am Malcolm Year 1 license. I propose for 15-minute or 15-minute time extension.
May I have a second for this motion?
I turn Paul Santos Year 2 Life Sciences second this motion.
Minute takers, reset the timer when the time stops.
Okay, so in the event that the welfare director doesn't have enough budget for the exam welfare pack, then I think we should first look into the subcom to see if there's any other budget that they can allocate for the exam welfare packs, because it's an initiative that's pushed out by the subcom, and we should have gauged the budget around there from what we have in the previous exam welfare packs, and to see if we can try to source for cheaper alternatives, cheaper vendors, and what is it that we underestimated in. And it is also a point to take note to not take from the reserves, because the reserves are used for stuff that is a fixed cost and is something that we would be able to keep for the rest of our years as well. So maybe equipments like cameras or chairs or tables that we can be able to keep for the next few years as well, and not just for an event. So we should try and source from the subcom itself first to see if they can cut down on the budget of other events to move it to these exam welfare packs. And if they don't have, then maybe they should consider cutting down the items in the exam welfare packs, or try and find stuff that provides equivalent welfare but is not of that high price. And also try and find other alternative solutions like sponsorships from external vendors to see if there's anything that they can provide so that they are able to cut down on their budget on their own side.
The president proposes a new initiative and is very insistent on it. However, you find that based on current projections, there's no leftover budget. Outline your thought process and course of action. Formally taken to discussion.
Okay, so I really have a strong trust for my president, and I believe that if my president pushes strongly for a new initiative, then definitely his reasons. So first I will listen to his point of view to understand why he really feels strongly for this new initiative, and if he thinks that it is worth cutting down on other events budgets to push out this new initiative for this subcom. And also to explain to him clearly about how our budget allocation is right now, and that we don't have extra for these initiatives and try to come up with an alternative solution if possible for this initiative that he really wants, if it is something that we can do within our capacity and something that is possible through methods like cutting down the budget on other subcoms. And if I deem it as really impossible, like no matter how much we cut down on the other subcoms part, or if we cut down on the other subcoms part, it might lose the whole point of having these events for the other subcoms and also compromise on these other events that the subcom is having, then I'll explain to him my rationale and also try to gain different perspectives from different people, such as the subcom directors that are involved, and also understand from the subcom director point of view whether he or she thinks that there's a need for this initiative to be pushed out, whether he or she also feels strongly for it, and to really let the both of them understand that if we have to move the budget to this initiative, there will be stuff that will be compromised, and if they think that that's the wisest decision and the best decision that we can make for the entire subcom itself.
Joaquin?
A director asks you to review the budget breakdown for each subcommittee to everyone, saying that it will increase transparency. Outline your course of action.
Joaquin?
A director asks you to review the budget breakdown for each subcommittee to everyone, saying that it will increase transparency. Outline your course of action.
So let's clarify is the budget breakdown of each subcom to the entire science club.
To your SCNC.
Oh.
This includes the allocation of subscription fees.
Okay, so first up, simply inform my press about this situation happening, and then after that, talk to this director and listen on his part why he thinks that there's a need for the review of budget for every single subcom to the SCMC. So is it that he or she thinks that there isn't a good allocation of budget, or if any budget is being misallocated, or that he or she feels that there isn't enough budget in his or her subcom and thinks that there are extra budget on the other subcom side that can be shifted over. So it's important to make clear why he is making such requests so that we are able to deal with it efficiently. So after that, I'll explain to this director why we can't review the budget for each subcom because it's unfair for them and it is also something confidential for the subcom and the budget also belongs to the subcom itself. So try to work on the budget on this director's part to see if there's anything that we can solve on this director's subcom. If they feel that there isn't enough budget, then try to guide them to source out an alternative. Or if they think that there is misallocation of budget somewhere, then explain to them why what initiatives the subcoms are pushing out and also what the other subcoms will be doing. So if he needs extra info like where the other subcoms got their sponsorship from or where they got their logs from, then we can also guide him this way so that he or she can roughly cut down the budget and be able to deal with his or her budget more efficiently. And also, if possible, try to give him the info of the budget allocation of his own subcom during the past years so that he will be able to utilize that information as well.
My follow-up question for you would be, just for some context, during budget presentation, it's actually inevitable that the directors will know each other's budget. So what are your thoughts on having this reviewed earlier?
So I think there's a reason why we are not telling the directors of the different subcoms of the budget allocation of the other subcoms, because it isn't fair for the other subcoms to know the budget of the other subcoms and their initiatives that they are pushing out and how much budget, because there will also be comparison and there will be directors who feel like they didn't get enough budget on their side and keep on looking on the budget of the other subcoms to see if there's anything that they can shift over. So it's to avoid such conflict and so do I continue? Okay, so it's to avoid such conflict and to make sure that when they are planning, they follow closely by their budget and only work around with their budget. So even though it's inevitable that later on we will have to review the outline, we will have to review the budget allocation of each subcom. But I believe at that point in time, each subcom will have already allocated their budget out and we have thought of a use for every single budget that they are being allocated and every initiative that they want to push out with this budget. And by that time, it will be easier for us as directors to understand each other's stances and also understand the budget allocation of each subcom better. So I think even though it is inevitable that it will get reviewed, but it avoids a lot of conflicts and lets the director work on their own subcom and their own budget during the earlier stages when they are still planning out a rough guideline on what they want to use for their budget.
Hi, Mr. Yap Jieren, Year 3 Chemistry and one question for you. Comment on this statement. More budget should be allocated to events that has greater outreach, like welfare, exam welfare pack, compared to SCAN, which only targets about 300 freshmen every year.
So I think rather than having greater outreach, what we are trying to really do as Science Club is to reach out to all different students of Science Club, be it freshmen, current students, or even alumni. So it is important for us to make sure that we have budget allocated to all this because we are pushing out events to the entire science fair and we should take into account every single student in science fair, even if they've already graduated. So despite some events even though some events might have greater outreach, but most importantly, we want to be able to allocate this budget fairly to each subcom as well, so that they are able to push out initiatives on their part, so that as a whole science club, we are able to push out events that are more coherent and also that reaches out to every single student in the science fair. So it's not necessary that we need to give more budget to events that have greater outreach because such events that have greater outreach, most of the time we'll be able to get more sponsorships as well. So we might be able to work on that part to try and figure out alternatives that can provide more budget for such events so that they can achieve the same effect as well, but with less budget and so that we can allocate our budget fairly among each subcom as well.
Hi, Tina, we have two questions. My first question is, for planning for subcoms gathering,
we realize that the members from a particular subcom are very disinterested in planning for the event. They refuse to do work and are not present for discussions. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so firstly, also to inform my friends about this situation, and then secondly, to talk to the director of this subcom to see if the director has any idea why the subcom members are feeling so, or is it that the subcom members are being overworked with what they already have in the subcom itself, so that we can try to figure out ways that we can solve it before talking to the subcom members. So after that, also try and communicate with the subcom members to see why they are uninterested in this event, and is it because they are busy with other stuff, or that they generally have a lack of interest in planning the subcom gathering? And to explain to them what is the whole purpose of having this subcom gathering and what we are trying to achieve. So to see if we can lessen their workload as well if it is due to that problem, and to provide them with motivation and more information by setting clear goals for them and also stages that we want them to complete the task in, and also work together with them so that they feel that we are also helping them and they feel that they are being included in the planning of this event, so that they feel the support as well and will get more motivation to work for it. And if it is an issue of this subcom, then we should also try to communicate with the other subcoms to see if the other subcom members are also feeling so that maybe we can try to also provide them with more welfare, or to come up with more solutions that will incentivize them and motivate them to work towards this. And also try to get the directors to motivate their own subcoms and communicate with their subcoms what's the purpose of having this subcom gathering, so that on the director's part, because the director will be the closest member of the SNC to the subcom, so more often than not, the director's words will be more powerful than any of us. So it's important to get the director to also know why we are planning this event and what we are trying to achieve through it, so that he or she is able to convey to his or her subcom members as well.
Hi, Julian of Jingwan, here to data science and economics. Would like to ask the following questions to you. In a hypothetical situation towards the end of the term and financial year, 3 committees are currently in deficit and need to further increase their expenditure to cover for events. Outline your cost of action. For minutes takers, this is question 38.
Can you just clarify, is at the end of the financial year, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so when allocating the budget, we will have allocated a bit extra on top of what we think that they need. So the budget allocation should be quite solid. And in the case that they are in a deficit and need more budget, then we should try to look into their budget allocation on the subcom side to see which part is it that we underestimated on our part, or which part that they can cut down on their event itself. And because it has come to the end of the financial year, I would assume that most of the subcoms have already finished most of their events, and this will be their last event. So if they're in a deficit, then we should try and see if there's other stuff that we can do for this event itself. So maybe like to source for more sponsorships or to see if there are cheaper alternatives that we can find for the vendors and see if there are logs that we can use from other comms or from the previous events that can be used in this. And also, a possible idea ask is to communicate between the subcoms to see which sponsorship they get because sometimes the sponsors may be interested in sponsoring the other subcoms as well. And if they are in a deficit, we can also look into their donation WBS to see if there's any extra that we can use from there. If there is really no other methods that we can try to decrease the budget. So we should try our best to not increase the budget and to try and work out a solution on their own side first to work around what they already have and work around their events so that we can try to solve this problem. And also, by the end of the financial year, maybe we can also ask other subcoms if they have any leftovers that they are willing to spare for this subcom. And even though it may be unfair for the other subcoms that could have pushed out more initiatives, but worst come to worst, if we really have no other choice, then it's possible for us to go and communicate with the directors of these other subcoms to try and gain their understanding on why this event doesn't have enough budget and why they deem it as really necessary for this event to have this budget as well.
I have one question for you. So, in a hypothetical situation, the science dean office approaches you, suggesting that more budget should be allocated to REC owing to their strong performance the term before you, and to ensure that they can continue to compete against other faculties by improving on the quality of their clothes and costumes. Outline your considerations.
See, while you write your question, we will ask for more question and then answer both of them. William?
I, Kevin, following Santos Year 2 Life Sciences, have one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, a director used his own item for an event, but they got spoiled through the event. He now approaches you to claim the reimbursement. Outline the course of action. For minute takers, this is question 36.
Okay, so to answer Kimi's question first, when SDO asked us to allocate more budget to REC, so firstly we should look on our budget side to see if there is a possibility that we can allocate more budget to REC while with all other subcoms already having enough budget and also some excess that we can work around, that they can work around with. So if it is possible that we can get each subcom to have sufficient that they can work on already, and also at the same time have more budget to allocate to REC, then we can consider allocating a certain amount to REC based on what we think that they might need this year and what might improve on the quality that they already have by discussing with the REC director as well. And in the case that we do not have enough budget for this extra allocation to REC, then on our part we should try to explain to SEO on what our budget allocation this year will be like and what initiatives that other subcoms are going to push out so that they understand why we are not allocating more budget to REC as they wanted. And also to try and come up with alternative solutions that we can improve on the quality of REC, but without having to increase the budget necessary. Such as maybe from ways like having more manpower or sponsorship, or to come up with more different ideas and improve on the other aspects of REC that is not the budget wise. I think to answer William's question, if a director uses his own item and is spoiled and he asks for reimbursement, also in this case, a reimbursement wouldn't be possible because the reimbursement forms requires the receipt and the invoice as well. And if the director is using his or her own item, it's most likely that the receipt is already gone or is not within the time period that the director is holding this event. So we can't have a reimbursement for the director, especially since it is out of his own will that he's using this item for the event. But maybe what we can try to do is to try and find if there's other ways that we can solve this issue and try and fix the item for him, or to explain to him why we can't reimburse him, but also come up with alternatives like maybe to cut down on the budget of the other segments of this event, or to find more sponsorship so that maybe there can be more budget so that he can buy another new one to use for the rest of his event.
Singing, your time for Q&A has ended. I have a proposal to close the Q&A for new singing for the proposal of honorary treasurer for the 44 Science Club Management Committee. Malcolm?
I, Governor Yuan License, would like to propose the Q&A for the nominee Neo Ting Yi for the I, Governor Yuan Licenses, would like to propose to close the Q&A for the nominee Neo Ting Yi for portfolio of honorary treasurer for the 44 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a second for this motion, William?
I, Colin Pauline Santos, Suchi Life Sciences, second this motion.
Anybody hasn't received a slip?
The reminder is yes, please, no. When you're done, just raise your voting stick to the head. anyone hasn't submitted their voting slip? No. Yes. 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 Okay, so with 17 yes votes and 1 no, Liu Jingyi has passed the vote of confidence and will be returned as the 44th honorary treasurer.
Jalan will be first. Jalan will be
So
first.
I don't know how to lower this volume.
I just lowered it a bit. Test.
Haven't on yet. Haven't on yet.
No, it's not this one.
Yeah, it's the other one. This one.
I don't know how to do this.
No. Put down. Put lower.
One more minute.
I never watched the timer.
9:37. Yeah.
One more minute.
Test.
Hold lower.
You don't know how to use the mic.
You sit there first. Eh,
I don't know.
set up.
Harry set up. Oh, wow.
Okay, 9:37. Yeah, come on, practice. Everyone go back to your seats. Take your phones and recordings. I have a proposal to review the internal items for cost and dimension committee.
I, Member Tan Yuan, like census line, propose to resume the internal elections for the 44 Science and Management Committee.
I have a second for this motion, William.
I can follow in Santos University Life Sciences. Second motion.
I have a proposal to open loop for the internal elections for the 44 Science and Management Committee. Welcome.
I, Member Tan Yuan, like census would like to open loop for 44 Science and Management Committee.
I have a second for this motion, William.
I can follow in Santos Year 2 Life Sciences. Second this motion.
I have a proposal to open a portfolio of science volunteer core director for the 44 Science and Management Committee. Welcome.
I, Member Tan Yuan, like census would like to propose to open the nominations for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core Director for 44 Science and Management Committee.
I have a second for this motion, William.
I can follow in Santos Year 2 Life Sciences. Second this motion.
I have a proposal to open a nomination for the portfolio of science volunteer director for the 44 Science and Management Committee. Welcome.
I, Member Tan Yuan, like census would like to propose to open the nominations for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core Director for 44 Science and Management Committee.
I have a second for this motion, William.
I can follow in Santos Year 2 Life Sciences. Second this motion.
Are there any nominations for the portfolio of science volunteer core director for the 44 Science and Management Committee? Jeffrey?
I, Dr. Year 3 Data Center, would like to nominate Tan Jiayang for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core Director for the 44 Science and Management Committee.
I have a second for this motion. Benedict?
I, Benedict from Wei Hao Year 1 Life Sciences, second this motion.
Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of science volunteer core director for the 44 Science and Management Committee? Jeffrey?
I, Dr. Year 3 Data Center, would like to nominate Natalie Lam for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core for the 44 Science and Management Committee.
I have a second for this motion. Benedict?
I, Benedict from Wei Hao Year 1 Life Sciences, would like to second this motion.
Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of science volunteer director for the 44 Science and Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of science volunteer core director for the 44 Science and Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of science volunteer core director for the 44 Science and Management Committee? As there are no more nominations, I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of science volunteer core director for the 44 Science and Management Committee. Welcome.
I, Member Tan Yuan, like census would like to propose to close the nominations for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core Director for 44 Science and Management Committee.
May I have a second for this motion, William?
I can follow in Santos Year 2 Life Sciences. Second this motion.
Tan Jiayang?
I, Tan Jiayang, Year 2 Life Sciences, would like to accept the nomination for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core Director for the 44 Science Club Management Committee.
Tan Jiayang, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core Director for the 44 Science Club Management Committee? Jiayang?
I, Tan Jia Liang, Year 2 Life Sciences, would like to accept the nomination for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Co-Director for the 44th Science Club Management Committee.
Anthony Ling, Han Min, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Co-Director for the 44th Science Club Management Committee?
I, Anthony Ling, Han Min, Year 1 to Science and Technology, accept the nomination for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Co-Director for the 44th Science Club Management Committee.
You have 30 minutes for your presentation to make a escape. Anthony Ling, Han Min, 20 minutes for your presentation. Anthony Ling, Han Min, you may proceed outside. And so now you have 3 minutes for your presentation. You will begin when you are ready. Minute takers, please start the timer when you speak.
Hi, good morning everyone. My name is Tan Jia Liang. I'm a Year 2 Life Sciences student and I am running for the 44th Science Club Management Committee for the role of the Science Volunteer Co-Director. So some basic information or basic qualities of mine are, firstly, I'm caring. I actually kind of like to think about others' feelings often, sometimes even more than myself. And that shows how empathetic of a person I am, as I really care and show concerns to my fellow friends, and even I will extend this to my science faculty members. And I also feel that I'm quite approachable and easy to talk to. I'm a great listener and I'm willing to hear anybody who is willing to share their problems that they face, and will also be ready to give advice if necessary and to the best of my abilities. Secondly, I'm quite an adventurous person. Taking this step to come to taking this step to apply for this role for Science Volunteer Co-Director was actually quite a huge step for me, but I'm actually willing to take such risks that I may not have tried before, and I really want to try out new things to the best of my abilities. I really don't want to regret not trying for this, and just really do and try everything to the best of my abilities. Thirdly, I'm quite a team player also. I find myself working well in teams, often better than working by myself. I'm also quite able to provide constructive criticism, as I find that it is a very bad idea to just shoot down people's ideas, as they not only will feel bad about themselves, but it's also difficult to improve the situation from there onwards. Constructive criticism will not only show that you actually gave a thought about the person's ideas, but also show that there are ways to improve this idea, and I think people normally will appreciate such constructive criticism. I'm also quite good at diffusing conflicts and tense situations. I feel that such situations should definitely be resolved immediately to prevent escalation and prevent build-up of tension among groups. And I feel that I am quite able to resolve conflicts immediately and will do my best to resolve conflicts in future that I face. Lastly, I'm also a responsible person. I do my tasks on time, and after that, I'm also very willing to help take the extra step to help those who are in need of extra help. and will often do my best to help them when they ask for help. So some past experiences I have includes being a logistic IC in my secondary school CCA, St. John's, and I was also a member that participated in A Division's judo in my JC. And lastly, in NUS, I was in the Science Volunteer Corps in the AY 2022-2023 as a programs executive. As you can see, I may not have a lot of leadership experience in the past, but in university time, I really want to take this time to step up and really give it a shot to show and prove to myself that I can actually lead others. And I'm willing to believe in myself that I will do well, and I hope others will believe in me too. So, some visions I have for my future subcommittee. I want to lead a group of like-minded individuals to promote volunteerism among science students. I would also like to explore a wider range of beneficiaries to cater to a wider range of interests of science students and offer them more opportunities that they are more interested in and more willing to sign up for. And lastly, I hope to create a wholesome and bonded subcommittee, as I believe a bonded subcommittee will have the ability to work well together towards a common goal, and everybody will then be able to have a fulfilling and fun experience together. Lastly, I also like my SCMC family to be a closely knit support system that will be not only be able to rely on each other, but also have fun together as we face new challenges ahead. So I'd like to end off my presentation with this quote: "Do small things with great love." This is actually the slogan for SVC last AY. I feel that the valuable experiences in being in SVC and Science Club has really taught me a lot. I'm also participated in like the planning of various Science Club activities such as subcom gathering and also Lego Week. And this really allowed me to gain even more insights to other subcommittees and about Science Club. I also have great directors, heads, and subcom members in SVC that really gave me the strength and courage to step forward. And this is why I'm actually here today because of that. And I hope to use this experience to continue the great directorship of SVC and really just do my best if I am able to become the director of Science Volunteer Corps. And lastly, this quote: "Do small things with great love." There are some actions that we do in our daily lives that may seem meaningless to us, but they may in fact be meaningful to others. And I just want to say that don't be afraid to open your heart out to others, as others will do so too, if you're willing to take the first step. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. You have 13 minutes and 2 seconds left for a presentation. Do you wish to end your presentation now?
Yes.
We have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee Tan Jalan for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Corps Director for the Fourth Science Management Committee. Malcolm.
I'm Malcolm. I propose to open the Q&A for the nominee Tan Jalan for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Corps Director for the Fourth Science Management.
We have a second for this motion.
I can call William Santos, Year 2 Life Sciences, second motion.
Tan Jalan, you now have 45 minutes for your Q&A.
Hi, Dr. Page, Year 3 Data Science Analytics. I have 2 questions for you. The first question is, SVC is a lesson learned committee under Science Club. What are your plans to extend outreach of SVC?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
SVC is a lesson learned subcommittee under Science Club. What are your plans to extend outreach of SVC?
So basically, the main aim for Science Volunteer Corps is actually to promote volunteerism among science students. So I think it is really important for us to gather the interest of science students to see what kind of organizations they are interested in, so that they will be more willing to sign up for our events, as they are more interested in the events and this is one of the ways to expand our outreach. Nextly, I believe that with the own SVC subcom publicity team, along with the BPR and communications director, we can definitely do more publicity on social media regularly to encourage students to sign up for our volunteering events. We can also approach SEO to email blast students so that they are also more aware of events if they do not regularly check their social media. For you can also like ask your own like subcommittee members or even your SCMC members to encourage their friends to sign up for events, as I believe friends like to like hang out with each other, and I feel that volunteering is a good way to like hang out with your friends and bond, and also like do good to society also. So I think that's a good way to also expand our outreach. And aside from that, although our main target audience is science students, sometimes there might be like a lack of student volunteers. So I think another potential area we can look to is our science staff or even science alumni. So we can basically communicate with SEO to see if any science staff are interested in signing up for events also, and also can approach our VPR or ARC directors to see if alumni are also interested in volunteering events that we organize.
Okay, my second question for you is,
Halfway through semester 2, we receive feedback from your committee members and volunteers that the activities being conducted are incompatible and disengaging for the venue. Outline your considerations. For minutes taken, this is question 4.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Halfway through semester 2, you receive feedback from your committee members and volunteers that the activities being conducted are incompatible and disengaging for the beneficiary. Outline your consideration.
So I feel that the first step definitely is to gather the thoughts and feedback from the subcommittee and science volunteers. Then I'll then relay all this information to my program team, or maybe direct all this to the procs head first, so that they can then slowly process all this feedback and then direct them down to the program's executive who plan the activities. From there on, they can then make the necessary changes in their activities to cater more to our beneficiaries, as I believe that most activities planned by Fox are actually very flexible, and they can then change the activities in such a way to suit more to the requirements, restrictions, and interests of our beneficiaries. And if this is if this is still not, if the activities after changes is still shown to be disengaging, there might be a need to revamp such activities and gather new ideas from our proc team so that the activities will be more compatible. To ensure that such activities are actually like compatible and engaging, there definitely is a need to conduct sufficient game trials beforehand. Such game trials will show us what our activities are good and what our activities are lacking in, so that the necessary changes and improvement can be made. So, if it is shown that our activities are incompatible or disengaging, then there might be a need for like maybe more game trials, or there might be a need for game trials to be more accurate or realistic, as during game trials, students are participating in the activity, and we might not like reflect properly how the beneficiaries are. For example, like we cannot like act realistically as like elderlies who may have like different like temperaments or different like abilities to partake in our activities. So maybe there might be improvement that is needed to be made for game trials too. Yeah.
I'm Another Year Life Sciences have a question for you. Would you consider stopping collaboration with a long-partnered beneficiary for a new beneficiary that might appeal more to the current science community? For the minute takers, would you consider stopping collaboration with a long-partnered beneficiary for a new beneficiary that might appeal more to the current science community? Would you consider stopping collaboration with a long-partnered beneficiary for a new beneficiary that might appeal more to the current science community?
So what I feel that is, if there is really like low sign-up rates for the current beneficiary that we have been long-term collaborating, I think there is definitely potential in a new beneficiary that appeals more to the science community. As in the end, our main aim is really to encourage volunteerism among science students, and we really want them to have as much opportunities that they can and are interested in, so that they are willing to partake in such volunteering. However, I feel that the appeal is only one factor that is taken into consideration. There's definitely more factors to take into consideration before we take this step to partner with a new beneficiary. So we definitely need to consider our own ability to handle this new beneficiary. Some beneficiaries, such as like patients with mental health conditions, we might not have the capabilities to handle, and therefore are not able to like go ahead and volunteer with them. Secondly, we have to also look into the restrictions that this beneficiary poses. In what ways are they willing to let us have flexibilities in our activities, and what kind of restrictions do they have in terms of us carrying out our activities over there? And also like what logistics or like spaces this new beneficiary is able to provide us, so that we can have enough spaces for large groups of science students to participate in volunteering at this beneficiary. Then next, we also have to consider what my subcommittee is able to do when we partner with this new beneficiary. For example, like if this new beneficiary allows my program members to like plan activities for them to carry out at the place, or if they have already like fixed schedules or activities that they want us to do, and which might prevent my box member from having like any workload to do, and this might not be favorable to them as they join my subcommittee programs team to plan activities as well. Nextly, we also have to consider like the location of this new beneficiary. I feel that science students are more favorable to travel to locations that are more accessible and nearer to school, so that they can have an easier time to, if they want to participate in these volunteering activities. Locations that are too far, they might find a hassle and be less willing to participate, even though they might have like interest in such activities. Then we also need to consider like if the timings for our sessions that we plan with this new beneficiary has like any clashes with our current schedule, so that we can best plan out a schedule that has no conflict and more students are able to participate as well. We also need to seek SBO approval. So I think see if SBO is find any fault in this new beneficiary, and if they are willing for us to also accept this new beneficiary. We can also like look into like any past experiences any students or anybody you know have with this new beneficiary, because I feel that the working relationship with this new beneficiary is important. If they are willing to support in the decision and activities make actively, I think it is a good sign. It might not be a good sign if like they are very restrictive or like many like problems are faced during like sessions. So I think it's something to take note of. Thank you.
Aside volunteers suggested that transport should be provided for volunteers, because this would be more convenient for science students and encourage more of them to sign up for voluntary events. I'll like the process. For the miss taker, this is question 38.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
A science volunteer suggested that transport should be provided for volunteers as this would be more convenient for science students and encourage more of them to sign up for volunteering events. Outline your thought process.
So I feel that transport being covered for such science volunteers is impossible, as some location of our volunteering place might be very far and not accessible, and we do want to encourage our students to volunteer more, and we do not want to deter such opportunities to them. So firstly, I need to communicate with my treasurer as well as the county to see if our budget allocation allows for sufficient budget for science students to actually claim such transport fees. As I'm aware that subcom members can actually like claim transport fees for like certain events. So we might be able to expand this possibility to other sessions as well if our budget allows for it. And we also have like transport for like larger events, like we do cater like buses for our volunteers as well as beneficiary for like events such as Super Juniors, when there's like a large amount of passengers that needs to be transported to a far away event that our far away place that our event is held at. And perhaps like an idea is that the science students that like are participating can like gather in school first, and maybe they can like take transport together so as to like save some costs as well. Thank you.
Two questions for you. 1 week before your event, kayak clean. SDO says that you should cancel the event due to safety concerns. Outline your thought process and course of action. Lead takers. 1 week before the event, SDO says that 1 week before kayak clean, SDO says that you should cancel it due to safety concerns. Outline your thought process and course of action.
I feel that safety of our participants is definitely a priority for us and it's something that we should definitely address immediately. So firstly, I'll definitely communicate with SEO about the safety concerns that they have, as it is very important for us to address them immediately since it is only 1 week before the event. The SEO, we also submit the proposals to SEO to vet beforehand, so I'm aware that they know what the event is about, and I could suggest them to definitely address such safety concerns immediately once they read through such proposals to avoid last minute correction. So I think definitely we need to check with the safety concerns with SEO. Then from there on we can check with the organization that we're partnering with to see if these safety concerns can be addressed, as they are the ones that are planning activities such as kayaking. And maybe we can have a call together with SEO alongside with the organizations to see if this direct communication is more effective for SEO to address your concerns and clarify any doubts that they may have. Although since it's only 1 week before the actual event, it might be a bit rough, but there is still potential to look into other organizations to see if we can partner with them last minute. If SEO is still unhappy with the current safety concerns, maybe a new organization is able to provide and address the safety concerns that SEO has. We can also definitely have a trial run before the actual event so that we can really sort out all the safety concerns as we experience it firsthand, so that we can point out all these safety concerns to the organizations for them to make the necessary changes to our activities. Because I feel that cancelling events is definitely a last resort that should be made. Thank you.
I think NUU Year 3 Data Science have 2 questions for you.
So, understanding that you want to promote volunteerism among science and give more opportunities for science students to volunteer, given that SVC ad hoc events are way more popular among science students and that the regular sections see close to none sign-ups, outline a consideration in discontinuing the ad hoc sections, discontinuing the regular sections. Given that SVC ad hoc events are more popular among science students and that the regular sections see close to zero sign-ups, outline your considerations in discontinuing the regular sessions.
consider whether I should discontinue regular sessions, I think there's a lot of things that need to be taken accounted for. Firstly, there are many differences between our ad hoc events and regular sessions. So basically, our regular sessions are much smaller scale, and it allows, as due to its high frequency, more activities can be planned out by my subcommittee. And this regular basis of our regular session actually allows us to like have a closer connection with our beneficiaries, as we often normally see the same beneficiaries that when we volunteer over at the regular session. So the more we see them, the more closer connection we feel to them, and this might actually allow a greater connection being formed and basically students being more willing to participate in such volunteering events. However, there is definitely like a concern for regular sessions due to beneficiaries being not of the interest of science students. And I think that is definitely something we should take account for, and we should definitely gather the interest of science students to see if there are any other potential beneficiaries that we can partner with to hold our regular sessions that might be more popular among our science students. On the other hand, for ad hoc events, they are more larger scale and one-off due to like the high workload that it requires, as well as high amount of budget required for such events. This is why it is very difficult for us to replace our regular sessions with all these larger scale ad hoc events, as it is really harder for us to hold high numbers of such ad hoc events, along with like commitments to school, which might not allow for our own subcom or even like science students to like participate in these ad hoc events that may last like a whole day, and they won't be able to like fit it in their schooling schedule.
My second question will be, in a hypothetical situation, halfway through the event, one of the beneficiary complained that one of the student volunteers has exhibited inappropriate behavior such as faulty vulgarity, and the beneficiary requests this student volunteer to be taken out of the event right away. Outline your course of action. In a hypothetical situation, halfway through an event, one of the beneficiary complained that one of the student volunteers has exhibited inappropriate behavior such as faulty vulgarity, and requests that this student volunteer to be taken out of the event right away. Outline your course of action.
I have a proposal to extend for 15-minute time extension for Q&A. Welcome.
I'm Dr. Yuan Life Sciences, so I propose for 15 minutes extension for Q&A.
We have a second motion, William.
I can follow Santos here to Life Sciences.
Ms. Nicholas, please set a timer when the time stops.
So for such a situation, I feel that the first thing is definitely to find out what the problem is. And I would definitely want to hear both sides of the story from the beneficiary as well as my subcom member. If I find out that my subcom member is actually right, then I feel that if I feel that my subcom member did behave.
Sorry, just to clarify. The beneficiary is complaining that one of the student volunteer is the one that exceeded.
Sorry about that. So basically, it's still the same. I'll definitely need to hear both sides of the story from the student volunteer as well from my beneficiary. So if I find that the beneficiary is right and the volunteer did behave inappropriately, I'll definitely want a formal apology from my volunteer as he did behave inappropriately and he should own up to his actions. And if he is willing to do so and apologize, I can maybe suggest to the beneficiary, instead of taking him out of the event right away, I'll instead monitor his activities closely to ensure that he does not behave inappropriately again. However, if there is a misunderstanding and my subcom member did not really behave inappropriately and it's only a misunderstanding on the beneficiary side, I think I'll definitely want to clear up this misunderstanding with the beneficiary so that this situation can be addressed clearly and be solved right away. After that, I'll definitely still reinforce the guidelines to my volunteers to ensure that no such inappropriate actions will take place. However, if it is actually a misunderstanding, but my beneficiary actually insists that this volunteer did something wrong, I think I'll definitely trust my volunteer in this aspect, as my volunteer has taken this step to volunteer in my events, and I should take account for him as he is in a unfamiliar space volunteering with us. So I feel that I definitely should have his back at such a time, and definitely try to talk it out with the beneficiary first to try to resolve this misunderstanding. However, if they are still insistent on accusing my science volunteer, I think this is something that I should be taking account for, as this working relationship might not be healthy anymore, or there might be problems this beneficiary face when working with us. Then it might be a very last resort thing, but it will definitely be a consideration for me to end this partnership with my beneficiary if they are still treating my volunteers in such a very unfriendly manner. Thank you.
It is a tradition for SCMC members to attend each other's events. However, since SBC is based on the notion of volunteering, SCMC members should only attend SBC's events willingly. Outline your thoughts on this statement.
Now can I repeat the question?
For the minute taker, this is question 21.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
It is a tradition for SCMC members to attend each other's events. However, since SBC is based on the notion of volunteering, SCMC members should only attend SBC's events willingly. Outline your thoughts on this statement.
So for such a situation, I think we should definitely not force these SCMC members to volunteer in their events if they are not willing to. I feel that if we force people who are unwilling to volunteer, it might really affect their attitude when they are actually volunteering. And this will not only affect this will definitely affect the beneficiary, as they might be treated not as well as people who are willing to volunteer. I feel that volunteering should definitely be done from the heart and from our own will. And I'll definitely encourage my SCNC members to volunteer. Some ways I can do that is to share the activities we have planned. So through these activities, maybe they will be more interested in taking part in such activities and want to volunteer on their own will. Next, I also can find out more about what organizations my SCMC members are interested in, and maybe I can take into consideration whether I can also liaise with such organizations so that they might be more willing to take part in the volunteering activities in future. Another problem that I foresee that might happen, which may not allow SCMC to participate in the events, is there might be clashes for my volunteering events with their own events. So definitely I should be looking out for such clashes and definitely talk to my different VPs and directors to see if there are any clashes with other subcom events so that my MC members will be free to participate in such events as well. Thank you.
Question is, one of your subcom members suggests collaboration between SBC and sports communities to organize an ad hoc sports day for a children beneficiary that subcom member is working with externally. Outline your considerations and course of action. Repeat my question. One of the subcom members suggests collaborating with sports committee to organize an ad hoc sports day for a children beneficiary that subcom member is working with. Outline your considerations and course of action.
So for such a situation, I think the first thing is if we do collaborate with sports for such an event, I think we should definitely check with our BPI whether he's open to such a collaboration as he is the one that is managing both subcoms. If he is open to such a collaboration between these two subcommittees, I think there are definitely a lot of considerations to take account for. Firstly, whether our visions between both subcommittee aligns. Sports is more focused on encouraging students to take part in sporting activities and having a more active lifestyle, while SEC aims to promote volunteering instead. I think it's definitely important for us to reach like a common vision together so that we can work well together and have our activities stand out towards this common vision. Secondly, I think another thing we should need to take account of is how we are going to split the workload between both departments. As such a ad hoc event is quite a large scale event, so there might be a huge workload for both in order to organize these events. So I think we should definitely have a concrete plan on whether how we are going to split this workload. For example, for props, who wants to plan all the event? Do you want sports to plan, SEC to plan, or do you want to split it between both subcoms? Next, we want to use logistics from which subcom, then publicity, who is going to handle. Maybe they can do they can split the workload. So one person handle the publicity and encouraging students to take part in voluntary events, and maybe another committee can instead focus on promoting the event to students. Next, marketing, who is going to source for sponsorships. I think both subcoms can definitely source for sponsorships together, but they should definitely communicate closely in order to not have any overlaps between sponsorships. Next, we also have to look into the budget, how we are going to split the budget. If maybe one subcom still has a higher surplus in their budget, maybe they might be willing to spend more of their budget for the event compared to another subcom. Or maybe SEC still has more events planned out for the rest of the year compared to sports, so maybe they might have to pull more budget in order for SEC to continue having enough budget for their events. We also have to look into any clashes between sports and SEC events. We have to definitely choose a date that both subcommittees are free, so that we can the subcommittees members of each subcommittee can then be free to actively participate in our events. Next, we should definitely also have a check-in with the beneficiary that we are collaborating with, whether they are open to such a collaboration with our own other subcom, and to see whether they would like to also be open to such a ad hoc event. Thank you.
I'm Kevin year 2 data science and analytics. I have a question for you. In a hypothetical situation, one of your beneficiaries complained that your student volunteers have exhibited inappropriate behavior. Wrong question. The committee members would like to have a fundraising event to fund more initiatives by the committee. But the flag director feels that there is a conflict of interest and strongly opposes your event from happening. Outline your course of action. For the minute takers, this is question 40.
While you have a question, we'll answer 2 more questions. Okay?
I appreciate the little time and this has 2 questions for you. During one of the events, you realize that some of your subcommittee members who are in charge of executing the event are nowhere to be found. Outline your thought process and course of action. During one of your events, you realize that some of the subcommittee members who are in charge of executing the event are nowhere to be found. Outline your thought process and course of action. during one of the events, you realize that some of the subcommittee members who are in charge of executing the event are nowhere to be found. Outline your thought process and course of action.
Sorry for this question. Can I clarify if like the event is like taking place? So for Kevin's question, I do agree that there might be a conflict of interest. Well, if our SEC wants to raise or wants to like organize a fundraising event, as in the end, SEC vision is still to promote volunteerism, or that one is more focused on raising funds. For SEC, I do feel that we can like source our budget from other means. We can definitely communicate with my own sub-fund treasurer as well as the fund lead to see if they can allocate more budget if we are lacking in it. Next, we can also like look for SEC, we can also look for like more sponsorships through our marketing team. We can also look for like cash sponsorships from organization, and also can look into like external funding from organizations such as TeachSG, who are willing to like fund our activities. We can also liaise with the SEO through the committee to see whether they can allocate more of their SEO budget or like the school's budget into SEC if we do need more budget for events. However, in view of such fundraising events, I feel that SEC will be open to collaborating with LAC for such a fundraising event if they are also like open to collaboration. As I feel that both subcommittees do have this common goal of servicing. So I think it is good that we collaborate together and maybe work together if there's an opportunity. So for the next question, I feel that the main priority is definitely to find the subcomm members who are missing. They might be like, for example, like late for the event. So I think while they are on their way there, I think as the director who is present, I think I can definitely take charge of the event first. As SCC had GTs, game trials organized beforehand. So I am definitely like well aware of activities that are being planned, and definitely have read through the proposals of the activities being planned. So I'm definitely well equipped to take charge of the event if they are still on the way there to the event. I feel that we should not like delay the event any further as we are like still like wasting the precious time of our beneficiaries. And crops do have simple backup activities planned as well. So I think that might be like a good backup plan if they are still on their way here with like the logistics and all. Maybe we can like still do some simple activities in the meantime so that we can engage with our beneficiaries first. Thank you.
May I have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee science seller for the portfolio of health policies for the Protocol Science Application Committee member?
I'm Habadan Year 1 Life Sciences would like to propose to close the Q&A for the nominee science seller for the portfolio of science volunteer co-director for the Protocol Science Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion?
Hi, Kelly Paul, Williams, Uncle, Year 2 Life Sciences Sections.
The next is for the nominee speaker, please.
Sharon Kelly. Jimmy Chester Williams.
Please take a seat beside your parent. You have 20 minutes for your presentation. We'll be ready when you are ready. Please take a seat beside your parent.
Hi everyone, I'm Natalie Ling, Year 1 SSC major, and I'll be running for the role of SCC Director. And allow me to just begin by sharing a personal anecdote as to why I wish to run for the role. During my break between the end of A-levels and the start of uni, I interned at Child, Children and Youth Services, a social service agency aimed at maximizing the potential of youth and young children. And if you ask me what is the most significant moment throughout the entire internship, it would be this. We were running a peer supporter training for a non-suicidal self-injury program, and one of the volunteers with lived experience of non-suicidal self-injury had been very triggered by the content of the program. Yet he still demonstrated great passion in wanting to be a peer supporter for this program. Although in the end, my colleagues deemed him as unsuitable to be a peer supporter, instead of just withdrawing him from the program or criticizing his inability to be a peer supporter, they were going out of their way to find different volunteer programs that he could volunteer and sign up for as a volunteer, such that his dedication and passion for serving the community would not be dampened just because he was rejected from our program. And that incident really left me greatly inspired. My biggest takeaway from that moment is that anyone can be empowered to serve the community in their own capacity. And I truly hope for SCC to be a platform for all science students where students are really fearlessly driven to serve causes that they're passionate about. And this greatly motivates me to want to run for the position of director, as I hope to be able to have the opportunity to lead a team of diverse individuals that are all fueled with the heart to serve the community and achieve the goals that we have set out for ourselves. Volunteering is something that holds significant value to me, and I hope that through SCC, I can continue to serve causes that are greater than myself. And with that, I would like to share my vision for SCC if I were to be elected. And that is little drops make an ocean. This quote resonates deeply with me because I truly want SCC to be a platform where all students can serve causes that they are interested in, irregardless of volunteering experience. I feel that no effort is too small an effort, and this applies to both the science students as well as the subcommittee, where all efforts hold value as long as their hearts to make a positive impact on the communities there. Through SPC, I hope to cultivate a spirit of empathy and kindness towards the community within the faculty, and unite science students to put in collective efforts to make a meaningful impact on society through the different activities and events that we organize. The ocean to me is a symbol of vastness and depth, and that symbolizes the infinite possibilities of SPC to me. I believe in creating volunteer opportunities that allow students to serve in their own ways, and this involves both building on current service opportunities that are already in place, and also expanding the range of causes that we serve. And I'll be elaborating more on this in my initiatives later. I also hope to reduce hesitancy in students about volunteering for causes that they might feel uncertain about. To me, the ocean also symbolizes connection, and despite its vastness, the ocean connects different parts of the world, and I would just like SCC to be the same, where students and subcommittee members, although they may come from different majors, different batches, and different levels of volunteering experience, that does not matter to me, as I think that would be what makes SCC special. As such, I would like to unite SCC to be this community of multifaceted individuals, where each individual really feels empowered to raise suggestions about any cause that they are interested in with the aim of driving positive change in society. I also hope for SDC members to be pillars of the SDC members as well as science students to be pillars of strength for each other through the toughest of times by really forging strong bonds during our events. And how exactly will I put my passion into action? Firstly, this would involve expanding on current initiatives by building more robust partnership with our beneficiaries, especially those that we have been working with for a long time, such as YWCA. I think forming this closer relationship will really enable us to understand their needs better and tailor our programs towards having more impactful initiative, more impact on their beneficiary. In doing so, I hope that this will also help to sustain interest with students to come back and volunteer for causes for our events, as they will have formed like strong connection and bond with the beneficiaries during service sessions. I also hope to push for new initiatives by surveying the interests of both science students and the subcommittees to perhaps expand the range of volunteering opportunities that we have and focus on causes that students and subcom members are passionate about. Lastly, I also hope to increase volunteer confidence, and I think that sometimes the low sign-up rates might, for some of the service sessions, might possibly be due to students not feeling certain about engaging with the beneficiaries, as it's something that they are unfamiliar with. So I would like to try and prepare volunteers more adequately for sessions by building on that. Moving on to my past experiences that have really shaped my perspective about service and strengthened this passion. I was the secretary treasurer back in the Interact Club in my JC, where I helped to manage the club's finance and logistics. I was involved in as part of the executive committee, I was also involved in the design of club-wide general gathering sessions, which will help weekly to focus on club bonding as well as to increase Interact Club members' international awareness about societal issues in a global context. As I was also in charge of planning batch service sessions as part of Interact Challenge, which is a yearly service marathon at the end of the year to commemorate the end of the school year through volunteering experiences, batch service sessions as well as morning activities. In JC, I also had the opportunity to be part of 2 virtual overseas CIP programs. For Virtual Overseas CIP Cambodia, I was the vice chairperson of the subcommittee and this program aimed at teaching Cambodian students English over a period of 10 weeks. So we were involved in, I had the opportunity to oversee the departments to really come up with a program and curate lesson materials that will be applicable to the students' proficiency in the language and to really try and improve on this. I also had the chance to engage with
liaise with our external stakeholders, which was Brethren Institute from Cambodia. And as part of Virtual Overseas CIP China, I shared with students about Singapore sustainability initiatives. Most recently, I was a mental health intern at Shine Children and Youth Services, and as part of my job scope, I conducted talks, workshops, and roadshows mainly surrounding psychoeducation and like sharing with students more about stress management, burnout, and burnout prevention. More significantly, I was part of the youth core development team in Shine, where I was very fortunately given the privilege of designing volunteer programs on my own. And one of the projects that I worked on throughout the course of my internship is Project Alpha. So Alpha stands for Active Lenses Photographing Human Aspects. So it was a photo voice activity catered to seniors to allow seniors to use photography as a medium to reflect on their life stories. And there was this sense of nostalgia in the sense that this activity was carried out in the Tanglin Hawk area, which is about to be demolished. I also had the chance to learn more about volunteer management through this project. And I was also a volunteer coordinator at Blessings in the Bag, where I was involved in the curation of learning sessions aimed at improving the children's literacy through fun games and activities. These valuable opportunities really sparked and strengthened my passion for service. And through these, I have really grown a lot and learned many traits about myself, which made me feel equipped to take on the role of the SPC director. Firstly, I believe that I'm empathetic and genuine in understanding the thoughts and feelings of those around me. And to me, empathy is important to build strong relationships. And I feel that this will enable me to be a strong form of support for my members through tough times, as well as the rest of the SCNC. And in terms of interacting with beneficiaries, I believe that I'm thoughtful, and because of my genuine intention in wanting to understand what they're going through better, I believe that this will help me to provide more meaningful and effective support for the beneficiary. I also believe that I'm a good communicator. My experience has shown me that I'm able to manage a team with different departments and be able to effectively communicate information between the different different departments with clarity. And these good micro-communication skills have proven to be helpful to me in helping my team to align our visions and aims to work towards a common goal. Lastly, I think I'm adaptable and I have confidence that I'll be able to lead the subcommittee through changes smoothly. And although it's natural for mishaps to happen during events, I view these challenges as opportunities to learn and grow and help the team bounce back from adversity. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Natalie, you have 10 minutes and 24 seconds left for a presentation. Will we begin our presentation now?
Yes.
May I have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee Natalie Ling Han Ling for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core Director for the 44 Science Club Management Committee. Welcome.
Hi, Mekata New Life Sciences would like to propose to open the Q&A for the nominee Natalie Ling Han Ling for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core Director for the 44 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion? William.
I, Kevin Paulin Santos, Year 2 Life Sciences, would like to second this motion.
Natalie Ling Han Ling, you have 45 minutes for the Q&A. Delphine.
I, Dr. Mokteja, graduate data science analytics, have two questions for you. In your presentation, you mentioned that you plan to increase volunteer confidence. Could you explain more in depth on how you plan to achieve this?
Delphine, can you repeat one more time for the minute takers?
For the minute takers, in Natalie's presentation, she mentioned that she wanted to increase volunteer confidence. Could you explain more in depth on how she plans to achieve this?
I think, thank you for the question. I think one of of the first things that I will do to try and increase volunteer confidence will be firstly to find out if the low sign-up rates is due to an uncertainty about volunteering with beneficiaries that they are uncertain with. Let's say, for example, some students wish to like volunteer with seniors, but because of maybe their fear that they might not be able to communicate with seniors effectively because of, let's say, the language barrier, I think that is something that can be addressed and in turn help to FCC can really provide more support in that, because it is not something that students are not interested in, but rather there's this like uncertainty about whether they will be able to like effectively engage with the beneficiary. And I think that this can be found out maybe through a survey, and maybe the admin team of admin department of FCC can come up with a survey, and one of the questions can be surrounding these students' interests, whether they are keen on surrounding students' interest in volunteering with certain causes, but focus on whether the reason behind not wanting to volunteer for some programs might be due to this uncertainty. And to address this, I think to build on the current Zoom sessions that are held like one day before the event to brief volunteers about the admin portion, I think another segment of that Zoom session can also include we can invite the organizers from the beneficiary, those that we will be interacting with, to see if they can provide any tips for students on interacting with these beneficiaries, and also allow students to raise any concerns that they might have, so that when these concerns are better addressed by the beneficiary themselves, I think they will feel more equipped to really volunteer and participate in our events. I think another initiative that can also be done would actually be like volunteer workshops. I think just general volunteer workshops that teach equip volunteers with equip potential participants and volunteers that wish to volunteer with us on skills that they can use in interacting with different beneficiaries. And this can be depending on the beneficiary that we choose to partner with in the upcoming term.
Okay. My second question for you is that a subcommittee member voices out their unhappiness that the workload of programs and logistics is much more than the workload of publicity and marketing. Outline your course of action. For minute speakers, this is question 15.
Sorry, can I clarify if it is just one subcom, like one member of the department, or it is like the entire department, like common sentiment?
Just one.
Okay. Thank you for the question. I think to address this, I will firstly talk to my vice director as well as the head of that specific department about whether the workload within the committee is really this balance such that one subcommittee member feels that there's so much work on their end to be that such he feels very she or he feels very overwhelmed by the workload, and I also talked to that subcom member together with the DD and the head of the department to find out more about why that subcom member might be feeling that reason Is it because that subcom member might have a lot of other school commitments as well, and thus feels that his workload in that department is too much as compared to the other departments. I think I would also like to, like when talking to that member, I also like to address and emphasize that all departments in SCC play a very important role in contributing to the success of the event. Although some of the workload might seem more heavy in terms of having to discuss with the other department members in terms of discuss with the other department members to come up with the programs, for example, or handling sourcing for logistics and booking of venues. I think I would like to also like bring up the idea that maybe on the other departments in the marketing department, there's also a lot of like back end work that has to be done, and all the departments play an equal role in contributing to the success of the event. I think personally, if the subcom member feels that the workload is very high compared to if his workload is very high compared to the other departments, there's also a need to, I feel that I would like to really address this with him and ensure that there are no like hard feelings about it.
I'm working memorize. I have one question for you. You want us to have one question for you? In a hypothetical scenario, a subcommittee member approaches you and informs that they want to quit SBC. Outline a course of action. For many people, this is question 2.
I think in the instance that a subcom member wants to quit SCC, the first thing that I would do would be to personally talk to the subcommittee member together with my VP and find out about the reasons behind why this member expresses expresses to want to quit SCC. I think there are many reasons that could have contributed to this, and the first of which could be workload. And I think if it's in the case that the subcom member feels that the workload is too high, or that the workload feels that is too high, and together with his other commitments, he's unable to like commit that much time to SCC. Maybe there could be, but if he still demonstrates great passion in wanting to be part of the subcommittee, I think I will try to talk to the VP as well as the head of the department to see if redistributing the workload could be a possible alternative, and if he is able to manage it with maybe a decreased workload, and if he could, he's willing to stay in SCC if the workload is redistributed, I think that would of course be the most ideal situation. And of course, in terms of redistributing the workload, I think that it's also important to take into consideration the opinions of the other members from that same department to see if they are okay with maybe taking on a bit more of that work. And also, it is just, for example, during a small period of time where that particular department member feels very overwhelming, and it's just for that period of time where the workload is to be distributed. It's also important to communicate that to the other subcommittee members in that department to ensure that there is no internal conflicts. And next,ly, if he would like to quit at SCC because maybe that's the department, feels that the department is not suitable for him, I think it could be this could be further discussed to make see if there's any internal arrangements that could be made for him to try another department that he thinks might be he or she thinks might be more suitable for him. And lastly, I think if it's an issue of him not really having passion for SCC, he doesn't really believe in doesn't really want to contribute and doesn't really believe in service towards the community, I think if it is really that worst case scenario, that might be, I will discuss with my VPI to see if there are any, discuss with my VPI to see if there are any, to see if there are any other arrangements that could be made, and consult my VPI on whether the best decision for him and for the for the member and for the subcom would be to have him leave SCC. And I think this will also, it is a matter of no passion. I think this will also reflect on, I think this will be a point that we should take note in terms of the recruitment for maybe the next term's recruitment process, because volunteers with no, members, science students with maybe no passion for the course should really have been filtered out during the selection process. Thank you.
I have three questions. Sorry, I have two questions for you. My first question is, in your presentation, you mentioned that your vision is to reduce hesitancy and uncertainty of students towards volunteering for their subscribed courses. And then you also mentioned that you want to push for new initiatives by surveying interest among science students. So in this case, would you elaborate more on how you will juggle between students' interest and your own vision of pushing towards less subscribed courses if they are not towards science students' interest? Okay, I repeat my question. In your presentation, you mentioned that your vision is to reduce hesitancy and uncertainty in students towards volunteering for less subscribed courses. And then secondly, you also mentioned that you want to push for new initiatives by surveying students' interests. So in this case, can you elaborate more on how you will juggle between students' interests and your vision? In your presentation, you mentioned that your vision is to reduce hesitancy and uncertainty in students towards volunteering for less subscribed courses. And then secondly, you mentioned that you want to push for new initiatives by surveying students' interests. Elaborate more on how you will juggle between your vision and students' interests.
Thank you for the question. I think in terms of reducing hesitancy to access subscribe courses, I think the first thing I want in aligning my vision, I think the first thing that in terms of aligning my vision with students' interests, I think the first thing that I will do would definitely be consulting my subcom to see if this is a vision that aligns with what they would like to push for in the SCC as well. This is because I believe that a common vision should be forged between the entire subcom, and it should not just be a vision that I'm pushing for, because the opinions of my subcommittee members matter, and I don't want them to just feel that they are just planning for events based on my vision. So the first thing that I would do would be to really consult the subcom on their opinions on this. I think in terms of reducing hesitancy towards less abstract causes, I think this includes, I think a possible cause that I can think about is, for example, students or students with special needs. And I think in terms of why there is this hesitancy in volunteering towards these causes, I think this is because sometimes we don't really have much experience engaging with these beneficiaries, and they are a more marginalized community that people don't really see people don't have the chance to like interact with, and that's why they might feel this hesitancy. And to really see if this is also a cause, because I also value the interest of students, I believe that if it is a cause, I would like to see if this is a cause that they themselves are also interested in wanting to volunteer for. So I would really, I think the best way to do this, to gauge students' interest is to put out a survey to find out if this cause is something that they are interested in, and to see if they are willing to take part in initiatives. I think in terms of reducing hesitancy, this can be done by emphasizing on the support that will be given to them to like help them to equip them with the skills to be able to interact with these beneficiaries, during service sessions. I believe, but in the case that this vision of mine of reducing hesitancy towards less abstract causes is not really taken up by students and by the subcom members, then I think what I will do is to find out about the interest of students as well as my subcommittee members, and see if the causes that they would like to volunteer for and plan events for align, and so we can proceed with maybe either maybe like finding a middle ground, such as pushing for a cause that they're interested in, but also adding that aspect of introducing students who are unfamiliar with volunteering towards the cause, that specific cause, providing them with also equipping them with the support that they might need to volunteer with these beneficiaries.
My second question is, you also mentioned in your presentation that you would like to expand on current initiatives. So, in a hypothetical scenario, your subcom member approaches you to suggest a collaboration with the sports committee to organize sports day for little marshallers for your YWCA beneficiary. Can you outline your considerations? You mentioned in your presentation that you would like to expand on current initiatives. So suppose now your subcom member suggests for collaboration with the sports committee to organize sports day for little marshallers for YWCA. Outline your considerations.
Thank you for the question. I think the first thing that I will do is to discuss with my subcom if this is a possible idea that they would also like to pick up. I think there are a lot of possible. I think sports, having like sports events is really something that we didn't do in the past year. So maybe having that as an idea would maybe appeal to the subcom in terms of planning something that is more different. And I will also discuss with the beneficiary, the organizer of the beneficiary, to find out if a sports event is something that will really cater to the beneficiary, the children at YWCA. Because I think having a sports event, one thing to really take into consideration would be the profile of these children, whether they are more inclined to physical activity or would they prefer doing something that is less intensive? Because I think a sports activity would involve more energy to be expected by the children, and we need to ensure that the beneficiary is okay with us proceeding with such an event before going ahead. Next, I will also discuss with and if there's no problem with both my benefit with both the YWCA as well as with my subcom, I think there will be no problems with going ahead. And then I also before that I will also consult my BPI if this collaboration between the two subcoms of sports and SVC would be a logistically okay one, and to take into consideration the different problems that might occur, because now two subcoms have to work together to come up with the event. And in terms of manpower, then it is important to be able to allocate allocate manpower accordingly and ensure that both members of the sports committee and SVC committee have an aligned vision for the event. And I believe also that the workload has to be distributed evenly so that neither subcom feels that this is just solely their event, but rather it's a joint collaboration between two of the subcoms. And what I would like to do is also really come together and discuss and align our aims and vision for this event to introduce the sports element to this voluntary event. I think that would be something that I would regard. So this is to ensure that the event runs smoothly, and especially because collaboration isn't really something that we have done before, and it's more of a novel idea. I think it will be important to ensure that both subcoms are willing to take on this idea.
So first question is, 1 week before kayaking, FPO asked you to cancel the event due to safety concerns. Outline your course of action.
Thank you for the question. The event that as you suddenly cancels our event due to safety considerations, I think the first thing that I'll do is to find out more from the first thing I'll do would be to let the DPI as know about this sudden cancellation of the events, and also try to find out why from SDO, find out the reason from SDO about why this event is cancelled and what type of safety concern are they looking out for? And one thing that I'll
They asked you to cancel, they haven't canceled
Okay,
yet.
sorry. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So 1 week before kayaking, because of safety concerns. Outline your course of action.
I think the first thing that I'll do is to let my VPI and press know about this issue and see if there's anything that we can do to rectify this safety concern that SEO has. I also like to talk to SEO more to ask for any specific reasons, like the specific safety concern that they are concerned about to see if as to why they would like us to cancel this event. Ask SEO for their reason, and after consulting SEO, I'll evaluate together with my subcom to see if this is a safety issue that can be mitigated in any way before the start of the event, and together with my subcom, I'll try to come up with an alternative proposal to see if this event can be re-evaluated and the safety concerns can be addressed such that the event can still go on as planned. However, because of the tight timeline of only 1 week, this only being told to us 1 week before, I think I'll also find out about the last date that I can submit the proposal, like the new proposal, addressing the concerns that SEO has before, to see if this event can still proceed. Because I think if there's a chance that this event might have to be postponed, it will be important to let the participants know, as well as the beneficiary know that we might have to postpone the event. I think it's important to apologize and also explain the reasons behind this to be accountable so that to be accountable for this sudden change and last minute change in our event, and to ensure that that students and participants don't lose trust in our events. And I think in terms of the beneficiary side, I'll also let them know about the safety concern and if there's also any way that that to find out if the beneficiary of kayaking that we are engaging to see if they have any methods that they might have used to address similar safety concerns before that can really be used to assure SEO of this concern. In terms of postponing the event, I think it's also important to let them know that this event might be postponed and also really be accountable for this problem.
So my second question for you is, the Alumni Relations Director approaches you and says that you should open sign-ups for your regular sessions to alumni as well, since there are no sign-ups and it's not engaging science students. What are your thoughts on this? Was it really taken? So Alumni Relations Director approaches you and says that you should open sign-ups for alumni as well for your regular sessions, since it's not attracting any science student sign-ups and it's not engaging them. What are your thoughts on this? I'm sorry, I'd like to add on that the alumni have expressed interest in joining such regular sessions.
Thank you for the question. I think in such a scenario, I think it's important to consider that the target of SEC events are mainly towards science students. And so to have the alumni come back to volunteer, although they really have the interest in doing so, in a sense, defeats the purpose in us organizing these events, but rather defeats the purpose in us organizing these events. However, and in terms of the low sign-ups, I think I would also like to try and address this and find out more about why there are the low sign-ups. And is it, there are many things to consider, such as is it really the timing of the event, or the location, the timing of our regular sessions, or the location of our regular sessions, if this can be, or if it's a matter of publicity and students don't really know about such regular sessions, to see if there's a way for us to publicize the event more to science students. Because I feel that ultimately, the events that we organize is mainly for current science students, current undergraduates. And an alternative would actually, since these alumni actually have a lot of interest in terms of volunteering for our regular sessions, I think one thing that I will also think about is that, one thing that I also think about and might, and I would discuss with the relations, VPR, would be to see if maybe an event can be organized for these, to cater to the interest of these alumni, to see if any event can be held, since they are this passionate to want to serve the community. And I also find out from my subcom if they are willing to share, to maybe like provide some help to the relations department, to see if relations subcoms, to see if to really help them to like plan their events, since we have more experience in terms of planning volunteering events. But I feel that these, in terms of alumni relations as well as SEC events, there's a distinction between catering the events to science students as well as the alumni. And I think the different departments, the different branches can, for example, SEC as well as relations, there can be a distinction between the event in such a sense.
Hi, Melvin, your license. I have two questions for you. My first question: what are your thoughts on the opinion that long-funded beneficiaries are outdated and do not offer enough for science students? And so, other beneficiaries with newer and possibly more exciting initiatives should replace them.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
What are your thoughts on the opinion that long-funded beneficiaries are outdated and do not offer enough for science students? Hence, other beneficiaries with newer and possibly more exciting initiatives should replace them.
Sorry, can you clarify what you mean by long-term beneficiaries are outdated?
So the opinion is that, like the current initiatives or the current programs that are partnered with beneficiaries that we've been collaborating with long enough, aren't as exciting to the current students anymore. And so because of that, there might possibly be low signups.
Okay, thank you.
May I have a proposal for 15-minute time extension for Q&A? Malcolm?
I'm Melvin, your life sciences. Would like to propose a 15 minutes time extension for Q&A.
May I have a second for this motion? William?
I can follow Santos, but Year 2 Life Sciences would like to second this motion.
We need to take reset the timer when the time stops.
Thank you for your question. The first thing that I'll do to address this is to evaluate if the cause of the low volunteer sign-ups is really due to the fact that students are not really interested in the activities by the long partner beneficiaries. This is because I feel that our long partner we have a lot, our long partner beneficiaries really have a lot to offer in terms of the resources that they might have and the working style that we're familiar with. Because in terms of communicating with our beneficiaries, especially a long-lasting one, there must definitely have been a reason why we continue working with them every year. And this might be reasons due to their high response rate, the resources that, the high response rate in terms of answering our queries, and the resources that they have to offer from their beneficiaries. I believe that it is a matter of the types of, and I believe that in terms of catering our activities with beneficiaries, because of this long partner beneficiary, we are more aware about the needs of the beneficiary that we need to address, such as the type of activities that suit the profile of the children better. So I believe that but however, to address the low sign-ups, I think in terms of it is might be due to the type of activity that we are engaging with the beneficiary. I think I would firstly discuss with my subcom and the beneficiary about how we can better tailor our activities to their needs, but also to balance this between the interests of the students. However, if it is a course that students are not really very interested in, it is a completely different course, they're just not interested in volunteering with a certain cause and would like to and believe that new beneficiaries, working with new beneficiaries would be able and volunteering with new beneficiaries and coming up with different types of causes and working with different types of volunteering for different types of causes would be more appropriate. I think that I would really try to discuss with my subcom about possible. I think it's possible to discuss with my subcom about the types of causes and the new beneficiaries that we can source for. Of course, there's a lot of things to consider in terms of sourcing for new beneficiary to see if they align with to see if these beneficiaries align with the interests of the science students, and also in terms of ensuring that because a new beneficiary would involve us establishing a completely new working relationship with them. And in terms of the resources, the working style, and the type of activities that we can that we have to offer, I think that we will do together with the beneficiary. I think that this also has to be discussed thoroughly to ensure that this new beneficiary really caters to what the subcom and what the science students are interested in. Alphabet creature, Getri data science analytics. I have two questions for you. Suppose an event has been planned and ready to be executed. The BPFOP approached you to inform that FOP event has been planned on the same day as well and wants you to reschedule your event. Outline your course of action. Sorry, this is how close to the execution of the SCC event, and you could take it as about 2 weeks because it's already planned and ready to be executed. Okay. Can I clarify that is it because some of the members have like commitments on both ends? That's why there's a clash. No, there's just a clash. There's just an FOP event and an SVC event happening on the same day. Oh, okay.
firstly, I'll try to find out if it's okay for both events to proceed at the same time because firstly, I'll try to find out if it's okay for both. This is because I'll try to find out if both it's okay for both events to proceed at the same time to see if there are any clashes in terms of the booking of venues and manpower to see if there's that clash or if it's occurring at different times of the day. Maybe it is possible for both events to occur on the same day. But however, if we are unable to, if there is a clash in these aspects, such as the venues, manpower, and the timing of the events, I think I'll have to discuss with the VPFOP to see what can be done, and the respective director of the event to see to decide what can be done about this issue. To see if we are able to change our, we will see we are able to change our events. If there's really, I think there's a last, if there is a scenario that we will need to change the date of our events or postpone it, or one of them has to postpone while the other can see, I think we need to discuss and evaluate the context of this, because I think the FOP events cater to like, for example, freshmen, and there's also a very large group of like freshmen that will be involved, and as we see, we work with external beneficiaries, so there will be a lot of either side will be affected if there has to be a change in event. And I think it will be important to be upfront and discuss with, in the case that the SEC event needs to be postponed or changed to another day. I think the important thing would be to let the beneficiary know and really explain the constraints behind us having to change the date of the event, and also letting the participants know and apologize for such a last minute change. If nothing can be done to innovate this clash events within the 2 weeks.
I graduate your 3 lessons. I have one question for you. A science volunteer suggested that transport and refreshments should be provided for volunteers, as this would be more convenient for them and encourage more of them to sign up for volunteering events, as well as to appreciate their participation. How will you respond to the volunteer?
Thank you for your question. I believe that SCC stands for service towards the community, and resources that we have should be channeled mainly to the beneficiary. And it is not too if the location is not too inconvenient and students will have no problem accessing the venue, I think we should be clear to the participants that we will that we cannot cater to we are unfortunately unable to cater to this request of theirs. And I think an important thing is to really explain the intentions of our efforts. It's really to make an impact on the beneficiary and to contribute towards society. However, I think it is important to acknowledge the participants of
the participants' efforts in coming for our events. And I think that definitely there can be some resources that are allocated to providing for the welfare of our participants. And I think a small, and this will be like, this can take up a small portion of our budget. I'll probably discuss with the treasurer of the subcom as well as the honorary treasurer to see if there's sufficient budget to allocate towards providing small forms of welfare to our participants. However, I think I will also try to reinforce that this is not something that we will be doing for every session. And the last thing that I would want it for is, last thing I would want is for this to be an incentive for students to participate. And then coming for our event should not just be for the welfare, but really out of the passion to want to serve causes that we partner with. Hi, Dr. Krishan. Actually, that's a question for you. So, in a hypothetical situation, one of the beneficiaries complained that your student volunteers have exhibited inappropriate behavior such as swapping vulgarities, and they request for them to be removed from the event. How are your course of action? Can I clarify if this is during the event or after? Yes, the event. Okay.
For the minutes, because this is question 42.
I think for the question, I think the first thing that I would do would be to talk to the volunteer and let him know that this behavior of his is, let the volunteer know that this behavior is not acceptable, especially when we are partnering with external beneficiaries such as children and seniors, and this is not really displaying very appropriate behavior, and let them know that their actions are quite inappropriate for the event. And I'll see what the volunteer has to say, and if he is sincere about wanting to apologize and volunteer and proceed with the event, I'll go with him to talk to the beneficiary about the organizer of the event to see if he can still continue with the event, because maybe after apologizing, I think the beneficiary might see his genuine passion in wanting to serve, and that might have just been a small inappropriate action on his side. And it's also important to see how often he has, for example, said vulgarities, because if it's many times, I think it's unlikely that he would, I think it's unlikely that he might change even after he apologizes. So it's important to gauge the sincerity of this volunteer. And if it's possible to have him to continue the event. If not, unfortunately, I think we might have to have this volunteer leave the event. And I think it's also important to let other volunteers know for future events that we need to present ourselves well, and it's also something that the subcom can take note to tell participants during our briefing for future events.
I am Fizayawan Chemistry, have 2 questions for you. So in a hypothetical scenario, SDO approaches you and wants you to involve science staff in SBC events, citing reason due to low interaction between science fact staff and science club events. Outline your considerations and course of action.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
In a hypothetical scenario, SDO approaches you and wants you to involve science staff in SBC events, citing reason due to low interaction between science fact staff and science club events. Outline your considerations and course of action.
I think the first thing, I think the first thing that I would do would be to discuss with the PI, the president, as well as the subcom, to see if this is a possible idea that we can take up, and to see if we have any considerations about involving the science staff in SCC activities. However, I think the important thing to take note is to check whether this event has very low sign up rates, and if we have the capacity for staff to join us. Because I'm aware that some beneficiaries they cannot really accommodate too many volunteers coming to their organization. So it's important to check also with the beneficiary that they are okay with us having more volunteers come for events. And I think another thing to take note is, and I believe that it is possible for the science staff to participate in our events if sign-up rates are low, because it is something that because it is something that we have done before, and I think that during Golden Years this year, and I think it was quite a success, and science really appreciated having that interaction with the beneficiary and being involved in events. So definitely, I think it is not a suggestion that cannot be taken up, but I think it's also important to consider if the subcom, the BI, the press, as well as the beneficiary are okay with us proceeding with such an event.
I'm Bhavanadio, license. I have a question for you. In a hypothetical situation, on the day of a volunteering session, the subcom member informs you that he had forgotten to bring the logistics he was supposed to bring for the session. Outline your course of action. For me, because this is question 39.
I believe you think of the question will ask one question.
I usually little data science and analytics have one question for you. As a year one director, some of your subcom members might be in SGC before and will go against you if they do not agree with your working style, as they feel like it's not done the same way in their year, or they just feel like they have more experience than you. How will you manage that? I'll speak for the main speakers. As a year one director, some of your subcom members might be from SBC before and might go against you or does not agree with your working style, as they feel like it is not done the same way in their year, or they just feel like they have more experience than you. How would you manage that?
questions. I think to address the first question of someone member forgetting to bring logistics on the day event, I think the first thing that I will do is to definitely send some of the subcom members back to get the logistics on the event immediately and have these resources be these logistics be brought to the event venue as soon as possible. Because I'm sure that these logistics will be essential for the running of the event, and we'll try to find different ways at which this event can, these logistics can be brought to us in the fastest way possible. The next thing that I'll do is to inform participants as well as the beneficiary that there might be delays in the event, just to let them know that the event might be starting late and last ending late. I believe that it is important for us to let the beneficiaries, let the beneficiary as well as the participants know and be accountable for this mistake on our part and apologize for it. And for participants that have already been there early, I believe that some subcom members can be there at the event venue itself as scheduled. And what you can do with that time waiting for the logistics to be delivered, as well as when like the participants arrive, would be have the subcom members maybe brief them about what to expect for the event and what we'll be doing during that volunteer event. And so that's the second question about meaning a year one director and some subcom members having a lot more experience and do not agree with my vision. I think one thing that I'll do would definitely be like at the start of my term will be talking very openly with them and sharing with them about my vision, because I think it's important that as much as with me being the new director of the subcom, it's important to hear from them about their considerations. It's important to emphasize to them that it is important for us to, it's important for me to emphasize that we might have a new direction for the subcom this year and some things might change. I think to be upfront that things will not necessarily need to be the same as before will be very important. But I also want to let them know that their opinions and their considerations are being heard, because after all, their experience in the subcom is very valuable in terms of helping us to manage certain situations that might occur. But I think the most important thing that I think we will need to do is to really come together with a vision for the subcom together as well. That no matter of experience, whether new experience, whether these subcom members are new or if they have been in the committee before, that all their opinions matter and we should all come together to create a vision that we all agree with. I think that would be something that I would like our church to do as a new director. Thank you.
May I have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee, Natalie Halim for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Corps for the 44th Science Club Management Committee.
I'm Daniel Life Sciences would like to propose to close the Q&A for the nominee Natalie Ling Hanley for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Corps Director for the 44th Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a secretary for this motion, William?
I, Kevin Paul Santos, here to Life Sciences, would like to second this motion.
Okay, for this vote, because it's a two-candidate contest, so I just like to remind everyone on some things. So A will be for Jia Liang, B is for Natalie. Okay, if you choose to abstain, if you cannot make a decision, then you can submit a blank vote. Okay, so 3 types of valid votes, A, B, and blank. Who doesn't have a slip? Yes. Can everyone receive the voting slip? Anyone doesn't have a voting slip? No voting slip. Sorry? Okay. Okay, I confirm everyone got a voting slip. Okay, if you're done, hold it twice, then raise your hand. Has everyone submitted their voting slip? No.
Tan Sarang, you have 20 minutes for your presentation. You may begin when you're ready. Minute takers, please start when you start.
Okay, out. Hello, test. I sort of like have clarified some considerations that I might have missed just now. So, for activities and needs changing, I feel like you definitely need to consider your whole subcommittee. Although props might be the priority that you focus on, I think that it's still a need to take note of the other departments that might be involved in activities such as logistics or even your marketing and publicity. So, and most importantly, I think activities definitely need to be approved by your beneficiaries. The proposal system must definitely be vetted through them, and they should definitely give you the green light first before you proceed with anything else, as you are the one that's definitely carrying out your activities over there. Also, realize that it is good to involve the president and BPI when I try to liaise with SEO, as they might have a closer working relationship compared to me. So I think it is good that we approach SEO together as a whole, so that more productive feedback and comments can be given and provided, so that the activities can be improved more holistically. Also, it is also quite important to look at the short-term versus the long-term effects of different scenarios. Short-term being what I can do when the situation is ongoing at the moment, and long-term is how to prevent such situations from happening again, and what can be improved to prevent such situations. Okay, that's it.
You have 15 minutes and 5 seconds left for your presentation. Do you wish to have your presentation? May I have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee Tan Xialang for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Corps for the 44 Science Club Management Committee? Malcolm.
I am Dr. Yuan License. I propose to open the Q&A for the nominee Tan Xialang for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Corps Director for the 44 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, William?
I, Caleb Paul, instructors here to Life Science, would like the second motion.
Tan Xialang, you now have 45 minutes for Q&A. Minute takers, please start.
Paper.
Please confirm. Minute takers, please resume your time.
I, Dr. Fletcher Vidasanatics, have two questions for you. So, one of the subcommittee member voices out the unhappiness that the workload of programs and logistics is much more than the workload of publicity and marketing. Outline your course of action.
For the minute takers, this is question 15.
So for this situation, I think I'll definitely first check in with the proc state on how the workload is being distributed among the executive. I feel like the proc state will have a good understanding of the progress and speed of how each executive work, and they will have like a better understanding of how which proc members are like able to keep up with the high amount of workload compared to others who might need a bit more time. I think for such a situation, I think I'll definitely encourage my proc state to help such proc executives. They can definitely like extend the deadline when necessary and when it is still within the timeline. Definitely when subcom members sign up for SDC programs specifically, I think it is clear that the workload is actually more than other departments because planning of activities is quite a difficult task. And I think it definitely does require much more workload compared to parts and marketing. But I do feel that parts and marketing require a different skill set overall, which props might not need. So I think it is fair that the workload might be different because different skills are definitely involved. And I think this situation should definitely be clarified among the subcom members. I'll definitely also keep a closer eye on how the proposals are being finished, whether they are finished on time or too slow. I can also ask my VP to keep track of it as well if they are free. Another consideration that might be the case is that maybe we have too many activities currently. So it might be a consideration to discuss with my other VPs and proxy whether we want to like cut down the activities or cut down the number of regular sessions so that we can juggle between the workload for SVC procs as well as their own schoolwork.
My second question for you is that suppose that an event has been planned and ready to be executed, the VPFOP approached you to inform you that an FOP event has been planned on the same day as well and wants you to reschedule your event. Outline your course of action. For minutes, because this is question 16.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Suppose an event has been planned and ready to be executed, the VPFOP approaches you to inform you that an FOP event has been planned on the same day as well and wants you to reschedule your event. Outline your course of action.
So for such a situation, I think it's definitely possible to look into rescheduling the event, if possible, either by either SEC or the VPFOP FOP event. Either way can be rescheduled if possible, and I'll work through this through my VPI to communicate with my VPFOP to see if which event is more possible to reschedule, and if possible, the best scenario would be one event will be rescheduled so that everybody can participate in each event. But definitely, I have to first check in with the beneficiaries, whether they are okay with rescheduling the event, and also my subcom and my science volunteers, whether they are available on the different dates, and whether they can still participate in such volunteering events. However, if rescheduling is not a possibility, I feel that it might be still possible to go ahead with both events, as SCC events are more focused on the science students currently, while FOP events are more focused on freshmen. So basically, if SCC already have enough volunteers for their own events, I think it is okay for example, like SCMC who might be thinking which event I should choose to participate in the FOP event instead, since we already have enough volunteers, and they can participate in the FOP events which might need more manpower instead. Definitely in the long term, I think we should definitely work closely with the VPI and so that communication can be better with the VPFOP so that we can prevent clashes of events such like this in the future.
One question for you. Your subcom members are, in a hypothetical scenario, your subcom members are reluctant to be part of Little Week and subcom gathering comms, as they feel that these events are beyond their control.
I feel like for such events such as Lego Week and subcom gathering, I think I'll definitely encourage my subcom members to participate in such events, as these kind of events that bring different subcommittees together are like great opportunities for subcom members to not only get to know new subcom members from other subcommittees, but also get a better understanding of how different subcommittees work in Science Club. It's definitely a great opportunity to bond and learn new skills, as you can definitely you can definitely take part in areas which are not of your original department. So I think it's definitely a great time for subcom members to explore other areas and departments which they might not be familiar with, and from there on they can learn new experiences which they might be useful to them in the future. Also, I think it's quite important for there to be sufficient manpower for such activities so that the VPI can have an easier time planning for subcom gathering, and for the VPI and VP FOP for level week. So I think you should definitely encourage sufficient subcom members to participate in such events, but definitely also consider their workload, whether they are able to cope with their current school workload and their own department's workload along with this new workload for Lego and subcom gathering. Yeah, you should definitely give it a try as there are really new opportunities and you might actually find something that you like and develop new interests from there on.
Hi, Martin Marisa, Yola Success has one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, a subcommittee member approaches you and informs you that they want to quit SBC. Outline your course of action.
I think for such a situation, I think it is definitely important to get the subcom members' perspective on why he wants to quit SEC. You can definitely gain more perspective from talking to his department head, or even discussing the situation with your own vice director, as they might have, they might be more familiar with how this subcommittee work style and lifestyle. So from there on, you can try to figure out the problems that he might be facing, which are the reasons why he wants to quit SEC. And from there on, try to address the problems together and try to encourage him to not quit, as I believe that when he signed up for such a role in SEC, I do believe that he or she does have the heart to volunteer and wants to volunteer. And I think that's actually a key requirement or key feature of the subcom members. And I don't believe that they quit because they want to stop volunteering, but instead maybe they can't keep up with the workload or something. So I think another possibility instead of quitting is if it's still early on in the AY, I think one possibility you can consider is switching departments. Maybe he can't keep up with the workload of props, so maybe you can switch departments to a less intensive workload, for example, which he might feel better in. But that's definitely up to the own, you need to gather opinions of your own subcom members first, whether they are willing to switch with the subcom member. And if both parties are willing, I think it's definitely an option that you can consider. But yes, I feel like quitting is a very last resort thing, and you should definitely do your best as a director to help manage this any problems that he faces, as they do rely on you as the director to help them and ensure that you have their support and you have their back, and you will always support him no matter what.
Hi, Dr. Teacher. Dear Shubhida Sajarana, I have two questions for you. A student from another faculty approaches you and asks if they can participate in SGC's event. Given that the sign-ups for the event are relatively low, outline your considerations and your course of action. For me, because this is question for you.
definitely a possibility for other faculty members to participate in our events if sign-up is low. But I feel that before that, you should definitely consult with your vice director to see whether they would like such a exception to be allowed, or you can even consult your BPI and president to discuss whether they would like other faculty members to participate in our events. I feel like we should definitely prioritize science students, and if we really exhausted all means of publicity and really the sign-ups are still low, we can definitely consider allowing members from other faculties, as I do not think that your faculty should restrict your passion to serve or volunteer. I think volunteering is definitely coming from the heart, and if you have the heart to serve, I don't think your faculty should stop you from participating in volunteering events. But I do understand that there might be restrictions in place to stop or to prevent such situations. But I think if sign-ups are really low, it's definitely an option you can consider in the future.
I'm Benedict from now Year 1 Life Sciences. I have a question for you. So, an external student organization approaches you to collaborate for their events. However, they only require student volunteers and will not need any planning on your end. Outline your considerations. For minute takers, this is question 46.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
An external student organization approaches you to collaborate for their events. However, they only require student volunteers and will not need any planning on your end. Outline your considerations.
I think for such a case, I definitely will reconsider collaborating with this external student organization, as if he does not require my team to do any planning, I think it is quite redundant for me to collaborate with my own subcom, as my subcom are here to participate, plan events, and do work. So I think it is quite redundant if he wants to collaborate but does not require any planning from my side, as I do want my subcom to be free to explore their own ideas and creativity in their interest of volunteering. And I think the external student organization should definitely reconsider if the organization only needs student volunteers. I think he could redirect to other, to like the VPR instead, or like communication director if you need small student volunteers from science, as they are more well versed in publicity to the whole science faculty. So I think it's definitely more suitable for them to collaborate with like the communications director or PPR to if they need more student volunteers on their side.
I'm Abdullah, your life sciences have a question for you. In a hypothetical situation, an external NUS organization that is based on community engagement reaches out to you and would like you to help publicize the events on your social media platforms. Outline your thought process and course of action. For minute taker, this is question 27.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
An external NUS organization based on community engagement reaches out to you and would like you to help publicize their events on your social media platforms. Outline your thought process and course of action.
Is it, sorry to clarify, but is it solely on publicize?
Yes.
For such a situation, I think that definitely need to consider the workload of my own publicity team, whether they are able to cope with the extra workload that this external organization wants us to do. But definitely I feel that such external organization should approach other departments instead, such as the VPR or comms director. Although both of our organizations might have the same vision on community engagement and volunteerism, I think it's quite unfair for us to promote their own events. It's quite unfair for us to promote their events even though we're not participating in them. So I think they should definitely be more, they should be more open to communicating with the VPR or communication director who might have better outreach with like science students who and can better publicize their events compared to us SVC who focus more on our own events instead.
I found the Malaysia to Life Sciences have a question. There which should be an event solely planned and executed by SVC. Comment on this statement.
Melissa, can you repeat the question for the minute taker?
For minute takers, this is question 31.
For this question, I actually do not feel that SCG should do Lego Week alone. Lego Week is a chance for science club members to give back to the community, and I believe that they have the vision of community engagement, which actually also aligns not only with SCC, but also with Bragg and Flag. I feel that these sub-communities can use this common vision to their advantage and really just plan events that are able to promote such volunteerism among our science club students. Because Lego Week is one of the last events being held at the end of the AY, and I feel that it is really a chance for different subcoms to reconnect for the last time before we are done for the AY. But there's definitely a lot of concerns if FCC were to carry out Lego Week alone. For example, our budget. At the end of the AY, our budget may not be sufficient as we might have spent most of them on our regular sessions and ad hoc events already. So our budget alone might not be sufficient for Lego Week. Also the workload. I feel that Lego Week does have quite a lot of workload as it is a four-day event. So definitely need more people to split this workload for everybody to have an easier time. And I feel that it's also a chance for us to work with different beneficiaries. SVC, REC, and FLAG can all discuss together and find a common beneficiary that we are all interested in. And I think it is a good chance for us to reach out to new beneficiaries that we might not have worked with for the past AY and could be suitable for potential collaborations in the future also.
I'm Martin Memoriza your online sentence as a follow-up to the question. In a hypothetical situation, during a Lego Week planning, your REC director informs you that their subcom members are unable to help out in the planning until REC day is over. Outline your course of action. For me, because in a hypothetical situation, during a Lego Week planning, your REC director informs you that their subcom members are unable to help out with the planning until REC day is over. Outline your course of action.
For such a situation, I think it's definitely understandable for REC to have some issues with not being able to help out for Lego Week, as REC is one of the last few FOP events being held, whereas SCC during the FOP season, most of our regular session and ad hoc events are already over. So SCC will definitely have lesser workload compared to REC during this period when Lego Week takes place. So I think it's quite understandable that they might not be able to help out yet. So I think there might be a need to redistribute the workload so that maybe before REC is over, SCC can do a little bit more to help out as before REC is over and they can finally redistribute right workload so that right can also participate in the planning of their week. But definitely I need to check with my own subcom whether they are okay with this redistribution of workload. And if they are not able to handle this, I think another possibility is you can try to get your other SCMC members to help out. As during the Lego week, I think it is a chance for different groups of people to come together and give back to society. So if any members are free and are able to cope with some workload, I think it is okay to ask your SCMC members for help as well. But I think to prevent such situations from happening again, I think a possibility we can consider is you could shift Lego week to maybe a later timing where rec is already over and they have more free time to plan events as well. Or another possibility is to start planning early so that they have a fair amount of time to focus on both Lego week as well as their own rec dance practices and all.
I remember that you want nice answer the question for you. During legal martial arts, you overhear one of the children making racist remarks to one of the committee members. Outline your course of action. For many takers, this is question 12.
So for such a situation, I think the first thing is really to get a clear picture of what happened in that situation. You need to definitely check in with the subcom member what happened or like what the child has said to you. If those racist remarks were actually said and true, I think it's definitely important firstly to comfort your subcom members as they might feel very uncomfortable with such racist remarks from a child. Although the child might be a child and a bit childish per se, I think it's definitely still it's quite an insensitive remark that might affect the feelings of your subcom member. And definitely if they are check whether they are comfortable continuing with the event, or if they are not comfortable, maybe they need like some time to rest, or you can also like try to swap him out with another group with different volunteers or children so that he can continue on with the event. I think for the child, if you really said those racist remarks, I think you should definitely try to stop him from continuing such way of speaking. If you're unable to, I think a good way is to liaise closely with the beneficiaries that you're currently working with their children. I think most children have this kind of caretakers per se for this kind of events, and these caretakers might have a better understanding of how the children work or their lifestyle and like their habits. So I think they might be better able to manage the children compared to you. So I think you should definitely keep a close eye on the children, but also ask the beneficiaries for help if you need help managing the children. But of course, if the child keeps continuing on with such racist remarks, I think it's definitely possible for us to pull him out to a side for such an event, because for Little Marshallers, it's quite a large scale event, and we do not want to ruin the flow of events for the beneficiaries, as we have a strict timeline to follow for such events, and we do not want to delay the event so that it will end late for the children as well. So I think that's the last resort that we might have to take if he keeps continuing on with his behavior. And in order to prevent such things from happening again, I think it's important for you to liaise with your beneficiary to ensure that the children are well behaved, and definitely be sure to report any such behavior once it is noticed so that we can correct it immediately.
I, Kevin Pauline Santos, Year 2 Life Sciences, have one question for you. So consider the following hypothetical scenario. A sponsor wishes to provide items critical to the success of an event, such as a huge sum of money or items extremely useful for the beneficiaries. However, their demands are deemed unreasonable but not unachievable. Discuss how you will handle this situation with respect to short-term and long-term impacts on SBC. For the minute takers, this is question 28.
May I have a proposal for 15-minute time extension for Q&A, Malcolm?
I'm another year 1 life sciences want to propose a 15-minute extension for Q&A.
May I have a second for this motion?
I, Kevin Pauline Santos, Year 2 Life Sciences, would like to second this motion.
Because we said the timer once the timer stops.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The sponsor wishes to provide items critical to the success of an event, such as a huge sum of money or items extremely useful for the beneficiaries. However, their demands are deemed unreasonable but not unachievable. Discuss how you will handle this situation with respect to short-term and long-term impacts on SBC.
So I feel that for the short-term impacts of this situation, I think even if the items are really critical for the success of events, but the demands are unreasonable, I think for the short term, I think it's definitely important for us to solve for alternatives. We can definitely check in with docs whether they are able to procure the items needed within the given budget, which we'll need to check with the treasurer whether we have enough budget to source for these items on our own without this specific sponsor. I think when sourcing for alternatives, you can definitely reach out to other SCMC members to see if their departments have logistics available for us to use as well. Because I believe they are also very willing to help us with our logistics as long as we use them properly and return them as it should be. But definitely for such a sponsor, I think we also definitely need, even though the demands might be reachable, but we definitely need to consider the workload for my subcom members, what extra demands or workload they need to undertake in order to meet the requirements of the sponsors. If such sponsors are deemed inappropriate, for example, I think it is best not to continue with the sponsor. I think we definitely need to communicate with the marketing team for this, whether they have the ability to reach out to other sponsors as well. Because I believe that we do not need to accept every sponsor which demands such unreasonably, and we should really take into account of whether these demands are reachable first. There's definitely a possibility that we can work together with the president and VPI to talk with the SU whether they can help us with this liaising of sponsorship, which seems like a huge sum of money. Maybe the SEO will have a better understanding of how to manage this situation better due to the large amount of money being involved.
So some of the beneficiaries reflect your events do not engage them anymore like it used to, as there are not many changes in the activities held by the committee. This has led to a decrease in participation or reluctant participation from the beneficiary. How will you handle this situation? For minutes taken, it's question 51.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Some of the beneficiaries reflect your events do not engage them anymore like it used to, as there are not many changes in the activities held by the committee. This has led to a decrease in participation or reluctant participation from the beneficiary. How would you handle this situation?
For such a situation, I think we definitely want to work with your vice director and your prox team to see if they are able to change the activities that the beneficiary, based on the beneficiary's new requirements, to see whether they are able to revamp the activities such that it becomes more engaging and better reflect our events. We are definitely flexible in changing activities, and changes can definitely be made to activities, and there is no need to keep activities the same. So I think there is definitely room for us to improve on our own activities in order to increase its participation from our beneficiaries. But from there, we definitely need to consider our own workload of our team, whether they are able to have sufficient time to change these activities, and also whether our subcommittee has enough budget to procure new logistics for such activities. And another thing we need to consider is whether this beneficiary is still of interest of science students. Maybe our science students have lower interest in this beneficiary, so it might be a sign that things need to be changed, and there is definitely room for discussion to participate with new beneficiaries, which science students are more interested in, as we do want to increase volunteerism among our science students. And to do so, we need to provide them with opportunities that they are more interested in, and we really need to go wider in terms of our search for new beneficiaries that science students are interested in.
Hi, Benedict from How Your Life Sciences have 2 questions for you. So it's a common sentiment among students that whatever the student volunteers can do, the beneficiaries can do better. They don't need us to help them honestly. As such, a vice director approaches you, saying he wants to drop ad hoc events and focus more on long-term events. Outline your thought process and course of action. This is a hybrid of question for you, 1 minute takers.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So it is a sentiment among students that whatever the student volunteers can do, the beneficiaries can do better. They don't need us to help them honestly. Your vice director then approaches you, saying he or she feels that they should drop ad hoc events and focus more on long-term events. Outline your thoughts and course of action.
I feel that this statement might not be true, as some things beneficiaries might lack in areas too that we student volunteers can provide, such as manpower. Beneficiaries might need larger manpower for large-scale events in order to properly supervise all participants. And I feel that this is something that student volunteers can definitely provide them with respect to this area. I feel that student volunteers can also provide new, innovative, and fresh ideas for beneficiaries to adopt, as we students are definitely on a more, I would say, we might be more creative and more open with our ideas, and we are more willing to try new things. So I think by sharing ideas with beneficiaries, it will also allow beneficiaries to adapt to new ideas and be willing to improve on their own ideas as well. However, I feel that cancelling ad hoc events is not a good thing for us, as ad hoc events tend to have higher participation rate among science students. And I feel that it is in line with my vision and of promoting volunteerism among science students, as they are very interested in ad hoc events that SVC organizes. And I feel that it is a good way for science students to build up this passion for volunteerism through our ad hoc events together with regular sessions, as they might be more interested in participating in such ad hoc events, maybe due to interest or even like busy schedules. So I definitely do not think we should cancel such ad hoc events. But and another consideration is for my own subcommittee to have activities to plan for. I feel that as a subcommittee, you're there to try your best to develop new ideas, and you really want to have it might be hard for you to find a way to develop your ideas by yourself. And it is why we have such subcommittees, so that it is easier to provide them with opportunities to explore their ideas and really to broaden their horizons and do their best in their work.
If it doesn't have enough, it's a fun question for you. One of the beneficiary requests is SGC can collaborate with them on an event that will be happening in December. I want your consideration.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The beneficiary requests if SGC can collaborate with them on an event that will be happening in December. I want your consideration. From this, this is question 56.
So for this situation, I think many considerations we need to think of before we proceed on to collaborating with our beneficiary. I think firstly we must look at what kind of activities the beneficiaries is interested in organizing. Is it a large scale event with high amount of participants, or maybe like a small scale event similar to our regular sessions? I think the scale of the event is quite important, as it will determine the amount of workload and budget we need to allocate to the events. Even though December is a winter break, your subcom members might already have other commitments if this collaboration is announced last minute. So I think if you were to work together with the beneficiary, I think it's important to definitely start early so that your subcom members can free up their spaces in order to plan for the activities that is going to take place in December, as well as to make sure that they are free to participate in the activities in December. Something you need to take note also is during December, there might be a lot of game trials being conducted by the other FOP branches, FOP departments. So you definitely need to communicate with the VPI and VPFOP to see whether there are any clashes between the activities and try to prevent them as much as possible. I think it's also a good way for us to promote volunteering among science students as they might be generally more free during the December break, and this will allow more opportunities for our science students to participate in our activities as well.
Your Q&A has ended. May I have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee Tan Jia Lang for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Co-Director for the 44th Science Management Committee?
I, Member of the Life Sciences, would like to propose to close the Q&A for the nominee Tan Jia Lang for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Co-Director for the 44th Science Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion? William.
I'm Kevin Paul Santos, Year 2 Life Science, would like to second this motion.
Just a reminder, so when there's a proposal, when Amir asks for proposal for time extension, if you have a question or if you want to ask more questions, then you should propose and second. Okay, so it doesn't need to be the fixed people who do everything else. So you can propose and second if you have more questions to ask. Okay.
William
May I please reset your timer to 20 minutes? Anthony Leng Hanlin, you have 20 minutes for your presentation. You will begin when you may take us to start the timer.
Okay, there are some questions from the previous round which I would like to address, and the first of which would be addressing the budget. I think that was something that I did not consider enough when I was answering the previous questions. So in terms of subcom collab between sports and SCC, I think an important thing to take note is also to see the budget, like whose budget are we going to use. That definitely has to be something to be discussed. And I will discuss with, I think both the sport director as well as the SCC director can discuss with the HON team to see how much budget should come from each side. I think ideally the budget should be split across both evenly and to ensure that like not one side is spending more budget than not one subcom is not spending more budget than the other subcom, and this causes imbalances in the surplus of budget for the different subcoms. And I think in terms of organizing events where we involve non-science students such as alumni and science staff, an important thing to consider is also that this budget, some part of this budget comes from the subscription fees of science students. So in terms of allocating budget for these new events, we must see if we have enough budget and if it will be fair to allocate this budget towards these different audiences. And another thing that I would also like to address when in terms of engaging a new beneficiary or partnering with a new beneficiary is the things that I will, in addition to the things that I've mentioned before, some additional things that I will consider. The first of which will be the timeline, because SBC's regular volunteering sessions as well as our ad hoc sessions, most of them occur in Sem 2. And we really need to see if the beneficiaries and if our timeline fits into, if the beneficiary is willing to accommodate to when our sessions can be held. Because I think that's something that is harder to change on our end. Because if we end up pushing forward volunteer events, we might end up sacrificing on the quality of these events because we have to rush the planning process. Yes, and the second thing that I also consider would be the goals, the aligning of the goals. So the profile of the beneficiary to see whether it aligns with the activities that we plan to have for them. For example, for seniors, if we want to plan an activity that involves more movement, we need to ensure that the seniors are mobile and are able to really participate in these events. And for children, if we want to do something that is, we need to consider the different age profiles of the children, because I'm aware that there might be a large age range of children in YWCA, for example, and we have to consider that the activities that we plan can really cater to every single age group and not just one single, and not be too targeted at a single age, such that not all the beneficiaries are able to benefit from our initiatives in the same way. The third thing that I would like to reconsider would be the budget, to ensure that the budget is planned and readjusted according to the type of activities that we plan to come up with, to see if we have enough resources and logistics that might contribute to an increased budget or a decreased budget, to discuss that accordingly with the HONT and also with the treasurer of my own subcom to see, to really plan and ensure that when we are presenting the budget, that this will be quite accurate of our expenditure for the next academic year. Because after all, we are engaging with a new beneficiary, and definitely the resources that we'll need, the logistics that we'll need, and in turn the budget will not be the same. So it's important to take note of that and seek the advice of the HONT as well as the president. Next will be the manpower to plan for different types of events, because when engaging with different types of beneficiaries, the scale of the event might be different, and the types of activities that we do might be different. For example, some activities that involve us going out of school might require more volunteers, might require more participants, and also in terms of coming up with these events, they might require more manpower to, like in the programs department, to really push out these initiatives. The next thing I would like to address is subcom members wanting to leave the subcom or wanting to change the department. Something that I didn't address enough in my previous round was is definitely the role of these subcommittee members, because there's a difference between the role of an executive member as well as the head of the specific department. So because of these vast differences in roles, their responsibilities are different. So swapping sometimes, especially is there are more things to consider when, for example, a head wants to leave the committee, because we have to we might have to have people from the department itself that's just an executive to might have to step up, and we have to consider the suitability of this subcom member to step up as a head. Yeah, and in terms of people leaving the subcommittee entirely, we need to, I think one thing that I would also take into consideration would be if the team can cope with one less member, because especially if the subcom is too small, if the subcom is already small, or if there's already a lot of workload being allocated to that to that a specific department or that subcom in general, one less member might make a significant difference in terms of the reallocation of workload. So that is something that definitely has to be addressed. And if there is a need for the recruitment of maybe more subcommittee members, this is at the start of the term. And next, I also like to share more about how specifically I intend to increase signups and how I can mobilize the different departments in SEC to ensure that this increase in signups will be effective. So firstly, what I would like to do is to firstly have definitely the first course of action that I would take is to push out a survey to see what types of causes that students are interested in, what types of causes that they would like to volunteer for, and also in terms of reducing the hesitancy of students towards causes that they feel more uncertain towards. There really needs to be a survey designed so as to address these needs of the students, see where they would like more activities, to see which other causes that they would like to volunteer for. And for this, I believe that the whole subcom has to come together to design the survey, to come up with the survey questions about what they would like to ask, what they would like to address, to ensure that these survey questions really target what we intend to improve on in the subcommittee. I will also have the VPI. I also ask the VPI as well as the president to look through the survey and to for like a more neutral third party viewpoint to see if these questions are effective. And I think the admin team, admin department plays an important role in crafting the survey as well as in terms of like putting the survey into a form and sending it out to the science population. And I think, and another thing to consider, another thing that I will make use of is the publicity team, because I believe that they play a very important role in publicizing that we have this survey, that we want to make certain changes, and we really need the opinions of the science students. So they play a very important role in ensuring that this survey reaches the students, that to put a spotlight on this survey that we want to publicize. And also in terms of when we've come up with new initiatives, when we decide to partner with a new beneficiary, I think having the publicity team to be amp up the publicity about the new initiative, the new beneficiary will definitely be very crucial in terms of ensuring that we have adequate outreach. And I also would like to address some of the specific questions that I got in the previous round. The first of which would be the clash between the FOP event as well as the SEC event. I think what I'll need to consider is what factors that I would like to consider would firstly be the overlap in manpower. To see if there are students that are taking on dual roles of being in both an FOP event as well as SEC event. It also depends on what type of role they take in both committees and which one, and we also have to decide from there which one they commit to. For example, in the FOP event, if they are senior versus in the FOP event, and if they take a more important role, and in the SEC event, if they are like the head of a program, a head of a department, we definitely will need them to be there. And I think this has to be discussed also with the VPI and the VP FOP and the president to see how we can allocate this manpower and where this member should go to. I think it's also important to consider the opinion of that member. Other things is also, apart from the timing, venue, and logistics, which I've touched on earlier about those clashes, ensuring that there are no clashes between between the two events in terms of timing, venue, and logistics is also important. And because, and I think I spoke too lightly about changing the date of the event, because I think there are many things to consider when we actually decide to change the date of the event. There are many stakeholders that are concerned, and it wouldn't be appropriate to lightly decide to change the event unless it's really the worst case scenario. Because it's not good for either the FOP to change their event or the SEC to change their event, because there are really many parties that will be affected. And my last point for that is that zoom out perspective, I should have taken a more zoom out perspective, and this clash could have been mitigated from the very start, from the planning stage, to make sure that both sides, our VPFOP, the FOP side as well as for our side, the SEC side, that we communicated that this date will be used for a specific use for our own event to ensure that we do not schedule our events on the same day. And even though we might have submitted a date and we decide to change that date such that we decide to change the date, we need to make sure that it doesn't clash with the other events of the MC. Another question that I would also like to address is when the volunteer displays like inappropriate or bad behavior during the volunteering session. I think one thing to take note is that it was the beneficiary in charge that that told me about this issue, and instead of just simply accusing the volunteer, I think I should have also one thing that I would do is also to talk to the volunteer to see his or her perspective and the side of things to ensure that that because it might have been the scenario that this volunteer did not actually do anything inappropriate and it's a miscommunication between that volunteer as well as the beneficiary. So that I think I have to add as I have to deconflict that situation. Nextly, for the logistics question, I think one thing that I will also consider is the importance of the logistic to the event itself, because that logistic might just have been a very small thing that really wouldn't require us to go all the way back to school to get it, especially if we were already there at the location. Instead, we could really be more flexible and try to tweak our plans to see how we could do without that logistic if it's not that important. Another thing that I will also consider would be the timing at which we realized the logistic was meeting. Is it very close to the start of the event? Because I think I think one thing to consider will also be the beneficiary's constraints in terms of pushing back the start and end time of the event. Because, for example, maybe the children, they have chartered buses to go home and they cannot stay too late. And the seniors, they have fixed times that they have to have their meals. They have to have fixed times that they have their meals, and thus we really cannot push back the end of the day and maybe the end of the event. And maybe the best way forward would just be to do without that logistic and come together with the subcommittee to quickly rethink on the spot how we can improvise on the activities that we have planned. Yeah, thank you.
Natalie, kindly, you have 6 minutes and 41 seconds left for a presentation. Do you wish to end your presentation now?
Yes.
May I have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee Natalie Ling Hanley for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Co-Director for the 44 Science Management Committee? Malcolm?
I, member that your licenses would like to propose to open the Q&A for the nominee Natalie Ling Hanley for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Co-Director for the 44 Science Management Committee.
May I have a second for this motion, William?
I, Kevin Paul William Santos, Year 2 Life Sciences, would like to second this motion.
Please set the timer to 45 minutes. Natalie Ling Hanley, 45 minutes for the Q&A session. Justin.
Hi, Dr. J. Data Science Analytics. I have 2 questions for you. In a hypothetical scenario, the committee has already decided on the activity for super juniors, but you've been informed by the external vendor that you are unable to conduct your own activities within the venue. Outline a course of action. For many status, this is question 5.
I'm sorry, can I clarify if cannot conduct the activity means that is it because cannot conduct in the beneficiary's venue or it's because of safety concern?
Okay, so for super juniors, it's a learning journey and external venue, so they don't allow you to conduct your own, let's say, teachings inside the venue itself. Yeah.
Okay. Was this told to us very close to the event date or quite far?
You can say it's about 2 weeks before the event.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. I think the first thing I would do would be to check with the organizer specifically of the venue, specifically what activities and what part of our proposal we have to change that is not allowed inside the venue. And then the next thing I would do after clarifying that would be to let the VD know about it, and we can discuss with the different heads of the department on how we can tweak our activities to suit the requirements of the organization. And I think the procs department, the programs department, will play a very important role in redesigning the activity to ensure that we adhere to the requirements that the organizer has set forth for us. And the admin team also, and for example, let's say that if we want to have an additional part of the event that is held outside in a separate venue, so as to maybe like consolidate the activity that we had inside that we couldn't do inside the venue with the children, for example. We need the admin team to remember to book the additional venues as well as the logs team to decide to prepare the additional logistics that we would require so as to carry out the event based on our tweaked plans. And I also let the DPI as well as the press know about our changes in events to ensure that this tweaked event really adheres to the requirements of the organization, and this will have to again be sent to the SEO to ensure the feasibility of our event. And if the volunteers have already, and if the role of the volunteers now is changed, and it's different from what we advertised it to be when we promoted this event, I think an important thing to know is to also let the volunteers know about their new role in the event and how it's different from what we initially planned. And additional factors to consider will also be the budget, because having the change in activity, we will definitely need to see how we can reallocate the budget and if there's additional budget needed. Apart from discussing with the treasurer of my own subcommittee, I will also take this to the honorary treasurer to hear her opinion, to hear her opinions about this new allocation of the budget, and to ensure that it's still within what we can afford to spend if there is an additional budget required. And another thing will also be the safety of the event, because now that we are not just focusing on inside the venue, we also need to consider when we bring we need to consider the safety of the children in the event, in the sense that we need to plan for additional safety issues that might occur from the change in plans of the events.
Question for you is that halfway through semester 2, you receive feedback from your community members and volunteers that the activities we conducted are incompatible and disengaging for the beneficiary. Outline your course of action. For Ms. Akers, this is question 4.
Sorry, can I clarify this is for the regular volunteering sessions, or it could be either?
You can take it as a regular
Okay. Thank you for the question. In the event that we receive feedback from the volunteers and subcommittee members that the event that that the regular volunteering sessions that we have been organizing do not really fit, are not really aligned with, not really like very beneficial to the beneficiary. The first thing I would do is to want to discuss with the subcom and discuss with the FCC subcom as well as the participants of the event to hear their opinions about it, of what we can do to change, of their feedback of what they think we can do to change our activities such that it better aligns with our vision in the start. I would also like to look back at our vision and our aims of conducting this event to see how exactly this is not fitting or in line with our vision or the aims that we have set out when we first planned for this event. I think in this instance, it will be good also to get a third-party opinion, such as the DPI and the president if needed, to see how we can, to ask them for feedback of how we can change their event, change our events, and on if a change of events is necessary. I think when both the volunteer and subcom members, especially the participants, say that this event is not really very beneficial, I think that is definitely a cause of concern and something that the subcommittee really needs to look into. I would also like to ask, I will also take the opportunity to check with organizer of the beneficiary if they feel the same about if they share similar sentiments with the volunteers and the subcom members. If our activities are really not tailored towards the needs of the beneficiary, because after all, I believe that the beneficiary will have the clearest. The organizers of the beneficiary, those that have the most contact with the individual beneficiaries that we serve, the organizers will really know the best, will really have the best opinion on whether this tailors to the needs of the beneficiaries. And perhaps we can also seek suggestions from them on how we can change our activities such that it will better suit their needs. I think and the role that the different subcommittees will play in this is that the programs department, after discussing how we are going to change the activity, I believe that the different departments in SVC will have each of them will have a crucial role to play in changing this event and ensuring that this event, this change is for the better. Because after all, this change we might have a very short time to plan for this change. So it's also important to create members that there might be more workload workload on their parts before we execute the changes that we have planned for. In terms of the program department, I think they will play a crucial role in really ensuring that the new activities that we've come up with really cater to the needs of the beneficiaries. The logistics team will also have to play a role in terms of changing the logistics that we require to ensure that changing the logistics that we require to the logistics that we will need for the event. And the publicity team will also play a role in informing volunteers. Publicity and admin team will also play a role in informing volunteers or the publicity team will play a role in reflecting this change in the type of events that will occur on our social media, for example, to let volunteers that want to sign up for future sessions know that we have this change in our activity. And for the admin side, I think they play a role in terms of letting volunteers that have already signed up for the event know that there will be a change in their responsibilities. After deciding on the new activities, I think an important thing to do is also to let the SDO know about the changes in events and to resubmit our proposal and ensure that concerns regarding safety and budget have been addressed. Because after all, planning for a new event will come with new safety considerations that we have to take care of and address. So that is something that we really need to seek to address and ensure that this has been taken care of. Lastly, for budget, if there is a need to reallocate budget based on what I've mentioned also in the previous question, I think that is something that we have to discuss with the honorary treasurer, the PPI, as well as the president.
The first question is, the subcom members approach you and tells you that they are reluctant to be part of the planning committee for the whole week and subcom gathering, as they feel that these are beyond their jobs. How would you respond? mini speaker, my question is, the subcom members approach you and tells you that they are reluctant to be part of the planning committee for Legal Week and subcom gathering, as they feel that these are beyond their job. How will you respond?
Thank you for your question. I think the first thing that I'll do if my subcommittee members feel that Legal Week as well as subcom reunion is irrelevant to their job scope, the first thing I'll do would be to talk to these subcom members and maybe my subcom as a whole, because I believe that by thinking that Legal Week and subcom reunion is kind of irrelevant to them, that is something that needs to be addressed, because I think conveying to them the significance of these events, of Legal Week being a week of where we raise awareness about a certain beneficiary, and the last day being a day of service and the actual beneficiary, that element of the contribution to society, to making a positive difference of the kindness of our hearts is really something that I really want to emphasize, that we are not doing this like for ourselves, and just because it's not an SBC specific event means that they disregard the importance of it. Because I think the essence of these events, after all, would be really to communicate the value of kindness, the value of empathy, to communicate these values. And I hope that these subcommittee members really see the value in these events that we organize, that are more of a collaboration between the different service subcoms in SCMC. And I think if the reason is because in addition to why they are unwilling to participate in this event is due to the workload, what I would like to do is to consult the different SCMC members that might be involved in this event, to let them know that I'm having to really be transparent about letting them know that I'm having difficulties I'm having difficulties in trying to source for planning committee members that could be in charge of these two events, and just letting them know earlier that it might be to see if they can also provide any suggestions on how I can better involve the members. I believe that the heads of the department in SVC, heads of the different departments in SVC also have a crucial role to play in these events. I think because they are the ones that are also closer to their closer to their respective departments in SVC, and will really be able to help me act as a vessel to communicate the significance of these events to their members. And as a head themselves, I believe that they have more responsibility in terms of stepping up for these events. Yeah.
My second question is, your PD suggests to you that SBC should organize collaboration between the elderly and children beneficiaries that SBC has been working with, as he or she says things that it will garner more volunteers, since it appeals to wider range of target audience and also allows for interaction between the elderly and children. Outline your thoughts. On this speaker, your vice director approaches you to suggest a collaboration between the elderly and children beneficiaries that SBC has been working with, as he or she thinks that this will garner more volunteers, since it appeals to a wider range of target audience and also allows for interaction between the elderly and children. Outline your thoughts. Here my question. Your video approaches you and suggests to have a collaboration between the elderly and children beneficiaries that SBC has been working with, as he or she thinks that this will garner more volunteers since it appeals to a wider range of target audience and also allows for interaction between the elderly and children. Outline your thoughts.
Thank you for the question. I think a collaboration between our elderly and children beneficiaries to gather more target audience for our activities is definitely an idea that I will raise up to my subcom, because I think there are many considerations to take when planning for such a large scale event. It's definitely not an idea that we cannot accept, but requires a lot of thought in terms of planning for the event, and that is something that I want to ensure that my subcommittee and as a subcommittee will be prepared for. So the first thing that I will do is to discuss with my subcom to hear their opinions on to hear their opinions on such a project, because I think the first thing that we would really need to consider would be manpower, because after all, organizing an event with such a large scale will definitely require a lot of manpower. And it will also definitely require a lot of planning and proper distribution of the workload between the committee to ensure that, within the subcom, to ensure that no committee, no department is being overworked, or in general, the whole subcom is not overworked. Because in terms of planning for such a big activity, it is also important to ensure that we will not compromise on the quality of the other activities, other regular volunteering sessions, and ad hoc events that we will be planning for. So the subcommittee's opinions will definitely be very valuable to me. In addition, it is definitely important to involve the VPI as well as the press in coming up with such a large-scale project, because after all, I think they will have the best. I think in the moment, it's very easy to overlook some things, especially when we are like excited, for example, to carry out a large-scale event. So they will really be able to offer that objective third-party opinion to see if this event is actually feasible, and it will ensure that it will not have any negative repercussions, unlike what we set out for it to be. And and nextly, what is also important to consider would be the beneficiaries' opinion, because after all, the beneficiaries, the seniors as well as the children from the beneficiaries will be interacting with each other, and we are not sure if that is something that they would be comfortable with. So it is important definitely to seek the opinions of the subcommittee, of the beneficiaries, of the organizers, of the beneficiaries, to ensure that they are in line with our plans. And this would involve really articulating to them very clearly about what exactly we would want to carry out with the beneficiaries and how exactly the event will take place. This is because I think in terms of interacting with not just the volunteers but now an external beneficiary, there is definitely a lot more safety concerns to take definitely a lot more safety concerns to take care of, and in terms of the comfort level and suitability of the participants of the beneficiaries, because I think one thing that we have to consider when carrying out an intergenerational volunteering event would be the profile of the seniors and the seniors and the children, to ensure that there's this compatibility, because some children might be more mischievous and we definitely do not want that to affect the seniors. And likewise, some seniors might not be used to interacting with children, and that is something that I would definitely want to ask the beneficiary about and make clear of before we decide on planning for this event. The next thing I would consider would be the budget, because in terms of planning for such a large-scale event, definitely the budget for this event will be increased exponentially. So it is important to really decide on where our budget will be spent on, where this budget will come from, and how can we reallocate our budget maybe from and I will discuss with the honorary treasurer on how we can come up with the budget for this if we need additional budget. And if there's a need for reallocation of budgets from different projects for this larger project, because we are mixing two projects, I will want to seek the VPI as well as the press opinion on whether this can be done and whether this will benefit the subcommittee. Letting the SDO know very clearly about our plans for this large event is also very important, to make sure that we address all the possible safety concerns, budget allocation, and general flow of the event, to ensure that it really is in line with our objectives of carrying out this intergenerational event. I think it has to be communicated very clearly to SDO about why we decide to do this event, why we decide to have this intergenerational event, and what is the purpose of it. And as for the different subcommittees of SVC, each department plays a very, very important role in ensuring the success of this event if it were to be executed. For the programs department, it will be important to come up with a program that caters to both the seniors as well as the children, to ensure the suitability of, to come up with activities that cater to the needs, the interests of both, and how not just cater to the respective interests, but also how an activity can be formulated. Activity can be designed such that both the seniors as well as the children really have that enjoyable time in participating in our events. It will involve a lot of creativity and a lot of opinions from the beneficiaries themselves, and even from like our own of the other subcom members, to see whether this event is feasible and it would be fun and engaging for all the beneficiaries. The admin team will play an important role in the admin team will play an important role in like the booking of the venues and of all the things that we might need, and also to show this to and also creating like sign up forms for participants to take part in. I think the logistics department will play a role in coming up with the different materials that are required, and ensuring that everything is accounted for and that we have all the materials that we need to carry out the event. And I think the admin team also plays an important role in ensuring the safety of the event itself, going back to the admin team, because to make sure that we can account for different safety hazards that might be present in the event. Next, the publicity department plays a role in really publicizing this new and very novel event that we have to attract volunteers, because I think that was one of the main objectives of the BD Raising Days, which is to attract a larger group of participating participants, science students who wish to participate in this intergenerational volunteering activity. It is important to convey to them the significance of this activity and really emphasize on how it will be enriching for both the student participants themselves and also the beneficiary. I think the marketing department also plays a very important. Lastly, the marketing department plays a very important role in communicating with external sponsors about like what types of maybe on the items that we can use, for example, for the goodie bags for both the participants and the beneficiary also, to make sure that the items in the goodie bag that we have sourced for really seek to enhance the goodie bag that we've prepared for them, that it really, like the materials inside the goodie bag cater to both the seniors and the children. And this might involve having two separate goodie bags for the seniors and the children, because I believe that what they would require would be different. So I think those are the factors that are taken in consideration when planning for this larger scale intergenerational beneficiary voluntary event.
Nathaniel Lice has a question for you. During Little Marshallers, you overhear one of the children making racist remarks to one of your committee members. Outline your course of action. For minute takers, this is question 12.
So thank you for the question. In the instance that racist remarks were made by one of the children, to the subcommittee member, the first thing that I will do is to check with the subcommittee member if this is true, because there is a possibility that I have overheard wrongly, and to see if this actually happened during, if this racist remark was actually made by the child during the event. So that's the first thing I will do, because I think the last thing I would want to do is to accuse our beneficiaries of accuse the children of making such comments before escalating it to the staff in charge of the event on the beneficiary side. And I think one thing I also consider is if this comment affected other children, if this racist remark was made at other children instead of just said in general. But either ways, I think it's not correct. But it is even more severe if this comment that the child made affects other children that are also participating in the event, because firstly, it's definitely not a nice thing to say, and it also affects and if other children are wrongly influenced by this, I think there will be a lot of repercussions on our side. So it's important, if this comment was actually made to another child in particular, I think it will be important to really mediate, and this will involve informing the beneficiaries, the organizer of the beneficiary side, to see if any protocol on their side, if they have any follow-up measures that they suggest taking on their side, to see what would be the most suitable next step to take when one of their children has actually made such a comment. Because another thing that I would also want to avoid is overstepping my boundaries and for example, pulling the child aside to talk to the child on my own without having the beneficiary know about this. Because I think we also need to consider that maybe this child, maybe he has certain conditions, and that we also really need to take note of, and to be and that is something that we will not know without consulting the beneficiary about this. And I think one thing that I can take note before the event will also be to ask the beneficiary about the profile of the children. to check with them if there are any specific children that we really need to keep a lookout of to ensure that they do not cause a lot of to ensure that they do not cause any disruption to the program that we have planned out for them. If this, I think, little martial arts also involves us separating the children, grouping the children to carry out activities, and if there is such a need, and if such grouping is done, I think an important thing when we do the planning will also be to consult the beneficiary on the profile of the children to maybe have them do the grouping, because I think the beneficiary will be most clear about the profile of the students and will be able to will really be able to help us to group the children in a way such that it optimizes the experience for all beneficiaries involved, all children involved.
The three data science analytics have two questions for you. Suppose an external organization, such as Universal Studios Singapore, is willing to sponsor the tickets for your beneficiary. However, no student volunteers will be needed as the staffs are able to be the tour guides. How will you approach this situation? From Ms. Segas, this is question 17.
We have a proposal to extend for 15-minute time extension for Q&A. Welcome.
I'm Evan, Year 1 Licenses, would like to propose a 15-minute time extension for Q&A.
May I have a seconder for this motion? William.
I, Kevin Paul, and Santos Year 2 Life Science would like to second this motion.
Could I clarify if this external beneficiary, like what would our role be in, in terms of, is this for like one of the activities such as Little Machilas or Super Juniors?
It's not exactly it's an external organization offering the tickets for your beneficiary. So you can just generalize it. Yeah.
Okay.
Minute takers, please reset the timer when your time stops.
Thank you for the question. In such a scenario, the first thing I would do would be to consult my subcom, the BPI, and the press to see if this is still an initiative that we want to take part in. Because after all, it's definitely beneficial to the beneficiaries. It's definitely an opportunity for them that they might not otherwise have the chance to go for. So that is something that I'll take into consideration, because after all, in terms of like maximizing the benefits to like the children that we partner with, I think this is definitely a very unique opportunity that we on our part definitely might not have the resources and budget to spend for. So that is one considering factor. But I think another considering factor is also not forget that our main aim of SCCs, apart from the impact on the community that we make, will also be the outreach that we provide the science students with. Because the main point, one of the main points of SCC is to organize volunteering activities for science students. So in an external organization proposing to us an idea that does not involve science students or does not require any student population, this might not really align with our aims of providing volunteering opportunities for science students. And I think it is important to consider clearly if you would like to take on this initiative. Another alternative that I can propose would be to act as a bridge of liaising between the external organization that is willing to provide this unique opportunity to the beneficiary, to be that bridge between the external organization as well as the beneficiary, to maybe help them to find the appropriate points of contact within the beneficiary that they can reach out to, such that this event still can happen for the children of our beneficiaries that might not involve such heavy, that might not require such heavy involvement on our part.
Hi, Benedict from Wei Year 1 Life Sciences. I have a question for you. The flag director wants the same beneficiary as SVC. What are your thought processes and considerations?
Thank you for the question. In this scenario where flag wants the same beneficiary as LCC, the first thing I would do would be to consult the VDI, the VDFOP, the REC director, as well as the president, because I think all four of us, we are like, if we want the same beneficiary, these are the parties that should be involved. To see what can be done to deconflict the situation. I think if such a situation occurs, one important thing to take note is the profile of the beneficiary, the profile of the beneficiaries, to see what exactly does the beneficiary need and what would be the most helpful or most beneficial event that we can organize for them. This is because I believe the SDC and FLAG differs greatly in terms of the activities that we organize. SDC mainly organizes like on the ground activities that involve direct interaction with the beneficiaries, and we need to see if that is something that the beneficiary would want. Or on the other hand, FLAG also helps to raise, I think an important aspect of FLAG is that they raise funds for this beneficiary, which is definitely not that something that SDC does. And if the beneficiary is more inclined to such initiatives that can help, more fundraising related activities where we can raise funds for the beneficiaries and allow them to cater, them to be able to have the adequate resources to cater to their beneficiaries. That is something that we will consider the beneficiaries' needs and the type of activities that we should organize for them, because I think SBC and FLAG really differs in terms of the impact that we have, the directness of the impact, because SBC has a more direct impact on the beneficiaries where we engage directly with the beneficiary, while FLAG takes a more indirect contribution to the beneficiary in terms of more fundraising aspects, and that doesn't necessarily involve interacting with the beneficiary apart from beneficiary visits. So we really need to take into consideration what exactly would the beneficiary want in that sense, and what we can offer to the beneficiary. That also has to be very clearly communicated to the beneficiary. I believe that conflicts will, if I believe that if the beneficiary is inclined to both our activities, inclined to both the fundraising aspect of FLAG as well as the direct approach, the direct impact that we can engage with the beneficiaries themselves, I think one thing that would need to be discussed is how the beneficiary visits of FLAG would possibly clash with the regular sessions that we have with the beneficiary. I think that is an important thing to take note, because we definitely do not want an overlap in terms of the activities that we conduct for the beneficiaries during our session, regular volunteering sessions, as well as beneficiary visits. So that would be an important thing to take into consideration. And I believe that the BPFOP and the BPI, as well as the president, will play a very important role in deconflicting this situation. And it's definitely important to consult their opinions on such an issue.
One question for you. A student from another faculty approaches you and asks if they can participate in SUC's event. Given that the sign-ups for the event are relatively low, outline your considerations.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay. A student from another faculty approaches you and asks if they can participate in SUC's event. Given that the sign-ups for the event are relatively low, outline your considerations. From this, because this is question 14.
Thank you for the question. Some considerations that I would take when another student, when a student from another faculty wishes to participate in the SDC events, will definitely be the fact that SDC events are targeted to science students. The budget that comes to preparing for these events to come out with the materials and logistics required come from a part of it comes from the subscription fees of science students. And it would definitely not be fair to use our resources on students from other faculties. And in the unfortunate case that something happens to that student from another faculty, such as a safety concern, I think the responsibility would end up falling on us, and that is not very fair to us because we have to take ownership for take responsibility for what happened during the event to the science student. Instead, I think what I can do would be to link that student up with the volunteer groups from that faculty itself, and maybe let that student from the other faculty know that that is also something that they volunteering events from their own faculty or even NUS-wide volunteering events is something that they can take into consideration. But unfortunately, it will be hard for us to accommodate to that student's request of being in our SVC events. And to address the low sign-up rates, I think the publicity department of SVC will play a very crucial role in terms of broadcasting the message of this event, the meaning of it, as well as the very fact that it is happening to the science students, to really address the fact that there are not enough students from science participating in this event. And if necessary, the subcom can also, and if this doesn't work, the subcom can also look into coming up with, the subcom can also look into finding out reasons why the sign-up rates are low, and which is what I addressed earlier.
I am Jayawan Chemistry and one question for you. On the day of the ad hoc voluntary event, we realized the expected turnout rate was much lower than previously reflected in the sign-ups. Outline your course of action. For minutes taker, this is question 33.
Sorry, this is on the day of the event itself.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for this question. I think as to address this issue, firstly, one thing that should have been taken care of from the get-go of planning this activity would be accounting for attrition rate. So the chances that volunteers will not show up for events. I think that is a very important thing that we should consider, especially when dealing, especially because we engage with external stakeholders, external beneficiaries. It's definitely important that we are responsible for the responsible to the beneficiary and ensure that events that we have planned can go ahead as such. Because when beneficiaries, the beneficiary that we are working with invites like children or seniors to this event that we are coming for, this specific ad hoc event that we are coming for, that we are organizing, it's very important to make sure that we have enough manpower to cater to the safety of the participants. I would like, since this issue has occurred on the day of the event itself, I would definitely let the VPI as well as the press know about this issue, that we might not have enough volunteers and maybe consult them on steps that we can take. But since this happens very close to the event already, it's on the event day itself, the most immediate action that I would take would be to reallocate the roles of the subcommittee members and the remaining volunteer participants. This might involve changing the volunteer beneficiary ratio to make sure that each beneficiary is still well accounted for, because at the very end of the day, the safety of the beneficiary is something that is of utmost importance. I would like to, and the next thing to do after changing the beneficiary volunteer beneficiary ratio is to also really be able to keep track of how each beneficiary is being allocated to, each beneficiary is ensuring that each beneficiary is well accounted for, and this is very clearly recorded by the planning committee. It is also important, the next thing I will do also would, and in terms of redistributing this, reallocating the roles as well as our manpower, letting the beneficiary know of this issue is also very important before I start redistributing them. This is because I think the beneficiary will play an important role in helping us the beneficiary will play an important role in helping us to redistribute the beneficiaries. For example, the children or the seniors that might not require too much attention can be put together in a group, and this can be adjusted according to the manpower that we have as well. This is to really account for the safety of all participants, to ensure that everyone is well taken care of, and not let, and I think it is our responsibility to convey to the beneficiary that we will definitely account for all the participants of all the beneficiaries involved and ensure that the event is still, the experience of the event is not compromised despite a slip up on our part. I think letting the beneficiary know about this and also consult, it's also important to seek their opinion on if they would like us to change any aspect of the program such that it will ensure the safety of the participants and that it will be sure to provide the same beneficial experience for the beneficiaries. I think in terms of that, if the beneficiary would like us to change events slightly, tweak the events slightly, I think this is it's important for me to convey this to the subcom to ensure that all the subcommittee members as well as the participants are clear about the changes that are going to happen. And the subcommittee also plays a very important role in quickly in being adaptable and quickly changing our plans to fit what the beneficiary would want and how we think we would need to readjust the program. But at the end of the day, I believe that it is hard to cancel the event since participants might be already making their way, participants as well as the beneficiary might be making their way to the venue already. And I think canceling the entire event on the day itself is definitely not something that you want to do. And it's that if it is possible for us to carry on with the activity with just a few changes, it's important to be accountable for that, ensure that all the participants, all the stakeholders involved are aware of this change and are clear about this change that is going to happen. And if need be, and if after consulting the BPI and the president, if significant changes are to be made, I think it's also a responsibility on our part to let the SEO know about such a change, so that if they have any immediate feedback that they would like to provide to us, they can do so, and we will. And I think it's on my part to, as a director, to really address these concerns that the SEO has as well.
Hi, Kevin Year 2 Data Science and Analytics. I have a question for you. So given that there are already a lot of volunteering opportunities in NUS, such as Rotaract Club and other community service clubs and projects, what value is there in having a volunteer course for science?
Natalie, while you think about the question, we want to ask 2 more questions. Begin.
I completed 3 data science and I have one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, if you are left with 30 goodie bags after Super Junior, and the welfare director asks for the 30 goodie bag to give out during his workshop for around 30 participants, how are your considerations? Because scenario, you are left with around 30 goodie bags after Super Junior, and the welfare director asks for the 30 goodie bag to give out to his participants during his workshop for around 30 bags as well. How are your considerations?
To address the question, that despite lots of volunteering opportunities being available in NUS, and why should science students come for, why is there a need for SVC in the first place? I believe that SVC is unique to science. I believe that SVC is a volunteer committee that is unique to science students, where most people that there's this distinction between volunteering opportunities in NUS and conducted in science, in the sense that during volunteer activities that are conducted by SVC, all the participants of the subcommittee members, they are from science itself. I believe there's significant value in uniting the science faculty through volunteering opportunities, which really aligns with my vision for SVC, which is to unite the science faculty through volunteering opportunities with the element of contributing to the community. That idea of uniting the science faculty, where they get the opportunity to meet other science students that they might not otherwise have the chance to meet and get to know in NUS volunteering opportunities, is something that I think is very distinct and special about SVC. I really hope for SVC to be the platform which science students can really come together, get to know people from their faculty, and this really creates a united, strong science faculty. Because by getting to know people from other science majors or even majors, even their own science major, this form of support in terms of having friends that they go to lecture with, having friends that they can do their assignments with, and being able to form projects with people who they are close to, I think is something that adds a lot of value to science students' life. It is something, and it's really part of making that for science, the experience that is specifically catered to science students and not simply like other, not just another voluntary event NUS-wide. So the element of uniting the science faculty is definitely something that SVC provides. And to address the question on 30 goodie bags being left after an SVC event, and the welfare director asked if he can have the goodie bags, the first thing that I would consider would be that the budget that was spent in coming up with these goodie bags is for SVC. So it would definitely be the most optimal to channel these resources towards the beneficiary themselves. And I believe that since 30 goodie bags is not a small amount, especially relative to the number of beneficiaries that we work with, these goodie bags can maybe be used for subsequent SVC events, considering that after ensuring that there are no like perishable items or food that might expire in the duration between packing the goodie bags and the next SVC event that we organize. And I think having such a large number of goodie bags also reflects a lack of good planning on our side when we try to plan for SVC events. So it's definitely something that I would consider in terms of planning for the next event to ensure that there is no over allocation of resources and budget towards a certain event. And if the welfare director really needs this needs these goodie bags, I think one thing that I will do is to discuss with the welfare director as well as the DPI and if needed the president to see what resources can actually be channeled to welfare to help them to come up with the extra goodie bags that they need for that event. And yes, thank you.
We have a Q&A for nominating for portfolio of science volunteer account for the 44 science management committee.
I am Dr. New Life Sciences proposed to Q&A for the nominee Natalie Ling Han for the portfolio of science volunteer co-director for the 44 science management committee.
I am the for this motion. William.
I, Kevin Pauline Santos, New to Life Science, would like to second this motion.
Okay, so I'll brief the voting slip again. So for this is a contested vote. So there are three options. A is for Jia Liang, B is for Natalie, blank is for abstain. Okay, do note that if no candidates pass this round, it means that none of them get more than 40% of the majority, or there are 5 or more abstain votes, then they will both be considered to have failed for SVC. Okay, and then we'll open up the floor to new nominations. Yes. Oh, where? Okay, has everyone received the working slip? Okay. I'll come around and collect it. Okay. Okay, have I not collected the voting slip from anybody? No? Okay. Vamos a time.
Uh, 3:30 ready, everyone, go back to your seats. Everyone, settle down, settle down.
Sure. Please don't leave around. Why do you want? Let's go to the 45 to 20 minutes.
Okay, now we'll be, instead of proceeding on to welfare director, we'll proceed on for science camp director first. So then welfare director will be after rec, before flag. Okay, so that's the changes right now. Yeah. Also for the 43rd, 44th to, or anyone who ask questions, right? If you have 2 questions, please remind me in case I forget that you have 2 questions. I apologize if I forget that you have 2, but just remind me if you have. Yeah, thank you. May I have a proposal to open the portfolio of science camp director for the 44th science class? May I have a proposal to resume the entire elections for the 44th science club management committee? Welcome.
I am Mr. Daniel Life Sciences. Would I propose to resume the entire elections for the 44 Science Club Management Committee?
May I have a seconder for this motion, William?
All the associates with life science would like to second this motion.
May I have a proposal to open the portfolio of science camp director for the 44th science club management committee? Welcome.
I, Mr. Daniel Life Sciences, would like to propose to open the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 44 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, William?
I can follow in associates with life sciences would like to second this motion.
May I have a proposal to open a nomination for a portfolio of science camp director for the 44th science club management committee? Malcolm.
I, Malcolm Yewan Life Sciences, would like to propose to open nominations for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 44 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, William?
I can follow in associates with life science would like to second this motion.
Are there any nominations for the portfolio of science camp director for the 44th science club management committee? Welcome.
I, Mr. Yap Karen, Year 3 Chemistry, would like to nominate OECD CD Year 2 Life Science for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 44th Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, Benedict?
I, Benedict from Weihao Yuan Life Sciences, would like to second this motion.
Cindy, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of science camp director for the 44th science club management committee?
Hi, Cindy, Year 2 Life Sciences, would like to accept the nomination for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 44th Science Club Management Committee.
Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 44th Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 44th Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 44th Science Club Management Committee? As there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nomination for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 44th Science Club Management Committee? Malcolm.
I, Mr. Daniel Life Sciences, would like to propose to close the nominations for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 44th Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, William?
I can follow in associates with life science would like to second this motion.
Please, Cindy, you have 20 minutes for your presentation. You take a seat.
Testing.
Is this?
Oh. Testing.
Cindy, you have 3 minutes for your presentation. You may begin when you are ready. May take us please at a timer.
Okay, hi everyone, I'm Cindy and I'm running for SCAM Director, as you can see on the screen. Okay, so just to share a bit more about myself, I'm a Year 2 Life Sciences student and I'm also a self-proclaimed collector. So I like to collect pockmark and crystals because they are cute and they make me happy. Okay, so to share more about my past CCAs, So my journey as a chorister began in 2011 when I was primary 2 and then continued until I'm Sec 4. But sadly, I'm not very good at singing till now. And then throughout my school years, I was active in students' council from primary school to JC. And also during my secondary school years, I was part of the environmental club. So I think you can see that my experiences in these clubs have definitely honed my teamwork and collaborative skills. Yeah. Okay. So one fun fact about me is that last year I went to 6 concerts in a span of 3 months. So I think it's quite clear that I love music and then also that I'm very broke. Okay, moving on to my past leadership experiences. So I have had the privilege of serving various roles over the years. So let's begin. Okay, so in secondary school, so from 2018 to 2019, I served in my students' council and I was a manpower head. And then in 2020 to 2021, I proudly served as the JC Students' Council President. In 2022, I took on the role of Programs Head for Camp Humble, a 3-day 2-nights volunteer camp for children organized by the Youth Network. And then recently, I was fortunate to have the chance to be the Vice Director for SCAN 23. And also, I just ended my Programs Head journey for Camp Rainbow, a camp organized by Club Rainbow Singapore, which is a 3-day 2-night camp for chronically ill beneficiaries. Okay, so these experiences have enriched my leadership journey and helped me grow as a person, and I'll elaborate more. Okay, so firstly, my strengths would be that I'm very empathetic because over my extensive leadership journeys, I've worked with diverse groups of individuals from different backgrounds, and these interactions have contributed to my development as an empathetic individual because I'm attuned to the emotions and needs of others, because I interacted with them quite extensively since I have to delegate work to them and then also manage how they are doing and ensuring their welfare as their leader, during my term as president and also program lead. Okay. My next strength is goal-oriented. So in my numerous leadership roles for various projects, I've demonstrated a goal-oriented approach because I'm adept at identifying project deliverables and also setting appropriate deadlines for their completion. And lastly, having been involved in multiple events and camps, I understand that not everything will always go as planned, and therefore I pride myself on the ability being adaptable and also being able to overcome unexpected challenges. Okay, now I'll move on to my vision for SCAN. Okay, so my vision for SCAN is to establish a lasting legacy focused on cultivating a continuous cycle of nurturing and a deep sense of belonging for both freshmen and seniors. And now I'll break down my vision for you. So by leaving a lasting legacy, I hope that the positive effects of participating in SCAN will continue to influence them even after the camp ends, and then inspire them to give back and make a difference, just as my director did for me. And then by nurturing, I hope that SCAN provides a supportive environment for the freshmen and seniors, where they feel encouraged and valued to grow. By sense of belonging, I would like to call back to the phrase, once a scamper, always a scamper. To me, it means that SCAN is not just a one-time event, but it's a lifelong community among individuals who share the SCAN experience. Okay, so my vision for SCMC is to infuse relevancy into the lives of science students by fostering their active participation through freshman orientation projects. And in particular, it will mean using SCAN as a platform to raise awareness for science club activities. Okay. I've come to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Recently, Cindy, you have 15 minutes and 70 seconds left for your presentation. Do you wish to end our presentation now?
Yes.
May I have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee who is Cindy for the portfolio of Science Care Director for the 44th Science Club Management Committee, Malcolm?
I, Michael Tan Yewan, I consider propose to open the Q&A for the nominee Cindy for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 44th Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, William?
I can follow in Santos here to Life Sciences would like to second this motion.
Cindy, you now have 45 minutes for your Q&A. Minute takers, please start the timer. Jasper?
Hi, Sharon, year 3 chemistry has 2 questions for you. The first question is, assuming that you have decided to remove certain traditions in scams, this caused previous director to confront you during the event on why you have removed such tradition. Could you outline your course of action? For the minute taker, this is question 21.
Okay, thank you for the first question. So regarding removing certain camp traditions that have been set by partial camps, firstly I would like to clarify that for any removal or keeping of traditions, I would firstly consult my subcom first to see if they see the value in keeping these traditions instead of mandating that we must have these traditions for 2024. So I'll first consult my subcom and see how they feel about these traditions before making a decision of removing or not. And I believe that because different years of iterations of the camp, different iterations have different objectives and purposes of the camp, so it does not make sense for us to always follow the past traditions when it doesn't make sense, at least to us and to future batches anymore. So definitely, making this decision would be decided on the current com and also my evaluation of the impact of keeping or removing it on future batches. And I'll also consult my PPFOP, given that my PPFOP is the one who sets the theme for the whole orientation. So if keeping the tradition doesn't align with the FOP theme or objectives of the year, then it also doesn't make sense for me to keep the objectives, and that will be the stance I'll be sent to past year's directors. Because I value the opinions of my current com members, and also I stand for what I believe in, so it doesn't make sense for me to just adhere to what's tradition. But nonetheless, I will definitely consider, I will look through all the traditions first before making a decision, and I won't hastily just remove everything because it doesn't fit my personal agenda, but I'll make sure that I'll evaluate these traditions and see what is worth keeping and what's not. Thank you.
Wait. Oh, wait, sorry. Jasper?
My second question to you is that in a hypothetical scenario, halfway through the term, your publicity and marketing department feels disillusioned with the work they are doing, as it feels like they are not contributing directly to the actual camp, as compared to the logistic and programs program department. How will you address this? This is question 51.
Thank you for the question. Please give me some time. Okay, thank you for the questions. I'm ready to answer. So, firstly, as a director, I'll reassure my pubs and marketing members that whatever they are doing is definitely valuable and will contribute to the overall outcome of the camp. Even though, at least at the point of time, whatever that they are doing may not produce tangible outcomes as compared to dogs and frogs because it's not materialized yet, but I'll reassure them that it will materialize at the end of the camp or during the camp itself. Like for marketing, it will be having welfare of the day and goodie bags, and for pubs, it will be very important leading up to the camp itself for freshman sign ups, and also after camp, and also during camp, all the camp shirts and camp merchandise. So I'll just reassure them that in due time, their efforts will show, so they are definitely valuable, just that it may take some time. And also, while maybe during the term you'll be where there's a lot of game trials and prep camps, all this, but I think it's quite important to remind them that they are also station masters and they are contributing to SCAM in that way. So they shouldn't be disillusioned to think that they are not contributing as much as the other core members, because they are firstly by being a station master, and then secondly, their efforts are just waiting to be shown at the end of the camp. Yeah, so maybe how I can help to boost morale throughout the whole process, like maybe on the camp would be that, during core meetings, I will acknowledge their efforts, I will share achievements like, our marketing managed to secure these sponsors, like, they managed to secure like 20 sponsors already. Like, I'll just broadcast their achievements to the whole com so that the other departments also won't feel like, they may not be doing as much as us. And then for pubs wise, because their efforts are also quite concerned, like during the different events like Halloween, Valentine's Day, senior recruitment, senior payment, all these things, like they are actually producing outcomes that can see on the social media page. So I'll get the com to support them by like sharing the post in our camp chat to then notice like, our pubs have produced this. So let's go and like and support it. So in general, I hope to create a very supportive culture within my SCAMCom, and I'll do that by acknowledging their efforts and sharing their achievements so that everyone will feel that they are being valued in the com. Thank you.
Benedict from Weihao Year 1 Life Sciences have two questions for you. The first is this. Is a stereotype that STEM is the more hype and extroverted camp as compared to SAO and sci-fi? Share your thoughts on this matter. Or minute takers today is question 59.
Thank you for the question. Please give me some time. I'm ready to answer your question. Regarding the theme of SCAM being the more hype and extroverted camp, I would say I can't deny that because it is something that is what people have been saying for like the past few years. And actually, the reason of SCAM being the hype and more extroverted camp lies in its different objectives from SAO and sci-fi. So SCAM, just for information, is like more of a social camp where people are going to there to make friends and meet new people and get exposed to the different FOPs available in science. Whereas for SAO, it's an orientation camp to integrate the freshmen into the NUS system and having talks about the NOC, teaching them how to do course track and other things. So there's difference in the nature of the camps. And also for sci-fi is actually to cater to international students who are unable to make it for SAO and SCAM because of they are coming to Singapore at a later date. So that's the difference between the three camps. So because of the different nature, then I guess they have different characteristics. So I wouldn't say that it's a bad thing per se, because having SCAM as a first camp, it should be a very hype camp, a very energetic camp to energize the freshmen and then make them feel excited for the other FOPs. Because if SCAM being the first FOP of science is slightly chill, then maybe the freshmen will feel less excited and they won't look forward to joining other FOPs. And then the thing is, them being part of SCAM, you'll get to know about the other FOPs. And then for maybe freshmen who prefer a more chill camp, you will know that, oh, I have these other two camps as an option for me to participate in a later date. And then you can spread the word through like word of mouth to your friends who are like also more chill in nature to join these camps and FOBs. So in essence, I would say that the statement is correct, but it's because of the nature and the different objectives of the camp, and there isn't anything wrong with a more chill camp and a more high camp. So that's how I feel. And also during this camp, I think I will always reiterate that SAL is like the sister camp, so they shouldn't view it as like a less hype version of scam, but rather a complement to scams. Yeah, thank you.
So then a follow-up question would be, in a hypothetical scenario, during scam, you always hear some of the seniors telling the freshmen that SAL and sci-fi is lame and they shouldn't participate in these camps at all. Outline your course of action.
Thank you for the question. Okay, thank you for the question. I'm ready to answer. So, in the scenario that I overheard the senior say that, something not nice about sci-fi himself. So if I'm there, then I will firstly approach the senior directly. I will verify whether the person said that, or is it I just misheard it, or it's a misunderstanding or not. And then I'll put the person aside away from the freshies because the other seniors will be there to handle the freshies, and then I'll just let the senior know that, oh, this behavior is not acceptable, and if you were to repeat again, then I will have to take some actions against the person. And then after this whole scene, I will then inform the OHLs through our group chat to let them know that that the particular OHL of the concerned senior, and let them know that, oh, please keep an eye on these seniors, and also to reiterate to all your seniors that you shouldn't be saying negative things about other camps at scam, because after all, we are all from Science Club, and we have to put on a united front to the freshmen. And then in the evening, at the end of the program, I can gather all the seniors to stay back for a debrief, and then I'll have to warn all the seniors about this thing happening, but I will not pinpoint who is the exact senior, but I'll just let them know that this scenario occurred, and then they shouldn't be doing this, because I believe that this warning is important so that to ensure that the actions of a senior won't set a precedent for the other seniors, and then then it becomes an echo chamber in the camp. And beyond that, I also inform my SCMC members, because they are all allocated to the different OGs, and then let them keep a lookout for such occurrence, and then to do a stop with it using their position as SCMC. Yeah. And also I also let my subcom members know about this thing, and let them know that they themselves have subcom members as members of the science club to not be saying these kind of things in front of the freshies, in front of the seniors. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Jasper? Hi, Jasper. Year 3 chemistry, and 2 questions for you. My first question is, assume you are a STEM director now, and your subcommittee does not wish to attend any science club event, as they feel that it is pointless and time consuming. How will you manage this situation?
Thank you for the question. Please give me some time.
For the main taker is question 53.
Thank you for the question. I'm ready to answer. So regarding the unwillingness of my subcom members towards participating in science club events, firstly, I will I also know that it's a way for them to network with other members in science faculty, and then they can make friends of similar majors or within the same faculty, and it will be useful to them because you never know when they'll do projects with you or they'll take the same modules with you, courses with you. But I think I'll also be more transparent and let them know that these people that are at this science club event, they typically have a higher chances of becoming our seniors for STEM, and therefore it is quite important for us to try to find some potential science club members that will be good senior material, be good OGL material, and we can use it to our advantage as a STEM com when we are doing our senior recruitment. And also because behind all these science club events, like the main stakeholders are SMC because they're the ones who are planning it and then they will be present. And SMC is actually crucial to the functioning of science of STEM, and that's why we have to form a good relationship with them as well. And how we can facilitate a good relationship is by participating in their events. So in general, I'll be transparent about the actual benefits of going for all these science club events, and hopefully I think they can understand where I'm coming from as director, because after all I think everyone in a subcom will have the same vision of having a successful camp, and then we all know that a successful camp will definitely require the assistance of seniors, and because they are the ones that are helping us to run our camps as well. So I hope that they are able to recognize the importance of having good relationships with people in science club, and use that to our advantage as SCANCOM and make it successful. Yeah, thank you.
Then my second question to you is that, given that science club sharing is handled by the president and MC members, while REC exposure is handled by the REC director and REC subcom, do you think that it is important for a SCAN subcommittee to be present in this segment, or this time should be given the SCAN committee to rest? For me, taker is question 24.
Thank you for the question. Please give me some time to think. Okay, I'm ready to answer. So regarding the red exposure segment, usually is on day one, and then the science club management sharing segment is usually on day two. So I'm just going with that assumption. So definitely I believe that it will be very beneficial if all of the subcom members are present and sharing. However, I think it's also important to take note of their conditions at one time. So maybe I would say that the segment I see right after the red exposure segment, maybe we have to prepare for his or her own segments as well as the logistics I see. And that's when I have to make some perceptions for them. So basically people who are in the action plan of our camp, like those that have to be who are following a very tight schedule, then I will permit them to be excused from all these sharings, because after all, I cannot let them be too burnt out to carry out their own segments. But for my subcom members who are slightly more free, have a more lax schedule, then I'll encourage them to join in for these sharings. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, Queen, I have one question for you. In a hypothetical situation, if your fellow MC members feedback to you about their seniors and OHLs, what will be your course of action in this case?
Thank you for the question. Please give me some time to think. Okay, I'm ready to answer. So the first thing that I'll do is I'll get my vice director to check with my subcom members as well as the OHR, because my vice director is the main liaison officer, the main person liaising with the OHRs basically, and also trying to get the perspective of the OHRs first, because they are the one that will be in contact with the OGs most of the time and you'll be able to observe. And I also get my BD or myself to check with my subcom, because my subcoms are station masters and they'll be at every station, so they are also able to help me observe the OGs throughout the entire day as well. So after like verifying the claims, like the OG seniors are indeed not doing their job, then I will get my BD and I to talk to the OHR first. So OHR will be our first main point of contact. So we will tell the OHR first and then ask them to settle it within themselves, because OHRs they themselves are leaders, and I'm sure that they are capable of handling the seniors under their care. Given that we chose suitable OHRs during our sessions. And if there's still no improvement after like a day, then I think me and my vice director will have to approach the senior directly. So we'll call for a meeting with both the OHRs and the senior, and me and my PD, and then we'll just talk to the OHR about their behavior and let them know that if they still don't change, we'll just put them out anytime, to show the severity of their behavior. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shishya, year 1 chemistry. I have 2 questions for you. In a hypothetical scenario, a MC member from FASS club has approached you and wants to combine science chem and FASS chem. Outline your course of action.
Thank you for the question. I'll think about it.
In a hypothetical scenario, a MC member from FASS club approaches you and wants to combine science chem and FASS chem. Outline your course of action.
May I clarify if the MC is like the PD for arts chem, for example? Okay. Okay, I'm ready to answer. So to address this question, maybe I'll talk about the constraints that I feel as a result of this combination of camps. So firstly, I'm just estimating there's around like 600 participants if you were to compare the camp, given that for camp is around 300, so I just double it and become 600. So firstly, I'm not sure that there's any location in science that can hold 600 people all at once. And besides that, it's also the issue of logistics. And manpower required for this 600 man camp. Because for manpower wise, you could say that you can combine the two subcoms, the arts camp and science camp subcom, and it will result into a like 50-member subcom, which I feel it will be difficult to manage. And also, what happens to the PD? Like, how would we be equal in our authority? Would we be equal in our power? So this is a line that is very hard to draw and be seen. And it's not. I personally think that it's better to have a uniform leader rather than having two leaders, because ultimately we are from different majors, different faculties, so we will have different way in thinking, and it will be quite hard for us to cooperate, me and the arts and PD. So for manpower wise, we also be having to bond both my science, my SCAMCOM and then the arts CAMCOM as well. Right? There will be increased difficulty in bonding a 50 man subcom. Yeah, and for logistics wise, given that usually science, for science when we run camps, it's only one camp at a time. So and the logistics are also not say have a lot because you have to reduce for the different segments. So I really think it will be a struggle, and it will result in need an increase in budget for conducting this 600 man camp. So how are you going to split the resources, the budget? So is it going to be half from science, half from FAS? So all these are considerations that we have to be taken into account. And also, it may dilute the camp experience because, it will be harder to plan a camp for 600 men because you have to come up with more games, more stations, so that everyone can be playing all at once. But that will diminish the quality of such games because your execs have to plan for so that they will focus on the quantity instead of the quality. And like you yourself as a director, you also have difficulty in trying to maintain a quality camp, given there are so many games for you to bet. So, it's increased workload, not just for you, for your subcom members, and also for your PT, FOP, for your PSL, you have to bet through all these proposals. And so that comes the issue of, so that means that what I will do when this FASS approach me is that first I wouldn't say yes or no. I will say, oh, thank you for the suggestion, but let me raise it up to my PPFOP, because my PPFOP is the main person who liaise with the PP's FOP equivalent of the other faculties, and us as directors, I don't think we should make a decision straight away based on our own reps. So I have to tell my PPFOP first, and then my PPFOP will discuss with their PPFOP equivalent and whatever they say. But my stance as a science camp director is that, I'm against this combination of camp because there's so much constraints that I feel will outweigh the benefits of having a 600 man camp. Yeah, thank you.
My second question for you is, during extra science camp, there is an alleged case of sexual misconduct between a freshman and a subcom member. Outline your course of action. For me, speaker, this is question 26.
Thank you for the question. Give me some time to think. May I know how did I find out about this alleged case? Like, did I witness it? Did someone tell me? Is it through whistleblowing platform or rumors? Okay, thank you. for your question. I'm ready to answer. So I think when I first hear this rumor, I would think it's quite terrible and is required like immediate attention. So the first step I'll do is to inform my media hockey and my keepers so that even though it may be a rumor, it may not be confirmed, but it's always better to just inform them first so that they are able to prep the SEO for any measures to be taken afterwards. So I think this is a very serious rumor because by extension, if it's true, then not just scam, but Science Club and the whole of NUS will be implicated. Like the reputation will be affected by this so-called rumor. So that's why I have to inform my PVP first immediately so that they are able to bring attention to this, bring the national SEO to this. And then on my end, I'll have to conduct investigation with my subcom members. So I think I will have to take on a very serious tone regarding this, and I'll have to approach 3 different groups separately. So first group will be the freshies. So how I would do this is, I can gather all the freshies into the LP and I will chase the seniors and the subcom members away. So it's just me and my vice director, and we'll be with the freshies alone. So this will ensure that the other seniors or my subcom members will not influence anything. So after I isolated the freshmen in the LP already, then I will just let them know that there's this rumor going around, and I'll provide them a whistleblowing platform for them to raise the issue to my attention if it actually occurred. And I promise them that it will be anonymous, so that's why I will let them feel more safe to report such instances because it's a serious issue. So I will isolate the freshmen from the seniors and then provide them with an anonymous whistleblowing platform for them to let me know and let me and my vice director know and my PMP. Yeah. Then secondly, I will have to address my seniors separately as well. So similarly, I will have to address the seniors perhaps in another LP without my subcom and the freshmen to make sure that their thoughts, their minds are not affected by other people, and then let them know about this issue as well. And then similarly, show them provide them a whistleblowing platform that is anonymous and let them let me know if anything is actually ongoing. And lastly, I'll have to address my subcom privately with my vice director and let the person inform them that it's a serious matter, and if it's real, then there have to be actual consequences that such as possible expulsion or maybe just removal from the camp itself. So I think on a very serious tone to approach the different stakeholders in this instance. So just to summarize, my first step would be to inform my PVP so that they can help me inform the SEO. And then secondly, I'll just start to investigate this on my own, and that could mean that I have to halt the operation of the camp depending on how severe the rumor is, because it's important to prioritize the safety and the well-being of the freshmen. Yeah.
Kevin, I'm Kevin in Year 2 Data Science and Analytics. I have a question for you. So in a hypothetical situation, multiple SCMC members are down with food poisoning the day before the first day of scan, causing them to be unable to attend days 1 and 2 of scan. Outline your course of action.
Thank you for your question. Please submit
for the benefit of me takers, in a hypothetical situation, multiple SCMC members are down with food poisoning the day before the start of scan, causing them to be unable to attend days 1 and 2 of the camp. Outline your course of action.
You have a proposal for 15-minute time extension for Q&A. Malcolm.
I remember that you want life sciences like a proposal of 15-minute time extension for Q&A.
May I second for this motion, William?
I got following Santos year two life sciences would like to second this motion.
Minute takers, please reset the timer when the time stops.
Okay, so just to verify, it's the day before scan. So like day 0. Okay, can. Okay, I'm ready to answer your question. Okay, so upon knowing the unfortunate food poisoning incident, then I will just let my exco and my subcom know first. I have to inform them immediately so that they have time to make any adjustments. So so I will just define the rules of SMC for day 1 and day 2. So for day 1, typically the SMCs are freshies, so they will be in the different OGs acting as they are a freshman and then interact with the other freshmen. And then for day 2, during the first segment of the day, which is the science club management committee segment, is where the freshmen will play games and get clues to find out who is the fake freshie. And then afterwards, it will be followed by the introduction of science club by the SMC members. So that's the roles of the SMC for day 1 and day 2. So for day 1, I would say the issue of SMC being present or not will be less, the impact will be less drastic because in the first place, their role will be fake freshie, so they won't be taking the role of a senior. So they also won't be able to assist the other seniors as successfully as they can. So the implication of them not coming on day 1 will be not that terrible. But then for day 2, is where the segment is based on their identity as fake freshie. So that's where the issue comes in. Well, for day 1, I would say that I have discussed this with my program head first, and as well as the respective programs I see for the SMC segment to see if you are able to make any adjustments to the game, to the mechanism of the game itself, because usually the games are they are independent of the mechanism. So the mechanism of fake freshie can be modified slightly, but the game should be fine to run on its own. So I think and Prox State, we can, and the Prox IC can come together to think of how we can, modify the existing fake freshie mechanism to make it seamless to the games that are planned, but this time, unfortunately, without the SCNC. So this one will need discussion with them. I can't think of any ideas right now, sorry. Yeah, so my first course of action is to inform my com immediately so that they will be mentally prepared for the absence of the SCNC on day 1 and day 2. So in that case, should we do away with the fake freshie segment, the rules of the SCNC will be different for day 1 and day 2. Because if there is no fake freshie, the SCNC, the well and healthy SCNC can be seniors on day 1. So how I could go about adjusting them would be to perhaps suggest them to rotate. So maybe, for this time slot, this SNC will stick to this OG, and for the next time slot, they can move to the next OG. But for this, I'll have to discuss with the SNC to see if it's feasible and is it physically tiring for them to be hopping on to the different OGs on the same day. So I have to consult with them about that. But I think the main idea is that I have to, think of a plan with my subcom immediately, my proxies in particular, to think of how we can reduce the damage of not having half of SMC on day 1 and day 2. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Two questions for you. Your fellow communications director informs you that no one in his or her committee wishes to volunteer to take photos and videos for actual scan, as they felt that it is physically demanding and tiring. Outline your course of action.
Thank you for the question. Give me some time to think about it. Thank you for the question. I'm ready to answer. Firstly, that is a very big issue because photos are very important for scam. Like we use it for montage, for our post-scam posts. Like, it's very important and also for our sponsors requirement. So I'll be terrified. But what I will do is I will approach the comms first and really beg the comms to like just look for any members that are willing to just be photographers. Like they don't have to commit the entire 4 days. Maybe they can do by rotation. So one photographer per day, so that it speeds up the tiredness from having to rather than having one photographer for like all 4 days. So I would suggest for the comms to convince their members to volunteer for SCAN, even though it's for short hours, like they can do rotation retreats for the photographers, like schedule for the photographers, so that they don't have to stay for SCAN the entire day, because I know that is very tiring for them. If even after the comms is unable to do anything, then I would say I have to ask. I have to talk to the VPR and comms lead and hope that maybe the VPR can help to convince the comm member as well, given like the influence is greater as a VPR. So hopefully VPR can help the comms lead to convince their comm member to help out with SCAN. But I would say if sorry, may I know when will this be? Like when do I know about this news about not having enough photographers?
The moment you requested for it.
Okay, then usually I will request it like at least a month before actual camp, a few weeks before actual camp, so not on the week or the day of the camp itself. So if there is sufficient time, then I can consider to approach the different photography society in NUS, like NUS Photography Society, to see if they are willing to lend some manpower, and in exchange their members are able to practice their photography skills. So if I have enough time, but if I don't, then shameless value it is. But I think another option is maybe you can get the SCMC members to try to be part-time photographers. If that's the worst case scenario, yeah, I would say. So my first approach is to firstly approach other photography interest group or society in NUS, and then second would be to also concurrently to talk to the committee to get them to convince their subcom members, and last resort is to SCMC photographers. Thank you.
So my second question for you is, SCAN have always showed a montage at the end of the camp. In a hypothetical scenario, the photographers from communications inform you that the SD card has been corrupted and none of the photos and videos can be recovered. Outline your course of action.
Thank you for the question. Please give me some time to think about it. know if it's on like day one, then I already know that it's corrupted at night when they try to transfer the photos or
Day four, last day, where you did all the photos.
may I clarify the process of the photography transfer? Like it occurs every night at the end of camp every day, right? So would the photos and videos of like day one, day two, day three be transferred out of the SD card already, or is it one shot, day one to day four, all gone?
In this case, you can treat it as you only ask for the photos on the last day of the camp.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm ready to answer a question. So I guess in technical context, I'm not sure how to save a corrupted SD file, but what I can think of would be, throughout camps, like seniors, freshmen, even my subcom members, they're always taking videos and pictures of the whole camp process, right? So what I can do is, perhaps I can make a shared Google Drive and I allow access to all of them and then let them put in, interesting but appropriate pictures and videos of the entire camp. And then I have to teach them on start shooting all these self-taken, unprofessional photos and videos because I think that would be the only source of videography and photography. Yeah, and I think it's fine that you can make that can be a different vibe from the usual montage. Like I think that is also trending nowadays, so we don't have to stick to the original montage, but we can make it more special with all these self-made, like, and also like, capture more intimate moments of the camp. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, Pointer Melissa, year 2 life sciences have 2 questions for you. The first question, in a hypothetical scenario, it is 1 week before actual scan and you are unable to secure a beach for the planned date for each day. What will you do?
Thank you for the question. Please give me some time.
Can you repeat the question for the minute takers?
For minute takers, this is question 8.
Okay, I'm ready to answer. Okay, thank you for the question. So, firstly, regardless of being able to secure a beach or not, I'm certain that I shouldn't be cancelling beach day because it is what we sold to the seniors and the freshmen who decided to sign up for camp and paid already. Like 1 week before camp, they have all paid already. And to do like a mass refund and to essentially cancelling the whole segment is, I would say, is a very waste of my program's team efforts and my other subcom members' efforts as well. Because throughout the GTs, the prep camps, they have worked so hard, they have like practiced SME, tried so many version games, and for it to just be cancelled because of us unable to secure the reach is it's not very ideal. So what I will do is I have to contact the higher power, which is my VPFOP. And I understand that, during summer periods, like different camps, they all book beaches. They all have beach day. Most of the camps have beach day, so they will have secured a beach already. And I hope that, my VPFOP, having contacts with the VPs of the other faculties, they are able to help us negotiate with camps to see if you are able to share the beach day venue. Perhaps you occur at a later timing or whatnot, but I believe that having a beach day venue is and then changing the timeline of the beach day itself, that is still manageable, but the issue of securing a beach is very pressing, and I would need to enlist the help of my VPFOP on that. Yeah, thank you.
My second question, in a hypothetical scenario, one of your OHLs had to pull out of camp a few days before actual camp due to personal reasons. Outline your course of action.
Thank you for your question. Give me some time to think.
For the minute taker, this is question 37.
Okay, thank you for your question. I'm ready to answer. So the first thing I will do is I will get either me or my BD to approach the OHL and ask for a reason as to why the OHL decided to pull out a few days before. So it is, how to say, it is a reason that is like not a personal reason, but rather like the person physically can't be in care maybe because the person is hospitalized, the person is overseas. Then I would say that it will be hard for me to physically change anything about it. But if the OHL pull out because of personal reasons, then I'll have to talk to the OHL and then try to convince the OHL to come for the camp, because after all they have paid for the camp already. They have spent so much time with their seniors, bonded with their seniors, and it will be a waste of their time and efforts to just pull out. And I will just encourage them to stay and press on for the 4 days of camp. But if it's a physical reason, like they can't be there, then I would have to firstly tell them that it's not refundable because they pull out, and it's unreasonable for us to refund them for skipping camp. So that is the first consequence of pulling out of the camp. Then maybe that may change their mind because they value money a lot, hopefully. But if not, then I have to tell my subco members, and then because I have to tell my subco members, and then I have to tell the affected OHL partner, and then ask the OHL partner for his or her opinion, like, oh, do you think there is any senior that is also qualified to be a OHL, to step up from OGL to OHL or senior to OHL? And then, maybe the OHL partner can give us a few shortlisted names. I'll share these names to my core members, and then let them make a shared decision together to pick our new OHL, like if that happens. But I'll also inform my PP about this, as well. Yeah, about the OHL picking camp for a reason. Yeah, maybe can at least them. So if they try to join any other camps, and this person is not a very responsible candidate. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I, coming following Census Year 2 Life Science, have one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, a scam is approaching, and you have yet to secure some sponsors agreement. Outline your course of action. For minute takers, this is question 38.
Can I clarify that? Thank you for the question. May I clarify that you mean there's absolutely no sponsors at all, or like any cash sponsors, like more significant sponsors? Okay.
Maybe while you think about the question, we will ask you more questions.
So after scam, I should say up there, the three chemistry have one question for you. Sorry, only one question.
One from you, one from them.
After scam, there is a post complaining about scam each day circulating on Facebook by a concerned resident, as they felt like the scam participants were excessively rowdy and disruptive. Outline the course of action. For the benefit of the minute taker, this is question 27.
I usually data science and analytics have one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, two of the department heads are in conflict and cannot work together. As a result, there's a lot of tension within the subcom where people are beginning to take sides. Outline your course of action.
Okay, thank you for that question. Okay, I'm ready to answer William's question about the sponsorship agreement. So, if there isn't any like significant sponsors like cash sponsors, the first thing I will do is to tell my marketing department to keep working. And then the second thing I'll do is to approach my treasurer and my and our team to look at our budget allocation, because in our budget allocation we will probably set aside the estimated cash sponsorship amount, and then I guess we have to consider the worst case scenario, which is that we don't have any cash sponsorship, and see, from the budget, where can we cut? Like, from the estimated budget, will we be making a deficit or will we be making a gain? And then, from then onwards, just try to work out the budget. Like, we have to allocate it. Maybe the views will just be not as nice or whatnot to like make up for the deficit. So as long as we are not achieving a deficit, I think that's the best that I can do with any sponsors. Then I can also, let my VP FOP know, and then hopefully my VP FOP and my P can try to communicate that to SEO and see, like, if they are able to, help us out a little bit more to cover maybe like a fraction of the potential cash sponsorship. Yeah, so basically for the sponsorship agreement, I can't really do anything if I don't have a sponsor, because I see the sponsors put and also the efforts of my marketing team. But I'm sure my marketing team will be working hard. But in the meantime, then I have to approach my higher power, which is like PDP, to get assistance from SEO, and also to prepare for plan B, which is to discuss and reallocate our budget with my treasurer and the committee. Yeah, but I will also let my subcom know that money is tight, so let's not waste money and our resources. Yeah. Okay, so now I will be answering Jess's question on the which day post scandal. Okay, so firstly, I would say that each day ultimately, because we have booked the beach already, and you can't really control noise level in an outdoor area, and since we booked it already, it's technically under our rights to utilize the beach as much as possible for the period that we have booked. So I would say that I will have to first let my PDP know about this post circulating, and then address to them like my stance and my concerns. And I mean, they'll be there as well, so I think they should understand, how each day you'll get a bit more rowdy, a bit more noisy, but that is the fun of camp, and you can't really force people to keep quiet at a beach. Yeah. Then I hope that my PPP is able to relay my concerns and also to the SEO, and then can try to help us stand up for it. And on SEO side, maybe they can help us to remove the post or like release a statement to clarify, to protect our name, and by extension Science Club and NUS. But ultimately, my stance on the beach day post scandal is that there's nothing wrong with making noise on the beach, because it's beach day, it's camp, at an appropriate hour as well. So I think the netizens' concern is not as appropriate. And I think I will also have to reassure my participants so that my freshmen, my seniors, and my subcoms, like, they may feel worried that, oh, they are implicated in this scandal, so what will happen to them? But I'll reassure them, say that it's fine, we'll handle it, the SO will help us clear our name, nothing is wrong, please enjoy your camp, thank you for joining SCAN. So I have to reassure my participants of SCAN. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so lastly, to approach the discussion, I don't know if the department is like the same department or like different, like platforms or different. Okay, give me a bit more time to think. Okay, I'm ready. So, for my department case, so they will be the exco of my subcom, and I would say that when I'm choosing my exco, I have the intention to develop them as leaders, and being leaders, a very key quality I hope that they will have, and I hope that SCAN will share is to communicate. So, they may have conflict, but and I guess I will mediate and facilitate a discussion between the two heads, or like firstly I'll do it within the firstly I'll check with my other excos to see, if they are being implicated in this conflict as well, and to understand their perspective, like perhaps why are you siding with the proxy, or why are you siding with the proxy, so I can assess like my exco's perspective on this conflict. Then secondly, I will have to address the two concerned department heads first. Like I'll have a discussion with them at my PD in a meeting room, and then we have to talk it out. We have to communicate our conflicts and like find out why and like what's the root problem, and how can I as a director help them, or how can we solve the problem as scope of SCAN, because SCAN is coming, we can't be fighting over conflicts because SCAN is coming and we have better things to do. Yeah. Then afterwards, I'll have to address my scope as a whole to to make them try to get them to they have to be neutral in this scenario, like they shouldn't be conflicting. They are leaders of my subcom. So them as leaders, they shouldn't be fighting among themselves, because otherwise who will the executives look up to? Like it doesn't just implicate them, it's not just about their own perhaps petty drama, but it's like the whole functioning of the committee is affected by their conflict. So I just have to remind them of their role as excos, and then what they promise to fulfill, what they promise to contribute to during my subcom recruitment interview with them. I'll just have to remind them of their goal and purpose, and that there's better things that they can do, and all this conflict we can resolve it together, or we can perhaps just shove it away temporarily for the camp, and then after the camp we can visit it and then manage it. However, if the conflict is too severe, then I guess I will have to approach my BPFOP and my P to mediate, but that is like the worst case scenario. Yeah. So just to summarize, I will first assess the situation by checking in with my excos, and also my subcom members as well, perhaps through a feedback form, do you feel anything wrong with SCAN? And then afterwards, then I will have to I have to meet up with the department heads, and then talk to them if I need to reach an agreement. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
We have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee, who is Cindy for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 44 Science Camp Management Committee. Malcolm?
I, Malcolm, Year 1 Life Sciences, would like to propose to close the Q&A for the nominee, who is Cindy for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 44 Science Camp Management Committee.
May I second for this motion, William?
I, Kevin Paul William Santos, Year 2 Life Sciences, would like to second this motion.
Anybody doesn't have a slip? So for this, A will be yes, B will be no. Once you're done, fold it twice and then raise your hand. Anybody still holding on to their voting slip? Miss Cindy, congratulations, you have passed the vote of confidence and will now be returned as the 44th Science Camp Director.
Thank you for your trust and faith and support since GT. I will try my best to be better than next time.
I have a proposal to close the portfolio of Science Care Director for the 44 Science Club Management Committee. Welcome.
I, Makata Yuan Life Sciences, would like to propose to close the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 44 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a second for this motion, William?
I can call Santos into life science would like to second this motion.
May I have a proposal for a 50 minutes break from 16:33 to 16:48? Malcolm?
I, Melkatan Human Life Sciences, would like to propose a 15 minutes break from 16:33 to 16:48.
May I have a second for this motion, William?
I can call Santos into life sciences would like to second this motion.
Okay, before y'all go for a break, we are going to collect dinner orders. So Kimberly is checking what's available now. Then by the end of this break, we need to collect finish. So once y'all see the message, please put in your orders. Any other Bye.
Bye, Mika.
I can call in Santos with life science technical.
Are there any nominations for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the 44 Science Club Management Committee, Sharon?
I think we should year to commission as one need chance in year one life science for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the 44 Science Club Management.
May I have a seconder for this motion? Benedict.
I, Benedict from How You Want Life Science, second is motion.
Kang Kenny, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the 44 Science Club Management Committee?
I chance in year one life sciences would like to accept the nomination for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the 44 Science Club Management Committee.
Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the 44 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the 44 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the 44 Science Club Management Committee? If there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the 44 Science Club Management Committee? Malcolm.
I, Member Tan Young Life Sciences, would like to propose to close nominations for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the 44 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, William?
I can call in Santos with life science second motion.
Kang Kenny. You need to please set your timing to 20 minutes.
Do I show it?
Kang Kenny, you have 20 minutes for your presentation. You may begin when you are ready. Please start the timer.
Okay, hi everyone, I'm Chang Xieni, and as shown on the slide, I'll be running for the position of the REC director. Okay, so this is a rough flow of the things I'll be talking about. So firstly, I'll be introducing about myself. Following on, I will talk about my own REC experience, which will lead me to talk about why I chose to be the REC director and why I believe I can be the REC director. And lastly, my own vision for REC next year. Okay, so first I'll talk more about myself. So firstly, talking about my academic journey, I was previously from Nanhua High School and I moved on to Hwa Chong Junior College. And now I'm studying life science in NUS. Okay, so throughout my entire journey since primary school, I've actually been in symphonic band. So that's for about 8+ years because I've been in band since primary 4 all the way up to junior college year 2. Okay. So throughout my entire journey in symphonic band, I took up multiple leadership roles. So in primary school, I was both the librarian as well as the president for my primary school band. Moving on to secondary school, I was a section leader when I was Sec 2, and then I took on the role of the vice chairperson of Nanhua Symphonic Band. Later on in junior college, I took up the position of welfare head in Hwa Chong Symphonic Band, as well as the head editor role for the entire committee for Hwa Chong Symphonic Band. On top of all these positions that I took up in my own CCA, I also took up external commitments and my class commitments. I was also part of the class committee for VIA champion or as a class chairperson throughout my entire journey in secondary school, and I was also the subject rep in my junior college class as well. Additionally, I was part of external organizations such as some volunteering organizations such as VIA Station, where I was the leader for the group that actually launched a collaboration with Zhenghua Primary School to start tutoring with the primary school students over there. So I was also the head of the group that actually led this virtual exchange program that was started by Hwa Chong Junior College. So as I said, I have a lot of leadership experience, and I believe that this kind of leadership experiences actually helped me become a good SMC member as well as a REC director. Additionally, I also would like to touch on about some passions and hobbies I have. So firstly, I love music. That's why I've been in symphonic band for so long. I also love running, and one of the most recent run that I actually took on was NUS Run 10 km. Yeah, and lastly, definitely, I have a passion in dancing, and that's why I actually signed up for REC Dance. And now I'll be moving on to talk about why I joined REC and how my experience was like in REC this year. So these are the pictures of the rag dancers with the rag comb, and on the right side is actually the picture when the results of us winning gold got actually announced. Okay, so through my entire journey in rag, right from the beginning, I was actually very hesitant on joining side track as a dancer because I was completely new to dance. I didn't even know how to dance, and I knew no one who signed up for stage track, both in all three of the departments. So it was quite a difficult decision for me to actually join and to kind of challenge myself in a whole new environment where I was pretty vulnerable in the sense that I did not know anything about dancing, and I'll be picking up something completely new. Additionally, throughout my entire experience, even though I actually knew no one and I was completely new to dancing, I formed lifelong friendships that I still talk to the regulars right until today. And I feel like this is something that is very, very important and is the essence of FOPs, especially for reg. Because we spend so much time together almost every single day, every single week for the past 2+ months. And these are the moments where we actually bond through high and lows, this roller coaster journey throughout the entire reg. And that's how I actually form a lot of my friendships in NUS. Because I came to NUS without knowing a lot of people as well. So when I came to NUS, I was a bit scared that I kind of didn't have any friends who I did more for. And that's also one of the reasons why I joined reg. And I believe that through reg, I actually managed to form a lot of friendships and this kind of bond that I feel that can help me go through the entire uni journey, and we did mods together, we go through a lot of things together when we have complaints about our teammates, for example, for our mods now, we can always confide in each other. And I think this is something that I hold very close to in my heart right now. And I think that reg right now is actually one of the biggest start to my entire uni life. And this is what I want the freshers of next year to experience. I wanted to experience something that I experienced, or even something more, even something bigger. Because I feel like reg is such a big start to my uni life. I feel like it is an experience that freshmen coming in next year should not miss out on. That's why I'll be talking about why I chose to be the reg director and how I believe that my qualities can actually fit me as a reg director. So like I said, my experience in reg actually prompted me for my passion and my determination to become the reg director. And additionally, I believe my experiences in reg can actually help me have a better view as a participant myself, as a freshman myself who participated in reg this year. So things that I feel like could be improved on, things that I felt like that was good, things that I felt that I want the next year freshies to experience because I myself experienced it. So these are my experience. I believe my experience in reg this year can actually help me a lot as the reg director. Additionally, like I mentioned, I have a lot of leadership positions last time, so I did learn a lot of things from my previous experiences and actually picked up good qualities from my previous teammates. For example, like one of my teammates last time had a very good way of planning certain timelines, and that's a habit I actually picked up, and I still currently do it as a leader for any of my CCAs or any of my external planning for JC. So I would like to talk a bit more about how I am as a leader. So for me, right, I draw a very, very clear line between personal life and professionalism. So any sort of because I'm your friend, so can you give me some debate certain things, or can I do less things as compared to someone else because I'm just your friend? I think this is not right, and this is something that I established very well right from the beginning in any sort of team working, even if I'm not like the team leader or the chairperson in that sense. So this is something that I established very, very clearly with any of my teammates, especially in Exco's position, and I will also do the same for my RegCom coming this year. So next, I would say I have rather good time management and organizations because in the past, in secondary school and JCs, I did take up a lot of commitments and I did take up a lot of different external activities as well as school events, CCA events, etc. So the fact that I was able to balance everything out, including my academics, to actually produce good results from almost every single one of my events, kind of including my academics. So I would say that in that sense, my time management skills and my organizations that I actually built up, these skills have been nourished and built up since my previous experiences as a leader and as well as even just as a com member in my entire CCA com. So additionally, definitely because I was in this comms, I was able to communicate with a wide variety of people, not just people people of the same age, like students of the same age. I also work with external organizations like beneficiaries, as well as external like principals from Zhonghua Primary School, as well as Shine Children and Youth Service Organization that we actually set up a VIA with from Hwa Chong Junior College Symphonic Band and Shine organization. So these are the kind of interpersonal skills that I built up throughout my entire experience. Okay, lastly, one of the main reasons and one of the biggest reasons why I want to be a rec director instead of just like one of the core members for rec is because I want to be part of SCMC. To me, I view SCMC as a friend. It's like a family in the sense where this is like a support system where I can always rely on. Additionally, I want to be the bridge between SCMC, Freshies, NUSU, as well as the rec community, because I believe that this communication, this bridge is very, very essential for rec, especially since NUSU is the organizer for rec, and I believe that with all my skills and all the experiences I had, I can be this bridge that forms within the rec home as well as SCMC, NUSU, and even other people. Okay, so now I'll be sharing a bit more about what I view as one of the most important things, if not the most important thing in rec next year. So this very, very big word that says freshies. So I believe that freshman is the main point and the most important thing in rec. So I believe that fresh is the most important because rec is essentially a freshman orientation program. This is a program made for the freshmen. That's why when people ask me, do you prefer FOP experience or I would definitely say easily it's the FOP. And at the end of the day, this is receiving and giving. This performance is not just, science track gets gold. It's more of this performance is put up. Thank the members of the public for donating through flag and any other activities through fundraising, etc. And I feel that this competition of getting gold is not the main point. It's like kind of like a side quest where when you achieve this kind of freshman orientation experience and actually getting to know more friends, forming lifelong friendships, forming bonds that you can actually can't really form in any other situations. And most importantly, I feel for rec is one of the very significant FOP in the sense that rec has the longest running time, so it's about 2+ months as compared to the camps which last for about 4 days. And I believe that these 2 months is very essential to actually bring these people together, to form deeper bonds, and to let them understand more about each other, and just form like better understanding. And throughout this entire 2 months, because we'll be going through a lot of ups and downs, I believe that this unity that can be brought together can bring the freshmen together through rec. And this is why, for me, my vision for rec next year is to put freshies first. That's all I have for my presentation. Thank you.
Anthony, you have 8 minutes and 55 seconds left for your presentation. Do you wish to end your presentation now?
Yes.
May I have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee Chang Tian for the portfolio of Receiving and Giving Director for the 44th Central Management Committee?
I am Dr. Daniel License. I'd like to propose to open the Q&A for the nominee Chang Tian for the portfolio of Receiving and Giving Director for the 44th Central Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, William?
I can follow from Central City Life Science, second this motion.
Time, makers, please change your time to 45 minutes. Chang Tian, you now have 45 minutes for Q&A. Day.
I wish you many days. Wish you able to the best science and analytics. Have 2 questions for you. The first question is, as a year 1 director, the vice director that has been RecCom for more than 2 years does not have faith in you, and that led to other subcommittee members to feel the same. Outline your course of action.
Sorry, can I clarify that when they participated in 2 years, is it then as a freshie, then as a core member, or 2 years as a core member? Thank you. So thank you for the question. So I would say that yes, it's true that to them they might have some doubts in me, in the sense that they already have experience inside the com. So what makes me different from them, or if not a director that can actually play a role better than them? So first, I believe that because they were 2 years as a com member, right, there might be some things that they overlook, some things that they could not see as a com member. Because as a com member, they already have a view that and a standpoint that they are core members. So they have considerations that they already have that they might not realize that the freshies might have something that they feel like, oh, can be improved on, for example. And I believe that when they say like, because I'm a year one director, it might not make me very like good in that sense. I don't really think so in the sense that because I was previously in grad already, so I do have an experience, especially as a freshie. So I do have a perspective and a viewpoint that they might not have. In the sense that I was a freshie myself, I was essentially their target audience. So I could pick up points that they themselves as a core member could not pick up on. And I believe that these are the fresh, innovative perspectives that I can actually bring upon and let these core members know. And additionally, I will reassure them that even if I'm the rep director, does not mean I'm like a dictator or anything. I still listen to their concerns, I still listen to their opinion. And this is like kind of my vision of how I want my rep subcom to be. Is that I want everyone to be in an environment where they are free to express their concerns, free to express their problems, or actually new thoughts or ideas that they have. And I believe that even if I'm the year one student in the sense that I have zero like experience as a rep home member, I believe that this is something that can be nurtured. That through my entire experience when I'm working with them, I don't think that my experience, like my lack of experience as being in a rep home will actually affect any of the way that I work, because I believe that I bring in new perspectives, I bring in new innovative ideas, and I believe that I see problems that they might not have because they were previously 2 years in com, so they already have maybe like a thought about how rec is gonna work, and they are most likely like gonna follow that whole structure that the previous 2 years of rec already had. And me being a freshie that already went through all of the entire rec experience, and me being the original target audience for the past 2 years, I believe that I'll be able to bring up problems or things that they might have missed out on when they were planning for rec in the past 2 years, or new suggestions or new innovative perspectives that they might have missed out on for the past 2 years. And I believe that this can add value to the rec coming in next year. And most essentially that I will assure them that because of my past leadership experiences, I do know how to work in a team, and I will assure them that no matter what, like this is not just because I'm a rec director, I won't listen to you. It's more of a I'm a rec director here, so I'm here to lead and like lead this kind of discussions and like pitch in my ideas and like be the bridge between the communications for NUSU as well as SCNC and other stakeholders. And I believe that this will not be impacted, this communication bridge will not be impacted just because I was previously not part of the RECCOM. Thank you.
In your presentation, you mentioned that freshies are the most important to you for Rec 24. So because of this, your subcom feels neglected, as they feel that you focus more on making sure freshies get the best experience instead of the subcom's welfare. Outline your thought process. For the minute takers, in your presentation, you mentioned that freshies are the most important to you for Rec 24. Because of this, your subcom feels neglected, as they feel that you focus more on making sure the freshies get the best experience and not on the subcom welfare. Outline your thought process.
So thank you for the question. So what I believe that something that I'll do right from the beginning is actually during the first meeting, I will talk to them about what their main goal and aim is. So I will definitely tell them that my main goal as the rec director is actually to put freshies first. And let's say, and it's most likely that they will agree to a certain extent because this in essential is an FOP project, it's an FOP, it's directed to freshmen. However, in any case that I always prioritize the freshies and I actually neglected the subcom members, firstly, definitely, when I hear that, I'll definitely apologize to them first because no matter what, as a rec director, right, the welfare of every single member, the SCMC members, the subcom members, the freshies, I believe that this is the welfare that cannot be neglected, but it's just that I will prioritize the freshies' welfare. And in any case that I neglected their welfare, I'll definitely apologize to them first because that's something that I shouldn't do as a rec director. It's something that I should have already considered from the beginning. So I'll definitely try to understand from their point of view, did I shoot down their ideas and did I was I too strict on them, was I too harsh on them, was I too straightforward with them when we were talking about the process such that I made the process efficient for the freshies to make them have an easier time. But did I end up hurting their feelings in a personal way? Did I offend them in any sort of way? This is the kind of questions that I'll ask them to get a better perspective on how I've neglected them. Did I give them too much work to complete in a short amount of time? Was the timeline too tight, just that I can give the freshies more time to actually have a fun time or have some rest days, etc. This is the kind of things I'll ask the subcom members, what I can improve on. For example, for the timeline, maybe for one of the proposals for let's say floats, I give them only 3 days, for example, and to me, maybe right at that point of time, I felt it was reasonable, but to the subcom members for floats, the departments for floats, maybe to them, it was too tight and it ended up affecting their sleep, they set at 3, 4 a.m. And this is something that is on me, this is really on me. So definitely when I get to know how I've affected their welfare, for example, to the timelines, from then on, I'll definitely change the timeline, tweak it, and actually ask them for maybe proposal A, how much time do you need, roughly. Definitely, when through planning this timeline, right, I will not impede the entire efficiency or how we can reach the deadlines because for certain, let's say for certain deadlines that we have to submit a proposal, then we have to send, let's say for budgeting, we have to send to quantity and then we have to go to the VPFOP and then the president, then to SEO, right? This kind of proposals cannot be delayed. But I will change the timeline beforehand, before we actually submit the proposal. I'll change it such that it will be less stressful for them. It gives them more time. And most importantly, I will definitely take more part. I'll take part in it more. So maybe they felt I was a bit absent as a rec director. Maybe I was too busy with something else, or maybe I just took more care for the other departments and they felt I neglected their departments. These are the kind of things that I'll think through and reallocate how I spend my time with each of the 3 departments and how I actually put in the effort and how much help they need, for example. So these are the kind of considerations I'll take in. And in any case, I will let the VPFOP know that this is happening and that you should maybe help me check in on the subcom members. Because maybe the subcom members feel too they don't want to approach me because it's quite a touchy subject. Maybe they feel a bit, I don't really want to tell Cindy because she's a rec director and essentially she's my boss kind of thing. So I'll definitely let the VPFOP know that this is actually a situation that was brought up. And in the future, if it's possible for him to actually check in on my subcom members to ensure that whatever changes that I've placed in, whatever changes that I've made, right, is actually effective and not just to them something that I do just for show. So I want to know the effectiveness afterwards by asking a third party for VPFOP to actually help me check on the core members and to make sure that whatever changes that I put in and whatever things that I took, whatever feedback I put in from them, it has been effective, the solutions. But at the end of the day, I will let the subcom know that right from the beginning, we already settled that our vision and aim is to let the freshies have the best experience. But I'll definitely apologize to them, and in any case that I've actually impacted their welfare, for example, their sleep schedule, like they end up sleeping 1 or 2 hours, for example. And I'll definitely try to work out a solution where, like, let's say timeline is less tight, and I can play a bigger part in, like, let's say their department, instead of just like putting more of my time in the other departments. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Coach Michelle, here to chemistry. I have 2 questions for you. Firstly, discuss the importance of alumni to REC. Given that their feedback is often based on your own REC experiences, they may not be relevant anymore. For me, it's because this is question 19.
Sorry, could you repeat the question once? Thank you.
Discuss the importance of alumni to REC. Given that their feedback is often based on your own REC experiences, they may not be relevant anymore.
Can I check and clarify if the feedback is like, let's say, for the quality of the performance or quality of costumes and clothes?
I think you can take it as they watch the performance, like one of the directors shows, and they give feedback on like overall feedback.
Thank you. So thank you for the question. But I would say throughout the main part of my answer will be that it depends on what kind of feedback that they give. So for example, to a certain extent, I'll say yes, because they previously had experience in REC. So they knew how, for example, how the expressions for the dancers, like what kind of standards NUS is looking for, or like how the flow should flow, like how are the movements supposed to be like for example, if they say, for example, this float came in late, like maybe by like one beat or etc. etc. These are the things that we can change, and these are the feedback that we can work on because it affects our performance quality. However, like for example, feedback like, your float is too small. For example, it's only 4 meters, but how about we create a 8-meter Merlion or like mermaid, for example. It depends on how doable their feedback and actually how applicable the feedback is to us. Because NUS does have this kind of like restrictions on, let's say, the height of a float. And even if their feedback sounds fabulous, like if we can carry it out, it's going to be good for our performance. But does it follow the NUS guidelines? Does it affect our performance? Is it doable within our budget? Is it doable within the timeline that we have set, for example? These are the kind of things that I'll take in through the feedback. Definitely, I'll give them an avenue to like give feedback from. Like they let me know that there's certain parts of the performance that can be improved. There's certain parts of the costumes that maybe it's too revealing that they feel, or like maybe it's too plain, for example. These are the things that I feel that we can work on because essentially, even whether they are alumni or not, they are still viewers. They are still the public viewers that are watching our performance for the first time. So I would say rather than associating them that they are the alumni that came back from the previous REC, I would view more of them like if the public, they are the public. So if the public watches our performance now, this how they feel, especially so since they previously have experience, so they have high expectations, so they will actually give us more accurate and more, let's say, artistic feedback. However, I'll definitely evaluate how doable and how possible these feedbacks are. Like for example, the 8-meter tall float that I mentioned just now. It's if it goes against the NUS guidelines, although it sounds very dreamlike, we actually can carry it out. But if it's not possible, then I believe that this is the kind of feedback that will kind of filter out and actually keep the feedback that we can actually work on. So for example, they say like there's a certain fruit that if they believe that has more like greater importance, it has a bigger impact. So for example, learning about how, like what kind of fruits should be replaced, what kind of fruit should like be removed such that we can add this, and if it's even doable to add this kind of thing. So these are the kind of like things that I will think about from their feedback to actually filter out whether this feedback is constructive or not. Like that's how I would say that the importance of the alumni feedback really depends on what kind of feedback that they give. If it's constructive criticism or constructive feedback that can actually be worked on by my RedCom, I'll definitely like talk to them about it, and then from then on they will see, maybe we can improve this. Then it actually gives us like kind of a seed to like start ideating to maybe better our costumes, better our dance, better our clothes. In a sense, it gives us like a little push to maybe like increase the amount of ideas or like how we can actually build on what ideas that we already have. However, like feedbacks that are not constructive or essentially not doable, like I'll like let my com know that maybe this is like the idea that they give, but essentially we are unable to do it. Like we can't carry it out. So maybe we can generate ideas from like the feedback that they give. Like maybe we can use that as an inspiration. But in essence, I would say that it really depends on what kind of feedback that they give. And if my subcom is receptive to the feedback that they give, maybe even if the alumni gives this like feedback that might be doable, if my subcom thinks that it's not doable, or like they think that actually overall in their opinion, it might not actually add on to what the entire like rap performance will be like, then in essence, maybe we won't take the feedback, but we will take it as an inspiration. So I would say it depends on the feedback as well as how my subcom actually reacts to it. Thank you.
So for my next question, a concerned right dancer freshman feedbacks to you that dance practices are too demanding and frequent. He has to give up many opportunities to join other activities such as major camps, hall camps, IFGs, for the dance practices. He thinks that it's unfair to right dancers. Outline your thought process. For me, Slippers, this is question 20.
I'm going to clarify that like the freshie dancer actually only mentioned the frequency, or is it overall they think that the dance is like too much for them?
The freshman fancy demanding and frequent, and also having to give up many opportunities.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. So I do understand that RED is actually a long-term commitment where you basically have to be present for almost every single weekday, depending on how many sessions you signed up for, or how many sessions the sub-com leaders have actually like in place. So first, I would definitely ask like, what makes the practice demanding? Like, is the dance too difficult? Is it too technical for the dancers to actually keep up? Is it too like
too difficult in terms of like choreography, or other dance com members teaching too fast, for example. These are the kind of questions that I'll ask the freshie to get to know more about what they think is demanding and which are the areas that we can actually improve on. Then from then on, like these are the kind of feedbacks that I'll take and go to my vice director for dance as well as the entire dance complex, give feedback to them that actually one of the freshies came over to tell me that there's certain things that they felt was too much for them. Like for example, the dance was too difficult. It couldn't be carried out for them, and like they really struggled and they didn't give enough time for them. So these are the kind of feedbacks that I'll tell the vice director and the entire dance comp so that they can take in the feedback and actually adjust the dance services for them. For example, they can make the dance easier, like they choreograph an easier dance, or like they make dance services shorter. However, I do understand that by reducing the frequency of dance services, it might impact the quality of the dance performance. So first, I'll definitely ask the dance comp and the vice director for dance on how is their overall process of teaching the dance. Are you almost done? Like how's your progress like? And it really depends on how close we are to that. Like for example, if it's near the beginning, we can still make some changes according to like how the choreography is like. So we can make it simpler, so like dancers can take it in easier, and such that since it's simpler, we can pick it up faster. We can actually reduce the frequency or the duration of these dance services. Because I do understand that long duration dance services can be very taxing on the dancers' bodies as well. So I feel like these are the kind of things I'll ask with regards to the demanding part of the concern for the rec dancers. So as for the frequency, I will mention to the rec, I'll let the rec dancer know that actually this was a commitment, and like this is the kind of thing that we actually looked at right from the beginning, that it's kind of inevitable to have such long, like rather long practices and frequent durations, because in essence, this is still a performance that we want to put up to the public to thank them for all of their contributions to our flag. And in essence, we shouldn't put up a performance that is not as good just for the fact that we want to rest even more. This is the kind of like commitment that they actually promised when they signed up. And in essence, like I will remind them of the purpose of flag is receiving and giving. So in essence, that although it is tough, like the dance practices can be tough, like it can get quite technical, but to them, this is a performance where they can be proud of at the end of the day. However, I will reassure the rec dancer that definitely I'll take their feedback into consideration, especially if the dance is too difficult. And moving on, I will definitely like ask the rec dance form and the rec vice director to actually probably send out like an anonymous feedback form to like get to know how they have been coping, like how the rec dancers have been coping so far. Like, do they think the dance is too hard? Like, is it a common consensus throughout all of the rec dancers? And this is the kind of things that I'll take into consideration. Or is it just some of the dancers who are struggling with dance? And maybe from then on, like we can work on it. Like maybe the dance form can like teach a certain like smaller group of people in rather than a whole like group of people for the scene, for example. So definitely I'll ask like the dance form as well as to how we can change the timeline or how we can change the dance such that it can actually help the freshies. Like I said, I will put the freshies first, so I'll definitely let them know about this kind of concerns that the freshies are, because I want the freshie to leave rec thinking that they just went through hell, or like they went through something that they absolutely hated. And I believe like the dance form will understand from this point of view, because like they would know that dance itself is hard. So it can get quite technical, and sometimes maybe when they are thinking of something that's really very beautiful in terms of choreography, but they actually fail to realize that it might be too technical for new dancers to actually pick up. So these are the kind of things that I will talk about with my dance club members and try to get like a middle ground, like something that looks nice, but it's still not too difficult and does not compromise on the overall quality of the performance in a sense. And like I said, I'll get the general feedback from the dancers, and in the sense, if like the general consensus is too difficult or too tiring, we can try to work out a way that actually can help fit the entire timeline schedule. So for example, this year they actually introduced this new thing called mental health days, which I actually really appreciated, and I thought it was a good initiative that
the rec dance comp has started. So I believe that this kind of initiative is something that I will move and bring on to next year's rec. And once I gather the feedback from like the rec dancers, that actually they are too overwhelmed. I will consult the other departments like the floats and costumes and see if the com members actually feel like their freshies are feeling the same way. And in essence, if they feel like, oh, it seems like their freshies are a bit overwhelmed, we will send out like another Google form to the other two departments to get to know like the overall, like how each freshies feel. And then like the rec com, the entire sub-com will work out a way where it does not affect the quality of the performance, the quality of the floats and the costumes, and yet still put freshies as first. But in that sense, I would say that I will let the rec dancer know that this is still a commitment for them to take on. However, I'll definitely find alternative solutions and things to make it simpler for the dancers, such that they don't leave rec thinking that they absolutely hated it because it was so difficult, it was too much for them, it was too overwhelming. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Benedict from Weihao Young Life Sciences. I have two questions for you. The first is, in a hypothetical scenario, midway through the year, your beneficiary gets into a public scandal. Outline your course of action. For minute takers, this is question 35.
Can I ask like what kind of scandal? Like is it like monetary scandal or?
Yeah, you can assume so.
Okay, thank you. Also clarify, midway, is it like after the like all the beneficiary visits or while we are planning for the beneficiary visits?
So it's like when you all have already decided on that beneficiary and you are in the midst of training for it.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for the question. Realistically, if you think about it, REC is a performance to thank the public. So in essence, if we support a beneficiary that went to a public scandal that most of the public actually disagree with and they feel that in a way that this beneficiary, let's say, should be stripped off of like, let's say, their rights to like be a support group or support organization for a certain beneficiary. So it wouldn't be good that we continue to support them. So ideally, we should change the beneficiary, even though it's halfway through REC and halfway through this entire process. However, there's a lot of considerations to think about. So realistically, if we change it, let's say we decide to change it, so I will like talk to my subcom about it, like are there any beneficiaries that we can still reach out to that still fit our vision? And not just like REC subcoms, also the flex subcommittee. Like think about what kind of beneficiary like
we can still consider even after changing the beneficiary. Like, will any of our initiatives, like the beneficiary visits, be impacted? And how should we change the beneficiary visits such that if it's, let's say, like beneficiary A that we are currently looking at, and how are the monetary transactions going to go through from all of our like donations and all of our fundraising to these like new beneficiary. And in essence, like, does this new beneficiary even need fundings, or is there something else that they need? These are the kind of things that I'll think about and discuss with them. And definitely, of course, I'll inform like the VPFOP as well as the president that because of this like public scandal, it might not be ideal that we actually continue this beneficiary and like and flag like a relationship, because it will kind of realistically, it will impact how the public views us in that sense. And if like the entire point of REC is to put out a performance to thank the public, it's kind of ironic in a sense if they're supporting a beneficiary that they believe should be stripped off of their like rights to be in an organization to help a certain kind of beneficiary in that sense. So definitely I'll discuss it with the VPFOP and definitely the president to see whether changing the beneficiary is possible and their own viewpoints on changing beneficiary way. So definitely I also think about like I said, like how the monetary transactions are going to go over, how the beneficiary visits are going to change. And this is the kind of things that will kind of be last minute, but if the subcom for both of the coms are willing to take up this challenge, and I believe that most likely we will like cater and change the beneficiary visits to the new beneficiary. Additionally to the VPFOP and like the president, and after like the com has like settled, like let's say there's this new beneficiary that we want to like hopefully like work with, we'll definitely inform like SEO and NUSU first to get their permission and to check whether it is possible to change this beneficiary in the first place. Especially since NUSU is the one that is holding the entire REC. So we will check whether like this new beneficiary is it in the list of approved beneficiaries that we can actually work with for REC and flag, etc. So once we get the permission and once we change all like we get all the administrative things done, then it is possible for us to actually like change beneficiaries. Especially like once NUSU and SEO actually give their approval, and if the subcom, the president and the VPFOP thinks it's okay to go ahead, then we will carry it out and we will change the beneficiary. But I think most importantly, like no matter what beneficiary we take up, right, we should like I will make sure that, and the subcom will make sure that this new beneficiary that we actually take up on fit our vision that we set right from the start of it. Like for example, we want to help the elderly. So the new beneficiary that we should take up on should benefit the elderly, like maybe just a different like target audience for the elderly, for example. Like maybe now it's with elderly with dementia, for example. So I would say that personally, realistically, it would be better to change the beneficiary, even if it's midway. However, we have to check whether it's possible through SEO and NUSU first, and once the subcoms all are agreeable to it, then we will change the beneficiaries. Thank you.
So the next question is, in a hypothetical scenario, night rehearsals are able to start on time as cars are still being parked at 7 p.m. So your vice director approaches you and suggests that REC cordons off a few of the car park lots so that you all can start night rehearsals on time the next day. What would you do in this situation? For minute takers, this is question 27.
Can you check if like when we say like cordon off like the car park spaces, is it before 7 p.m. of our allocated time?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
May I have a proposal for a 15-minute time extended for Q&A?
I got anyone license would like to propose a 15-minute time extended for Q&A.
May I have a seconder for this motion, William?
I can call associated with life science. Second this motion.
Minute takers, please reset the timer when the timer stops.
so thank you for the question. I would say that this is a suggestion that is ideal if we can have, but it's something that we actually cannot carry out. In a sense, we book the car park from 7 p.m. onwards, so technically, ethically, it's not right for us to cordon off the parking lots to prevent like the cars from actually parking there because it's not our booking timing yet. So ethically, it's not right for us to do that. Other than that, we can consider other possibilities like bringing forward our booking timings. So this is the kind of like things that we can discuss through our subcom, and I can propose to the VPFOP. And the VPFOP will see whether it's feasible enough such that we can suggest to the SBO to actually bring forward our booking timing. So especially so since like there's some cars that actually come at about like 5 plus 6 p.m. because like let's say they want to grab dinner at Frontier, then end up they park their cars in. So maybe we can bring forth this timing to before dinner time such that when they drive at their gantry, they will see that, oh, this time is already booked. So they technically can park it there. And additionally, meanwhile, we're trying to get this permission to like be put forth where we can actually like book the car park, let's say earlier, and like we explain our reasons why. We can actually, I'm not sure whether how effective it is, but right off the top of my head, first I would say that maybe we can put some small notes on like the cars to let like the drivers know that, oh, actually during this certain period of time for like these certain days, and actually we have this night rehearsal. So maybe you didn't see the sign, maybe like we didn't notice like the signage, for example. So this is the kind of things like that I would like to convey to the driver because I technically don't have like their contact number in that sense. So this is the kind of things that I will do. Like first, I will see whether there's a possibility to bring forward the like booking car park time, and I'll discuss it with the VPFOP to see whether it's feasible and whether SBO will approve. And secondly, to see if there's any way of communication with the driver so that them know directly. And like to kind of see like, oh, if they didn't see our sign, we have to have a bigger sign to say right at the entry that sign track is taking over the car park from this signing, for example, like maybe it was too small for them to see. Like these are the considerations I'll take them in and like let and communicate to the drivers themselves. Thank you.
I'm Kimmy Demonstrating. If you would like to ask a question. Sorry, I'm still laughing at this. As a rec director, you'll be liaising with numerous external partners beyond SCSC. How do you envision your working relationship with NUS to be like?
Can you repeat the question for me first?
For the sake of me, because this is question from people.
Can I just clarify, is it just NUSU or like do I have to consider all the other external organizations like the beneficiaries themselves?
It's just NUSU.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so thank you for your question. So, a bit of a disclaimer. I haven't heard the best things about NUSU, so maybe my view on NUSU might not be the best, which kind of might lead to the bias of my answer. But what I envision is definitely not a tough, it's like quite a tough relationship with NUSU. So in that sense, NUSU is the organizing body for REC, and most likely there will be certain policies or certain things that they push out, but that might be unreasonable or things that might not make sense to any of the REC directors. So in that sense, I would follow the rules that they set. For example, no floats as above 5 meters. These are the kind of things that I accept because it is a safety issue. It is something that has to be taken into concern, and this is the kind of things that I will follow from the zoo. However, from an example that came in from my interview that said that if they ask me to give within 17 hours, they ask me to put out a proposal. In a sense, it's very, it's not fair to any of the REC directors. So first, this kind of unreasonable request or this kind of unreasonable policies that they put out. First, I'll definitely voice it out to the REC director, the overall REC director in NUSU that this 17 hours is not possible. For example, they gave me at 12 a.m., then they asked me to submit it at 5 p.m. So in that sense, it's not reasonable, and I'll give them a breakdown of how I spend my time. So maybe I only saw the proposal at 8 a.m. the next day. So I have very, very little time to actually work on it. Additionally, I have to go through all the subcom, like my subcom members. I have to go through my BPFOB. If let's say if there's any monetary transactions that needed, I'll have to go through my honorary treasurer. I have to go through the president, and then to SEO. Then I can submit the proposal to NUSU. So in a sense, the timeline just doesn't make sense. But if let's say the REC director of the NUSU, this is just something I set up. So I will definitely voice this to both the president and the BPFOB to let them know that this is kind of like an unfair situation that's happening right now that my subcom and myself is actually struggling with. So maybe it is possible, can you help me put in a word to NUSU and let them know that this is the kind of policies or things that they have put out that is quite unreasonable, and see if there's any way for us to actually change, convince them otherwise. Because like I said, I have a slightly biased view of NUSU, so I can already envision my journey with them to not be easy. But for me, right, although there are rules and regulations set by them, I believe that this kind of unreasonable request or this kind of unreasonable policy, right, I feel like we should stand our ground in that sense because it kind of protects our rights. And let's say we let them have it this round, right? Maybe they will okay, not exactly the right word, but maybe they'll bully us by putting in even more unreasonable requests in the future, and that will impact our overall efficiency as how we work all our proposals and how we hand out and how SEO might get kind of irritated with us constantly asking them to sign our proposals last minute because NUSU asks us to hand out a proposal within a very short period of time. So in essence, I will what I view my relationship to be with NUSU is rough, but it's kind of, I will follow my strict parents, but if in any case it's too unreasonable, I will voice it out. And if let's say I myself don't have strong enough power to voice my opinions, I'll definitely ask my BPFOB and the press to let them know that this is the kind of situation that my subcom is facing, and it's quite rough, and we are unable to let's say fulfill certain regulations or certain policies that are put out for it. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Monitor Melissa has 2 questions for you. In a hypothetical scenario, the style director requests for the style REC exposure segment to be game-centric rather than a performance, saying that it fits with the campaign better. Outline your course of action.
Thank you for the question. So I would say this like sound performance, this segment, like the overall objective is not to make it fun or like make it like a game for the sound participants. Rather, it's like a segment for sound participants to actually know more about rec and know more about like this like whole idea behind rec. Like that this is a receiving and giving performance. This is us, like this is your other schoolmates, your family mates, and your potential mod mates that are actually putting up this performance for like to thank the public and let them know more about rec, and in that sense also know more about flag because rec and flag has this very close relationship. So I would say it depends on how they want to make like this segment a game. Like let's say for example, like I would say the easiest way that will not affect the rec performance itself is like let's say like house A and B are the viewers, then house A and B will choose like let's say the best audience member during this sound night performance, for example. Like this, right off the top of my head, this is the easiest game or like game that I feel cannot like will not affect the rec performance. However, the sound directors insist that we should just change the entire flow such that it will affect the performance, right? Like first I would like let the sound director know that there's a reason why we have it this way. Like we want to get the best feedback as possible because technically they are our first audience. So that's when the most fresh feedbacks and the best feedbacks were given because previously we wouldn't have like much feedbacks because we don't have much audience in the first place. And I'll let them know that like it will be good that the segment will be kept similar in the sense that it will still allow us to perform and like showcase how our entire performance goes. And in a sense, I would understand from like the sound director's like position that, since sound is supposed to let like the science students have fun, like why not just make everything fun? But I would say that this is where we will try to reach a middle ground where like the sound director has to understand that this segment is like not just for the sound participants to have fun, but it also allows like the rec dancers, the rec floaters, the costumers to get actual constructive feedback from them. And let's say if this like we couldn't find a common ground, I would definitely like consult the VPFOP about this and check if there's any sort of like common ground that can be fulfilled and can be reached at the point of time. And I let the press know, for example, to see whether there's anything that can be solved and can be pushed out from a middle ground. Like, or let's say if me and the sound director have came to a common ground, so that the VPFP know that this is something that actually happened, like this kind of like not clash, but maybe a disagreement between the two directors had happened, but we came to a common ground. So are you alright with what do you think of this, for example? So this is the kind of things that I will take, like this is the kind of course of action that I'll take, that I will consult the sound director, let the sound director know what is the purpose of this rep segment, and definitely consult the VPFOP if there's still any more like clashes or like if let's say we reach a common ground and decide to change the segment in a certain way, I'll let the VPFOP know as well. Thank you.
My second question, you notice that the freshmen who sign up for float seem to not be attending float sessions regularly, more of as and when they want to. However, your floats hit feels like this is not an issue, as the nature of floats tends to be more low commitment for freshmen. Outline your course of action.
For this, could you repeat the question once more? Thank you.
You notice that the freshmen who have signed up for floats seem to not be attending float sessions regularly, more of as and when they want to. However, your floats head feels like this is not an issue, as the nature of floats tends to be more low commitment for freshmen. Outline your course of action.
Okay, thank you for the question. So there's some considerations that I'll take into account before I take any action. So first I would like to know why the freshman is not attending the float session. Did they face any bullying, or did they feel like it's too difficult? Is there too much workload that they take up? Did the float com tell them, not excluding the float state. Let's say one of the float com member told them, I think it's better for you to come every day like that. Then after they hear that, then they feel, I don't want to come anymore. Is this kind of sentiment being put up for the floater? Or what is the reason behind that? Do they have a lot of personal matters? Do they have jobs that they have taken up during the holidays such that it clashes with these float sessions? So I would say these are the things that I would understand from the freshman point of first. So it is something that we can work on, there's too much work every single session. They feel very overloaded every single session. Then I will ask and consult how the floats have been having their float session. Do they just dump a lot of things, or you drill this, then you paint this, and then they have no rest sessions? Is that why the freshmen cannot come? So if that's the case, it is something that, let's say, it's too much workload for the freshmen to take during that sessions. I feel that this is something that we can change. And as long as I talk to the subcom, the float head, as well as the vice or director for floats, right? We can work out a solution such that it will make the session less tiring and maybe attract the freshmen to come back more often. However, it is personal reasons. That one I feel cannot be changed. Let's say there's a family member that they have to take care of at home. So I feel in that sense, rather than increasing the quantity of how many times the freshman comes, we can increase the quality of the float session. Maybe instead of just asking them to paint the floats, just a rough idea of my head. Why we create small groups within each of the float, within float itself, and make them have a competition within each other. For example, let's say they collectively make a float, then let's say collectively they make a float, right? Then we see how fast you can do it, how well you can do it, for example, something like that. I won't evaluate how effective or how good it is, but that's some idea of it, for example. And definitely, when it's just a float state that say that it's not a problem, I will definitely ask the com members, how the floats com members themselves feel, and how the vice director for floats feel. Do they feel the irregularity is once every 2 weeks, or once every 3 weeks, how irregular it is and how it will affect the entire flow and the entire process, and how we can actually attract the freshmen to come back more often, or attract the freshmen to actually feel more enticed to come for the floats sessions in a sense. So this is the kind of things I will carry out. So first I will understand from the freshies' point of view as to why they're not coming for a float session. If it's something that cannot be changed, let's say they have family problems at home, then this one I will understand. It's not because that there is something wrong with the float sessions or they feel too overwhelmed, but rather it's just something that can't be avoided. Then this is the kind of situations where I'll kind of let the com know, then give them support whenever the freshie comes. And the second thing is to check whether the rest of the com and the vice director for floats is actually agreeable with the float head, that this is a common consensus that they gave, that it's okay no matter how many numbers a freshman, how many sessions a freshman comes. Or is there did they previously agree that the freshmen should come for a certain number of sessions? And if so, we will figure out how the freshman is not coming for this, for example, 75% of the float sessions, and how we can make the float sessions better, such that we can actually entice the freshmen to come back more often, and let them feel that this float session is not just a tiring job where they come to paint and come to build floats. And it's actually more you can actually form a lot of friendships when you actually try to paint the floats with another freshman that you have not met, because it's really very, very hard. So when you do it yourself, when you actually experience it hands-on, it's really an experience that right after you finish your floats, you will definitely bond with the freshmen because of how difficult you have how difficult it is to do the floats. Yeah, that's a rough course question that I'll take. Thank you.
Hi, Benedict from How You Want Life Science. I have a question for you.
In a hypothetical scenario, during the planning of Lego Week, some members in the Lego Week organizing committee wish to scale up the level of outreach. Instead of only 1 day of BV, beneficiary visits, they aim to have a few days of beneficiary visits. Outline your course of action in response to this. For minutes takers, this is question 31.
Jenny, when you look at the question, we'll ask one more question. Okay.
Hi, this is I wish you have to data science and analytics have one question for you. This is a follow-up to your previous answer regarding Musu. So from your answer, if I understand correctly, you have a bias against Musu. Are you going to let this affect the way you work with Musu? So from this because I will repeat my question. This is a follow-up. Sorry. This is a follow-up to my previous answer regarding Musu. So from your answer, if I understand it correctly, you have a bias against Musu. Are you going to let this affect your working relationship with Musu?
Can I get the repeat of the Lego question?
In a hypothetical scenario, during the planning for Lego Week, some members in the Lego Week organizing committee wish to scale up the level of outreach. Instead of only 1 day of beneficiary visits, they aim to have a few days of beneficiary visits. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so I'll answer the Lego Week question first. So I will talk about like the considerations that I take and that's how I took the actions, right? So first, like I understand that it's some COM members that suggested this. So first I will ask the other COM members like, oh, you all feel the same about having more than one beneficiary visit? Like, is that a common consensus throughout the entire Lego Week COM? Then later on, like, let's say the entire COM thinks, oh, if it's possible, let's carry it out, like more beneficiary visits. So the next thing that I will take into consideration is logistics-wise and monetary-wise, we have enough funds, we have enough logistics to carry out multiple beneficiary visits instead of just one. So I would like check with like the honorary treasurer if there's enough funds or like how much extra funds we can actually put into Lego Week such that we can carry out more beneficiary visits, or do we have like a tight budget such that we actually only have this much amount of money to work with, and therefore making multiple beneficiary visits might be difficult as it will affect the quality of the activities that we will do or like the visits that we will do with the beneficiary. So definitely I'll check with the honorary treasurer whether this monetary and logistics wise it is even possible in the first place to have multiple visits. Definitely the next thing is how many volunteers we have. Like let's say for that 1 day that we have, like let's say Monday of the week, then we have a lot of volunteers and it's possible to carry out the beneficiary visit. But the let's say for 4 days, for example, what if Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we don't have enough volunteers? And then this will affect the beneficiary visits as well, because we don't have enough volunteers to carry out the beneficiary visits, and we cannot engage enough science students. So this is another thing that I will check, whether there will even be volunteers that will actually take up these beneficiary visits. Since let's say there's not enough volunteers or not enough funds, this will affect the quality of the beneficiary visits. And I feel that if it affects the quality of the beneficiary visits, then it might not be good, it might not be an ideal solution to actually carry out more beneficiary visits, because it will cause more harm than good. I would say a one good session to start things off will be good, rather than having a few sessions that seem too plain or not enough for the beneficiaries. Because I want this legal way to actually start the volunteers to let's say gain better insights into volunteering with this specific organization. And I feel that in any case, if the lack of volunteers and the money, right, after consulting the honorary treasurer, seems that it will affect the quality of our beneficiary visit, then it might not be ideal that we carry out multiple beneficiary visits in the first place. And definitely, I will consult the beneficiary itself, whether they even want multiple visits in the first place. Let's say, for example, we propose Monday to Thursday with the beneficiary visits. Do they have other events for the beneficiaries themselves on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or do they just want one day for exposure to get to know more people and get to work with us science club in general and see if there's any other projects that we can launch in the future, or whether this even this extra beneficiary visits is even possible with the beneficiaries themselves. This is something that I will also check with the beneficiary side, and of course the SCMC members to check whether they feel that it is doable, whether it is possible to carry out this extra beneficiary visits. Does it does it clash with any other of our SCMC events, any of our possible potential events, let's say the scam never ends with that way. Sorry, I forgot what I call. I'm so sorry, scam director. Okay, wait. Anyways, in that sense, does any of these SCMC events that we already pre-planned, will it affect the beneficiary visits? And because if it affects the it clashes with the beneficiary visits, right, there might be less volunteers. So it's kind of like a domino effect. So this is the kind of things that I will check. So first, I'll check whether logistically and monetary-wise it is possible, whether the rest of the core members agree with it, and check whether the beneficiaries themselves will want this kind of extra visits, and whether it will clash with any of the SCNC potential events or events that had already been set in place. Okay, now I'll take a bit of time to think about the NUS question. Okay, the straight answer is of course no. I've said previously, right, any kind of personal views or any kind of my own friendship, any sort of personal feelings, I keep it very separate from professionalism. And when I say that I have a bias against NUSU, it's more of not oh, I hate NUSU, then I don't want to go with them. It's more of I'm expecting that there will be some sort of hurdles and some sort of problems that might come out during the entire time when we work with NUSU. It's more of an expectation, because previously in the previous years there had been some hurdles and problems that had been that science rep had with NUSU. So I would, rather than having a biased view of NUSU that I think they are not doing a very good job, for example, right? Rather than that, it's more of something that I expect, something that I feel that might happen, and I will brace my core members to think about it. We will let's say plan certain proposals ahead of time, and let's say NUSU decides to change something about it. We will be prepared. We'll be mentally prepared that NUSU suggested this. Maybe we'll take this course of action. For example, if it's not doable, I'll bring up to the VPFOP and the president to talk to the NUSU and see if there's any extensions or any changes that can be made
when they push out the policy or the new regulation. Or like if it's doable, then we will try to see, and if it's like it makes sense, like let's say for the freshie wise or like safety wise, right? Then we already raise ourselves to like know that we have to make like last minute changes. So rather than it being like I am expecting a bad relationship and I don't want to work with Musu, but rather it's more of like a form of expectations where I know it's not going to be an easy journey with Musu because they are after all the organizing body and they can make changes that I might not agree with or the entire hall might not agree with, SCNC members might not agree with, or even other rec directors and other rec coms or other faculties or halls residences might not agree with. And this is the kind of thing that I have placed expectations on, that I expected that it will come out. This is the kind of like thing that I was trying to say when I said bias. It's not something that will affect my relationship, but something that I expect that will come out because I expect this like journey with Nusu to not be very easy because Nusu themselves might think that there's certain regulations or policies that they put in that they think, oh, it's doable, but actually in reality it's not. It's consulted by other reg directors or any other SNC members. Like it just logically it cannot be carried out. This is the kind of like, in essence, I would say that it is not an emotion that I feel against them. It's more or like that I am fully against Musu. It's rather something that I will tell my core members and make sure that they brace themselves to and know that we won't be caught off guard when certain policies or certain things have been placed out by Musu last minute or like certain things that like that they push out that does not like technically in reality cannot be carried out. And then we already know the kind of course of action that we will take and how we will like defend ourselves and how we will ensure that we won't be bullied in that sense. Like let's say if they give us like some ridiculous request. So rather than it being an emotion that I'm against Musu, it's rather something that like I will raise me and my home to expect throughout the entire rep planning journey. Thank you.
We have a proposal to close the hearing for the nomination hearing for the proposal of President giving director for the Cost and Management Committee. Maka.
I, member that Yuan Life Sciences, would like to propose to close the hearing for nomination hearing for the proposal of receiving and giving director for Cost and Management Committee.
We have a second for this motion, William.
I can forward samples into life science second.
So for this, A is yes, B is no.
Yeah.
Anything on the slide?
Okay, hello everyone. Once again, I'm Chang Tilly, who is going to run for the role of rec director. So first, after hearing from a lot of people and what they actually thought about me, and I realized that there's a lot of things that I didn't address as well, or there's points that I brought up that might have been misunderstood by many of you all. So I think that, for example, for the very first question, when I talked about how the vice directors might not think that I'll be a valuable addition to the entire RedCom, right? I mentioned that I do have a lot of valuable insights and a lot of experiences. However, I failed to address the fact that the first thing I will do is to get the vice directors to be on the same page as me, to understand my point of view of how my experiences and my insights will actually bring more value to the REC community. And I think this is something that I will do first, is to convince them and let them understand from my point of view of how I will actually bring more valuable insights and how I will actually bring more value to the entire of the REC community. And I think this is something that I failed to address, and I will be addressing more next time in my Q&A later. Okay, so second, for my second question about the freshies and the subcommittee, I do acknowledge that there was a gap in between my whole point of pushing freshies first. So in essence, is that I'm putting freshies as priority, but that does not mean I'm doing it at the expense of my subcommittees. Because in the sense that I feel that the welfare of the freshmen actually builds a lot on the welfare of the subcommittee. In the sense that the subcommittee has the biggest and the most exposure to these freshies. And if the planning or the execution of the events is impacted by the decrease in welfare of the subcommittee, it's going to directly impact the welfare of the freshmen as well. So I think this is something that I failed to address during my answer, which is something that I left out. But I do know now that this is something that is connected to the freshies itself. Freshies is not just a standalone stakeholder that I have to consider. And the fact that the subcom works very closely, and for example, for the different floats dance com, as well as the costumes com, they have a direct relationship with the freshmen because they meet them every single session, like dance sessions, costume sessions, etc. And I think from then on, I definitely understand more about how the freshman welfare is just not independently the freshman welfare. The freshman welfare is greatly affected by the welfare of the subcommittee as well, because in essence, they are the ones who are planning the activities, they're the ones who are carrying out the activities, they are the ones who actually interact the most with the freshmen. And this is something that I do acknowledge that I missed out in my answer as well. Okay. So for the third question about the alumni feedback, I think some of you misunderstand that I said that there is no or very little importance to the feedback by the alumni. That's not the point that I was trying to address. The thing I was trying to say is, through my course of actions, I will definitely listen to the alumni feedback. It's something that is valuable because we don't have a lot of audiences. We don't have a lot of chance to perform in front of each other. The most important or the biggest point in performing or performing in front of a crowd will be sound rehearsal, which is actually very close to rec day itself. So these alumni feedbacks are very, very valuable, especially since they are previously from rec, so they have a better insight on how to actually improve our performance based on any of the 3 departments. So what I was trying to say is not that I don't value the alumni feedback, but rather that I will see whether the alumni feedback can actually fit into our timeline, for example, for floats or costumes, and whether it is doable while dance performance in that sense. So it's not that I don't value the alumni feedback, it's more of that I will definitely consider the alumni feedback and then see whether it's doable and if I'll be able or the subcom is able to carry it out. Okay, so for the fourth question about how the Frenchie thinks that it's too demanding or it's too much for them to handle. I think I failed to address the immediate thing that the freshie is right in front of me right now. So definitely like I will talk to the freshie and like understand from their point of view more and like directly address the issue as to why they are not coming for the practices themselves. So in that sense that like I will talk to the freshie and let's say they need to take a break from the entirety of rec. So I will definitely understand from that point of view and see how things goes. And while addressing the freshie and letting them know that their concerns are like I understand their concerns and I'm doing something about it, I will like do the background actions such as like asking like the subcom, like why is it too demanding and like then making changes and reassuring the freshies that this is the feedback that I'll take very seriously. And this is the feedback and this is what our home is gonna do. So I'll directly address the freshie by letting them know that this is something that I take very a lot of like importance to. Like their feedback is taken very seriously and then we will take actions from there on. Okay. So I do understand for the fifth problem about the public scandal. It was brought to my attention that there is like agreement signed with the beneficiary. However, I feel that in reality, right, it's not gonna be good for science club name. It's not gonna be good for science rec name or even science faculty in general if we continue to push forward for us working with this beneficiary that has this public scandal. So in essence, like rather than me asking what are the cons, so say like it's obvious that it's gonna be very tough and it's gonna be against the public views that if we continue to work with this beneficiary. So I will be quite firm in my stance. I will be firm in my stance and say that realistically this is not gonna work out. It's gonna leave a bad reputation for science rec, science faculty, science club in essence. And if there's like there is a chance of us changing the beneficiaries if we work hard for it. And I'll stand firm and convince like the other members that this is something that I strongly feel. And this is something that I feel that might backfire on us if we continue to stay with the beneficiaries just for convenience sake and just for the sake of the agreement. Okay, so I think for the sixth question about the night rehearsals and the car park, right? I definitely missed out one part in my answer. So I would like to add on to what I actually mentioned is that even though I said that in the future I might put up big signs, like I would like leave a note on the car to let them know that science rec don't use these things. I will also assess the situations as to where the cars are being parked, which are the parking lots they are using. Is it going to affect how the dancers are going to like transition from one scene to another? Is it going to affect how the floats will move? And if so, like what are the alternatives or how are we going to change the floats that are going to move that day such that the night rehearsal can still be carried out? So I would say that it is not impossible for us to carry out the night rehearsal even though there's car park at the parking lots. Rather than that, like it's like we can try to evaluate the situation and see how we can change things on that day itself at that situation right then to see how we can go about like moving the float, or if not how the dancers will move such that they will not like their safety is not endangered and they are still able to move from one point to another as previously planned. So I think this is something that I missed out on in my answer, that how I would directly address the situation at the moment. But the same points about how I put up the notes will still stand for my future actions as to how I can reduce the possibility or like prevent these cars from actually parking at the same parking lot. However, most likely there might be different cars that come in at the same time. So at that point of time, rather than trying to put out a prevention method to prevent cars from parking in the parking lot, I think it's more important to address the situation then to actually like change how the floats moves and how the dancers move and let them know that there's certain parts because the car is parked here. So if you move in that way, right, you might get injured. So do take note of that. So when you move from one scene to another, you will take note of that and realize that that is something that you should take note of when you're moving so that you don't get injured. So that is the immediate action that I'll take right then and then when I met with that situation. Okay. So I think there's a misunderstanding as to how I view Nusu. Okay, it's not that I have something against Nusu. And And I understand that every single year the rec director changes for NUS as well. So each rec director also works differently, and now currently the rec director is also not elected. So in that sense, I would say rather than I expect on tough relationship with NUS, I'm like letting my com know that actually whether there's NUS or not, our journey is not gonna be easy. There's a lot of unexpected things that will come about, even with let's say our beneficiaries or let's say like our floats get like let's say get damaged and we have to put out a new float and then this is going to change our logistics, etc. So I'm not trying to say that I view NUS in a very bad light right now. It's because I'm trying to say that in terms of any sort of interpersonal relationships or any sort of working together or even the rec performance itself, it's not going to be easy. And I'm trying to say that I'm going to brace myself and the subcom that in any sort of situations brought up by either new regulations by NUS or even like us let's say spilling paint or accidentally destroying part of the float such that we have to buy extra logistics, etc. These are the things that we have to expand. These are the things we have to brace ourselves for to actually handle unexpected situations at that point of time. That was actually the point I was trying to drive, and not that I view NUS in a very bad light and I have something against NUS. Okay, so for the sound and sound night rehearsal, right? I realized that maybe I haven't stated my point very clearly, such that some of you have misunderstood. So I feel that, in essence, as the rec director, it's not feasible to actually make it game-centric in that sense. Because, in essence, the entire style is to have fun for the freshies. And in a sense, if they keep having fun, like, the main point of the sound night rehearsal is not game-centric, but rather a performance put up by the science regulars to perform for the sound participants. So in that sense, I will try to convince the sound director that, in the first place, that is not like the kind of aim that we are driving at with the sound night rehearsals. And some more since previously for like the past, like, let's say in the morning and afternoon, there's so many games already. Like this sound night rehearsal can like give a break for the freshies to like take in like a performance, for them to take a break at night, like let's say after they eat their dinner or before they eat their dinner, like take in, have a perform, like watch a performance instead of having games all day and all night. So it will be a good break for them as well. So this is like kind of how I will stand my ground to actually protect rec com itself, because this is something that the rec com like have to hold, because we don't get much opportunities to get feedback in the first place. So in essence, I will stand my ground and try to convince the sound director. And in any case, if the conflict is not resolved, I'll reach out towards the VPFOP. Okay. So as for planning of the legal week, I think one thing like I would just like to add is that after all the considerations, I also like to add in how like these beneficiary visits might affect with the rec timeline as well. Because rec is so close to legal week, any sort of extra beneficiary visits might affect the entire timeline for rec, not just for the rec home itself, or like how like it might affect the entire planning for the legal week as well, because some of the rec home members, including myself, will be involved in legal week. So any sort of additional planning for increased beneficiary visits might be impeded because we are too busy with rec. And I think this is a consideration for the rest of the legal week home to take into consideration as well. Yeah, that will be all for my presentation. Thank you.
You have 6 minutes and 20 seconds left to your presentation. Do you wish to add your submission now? May I have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the 44 Science Hub Management Committee? Welcome.
I am Member Tan Yewen Life Sciences. I propose to open the Q&A for nominee Chang Qian for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for 44 Science Hub Management Committee.
May I have the second for this motion, William?
I can inform William Santos, U2 Life Sciences, second this motion.
Chang Qian, you now have 45 minutes for your Q&A session. Minute takers, please reset your timer and start the timer now. Jimmy?
Hi, Kimmy, I'll show you the chemistry of a question.
In a hypothetical scenario, the REC director received feedback from their subcommittee that their members are too burnt out from REC preparation and hence do not want to participate in flag day. Outline your course of action.
Can you repeat one more time for the
For the minute taker, this is question.
Can I clarify if the members are the subcommittee members or all of the members for science stream?
They are all the members from science.
Okay, thank
So
you.
including the friends.
Okay, thank you.
In a hypothetical scenario, the REC director received feedback from the subcommittee that their members are too burnt out from REC preparation and hence do not want to participate in flag day. Question mark.
Okay, thank you for the question. So I understand that the entire experience might get too tiring because there's too many sessions or it gets physically very tiring. So first, when the members tell me that they all feel that it's too difficult and they are physically too tiring to actually go for flag day, I will first let the flag director know that there is this case going on that my members are actually too tired and they're physically let's say unable or they're too mentally tired to actually go for flag day. And I will definitely flag it up to the flag director first because this flag day is directly under the flag director and most of the time we actually do collaborate where the science rep people actually go for flag day. However, in this case, I will let the flag director know that this is a problem that currently science rep is facing and I'm unable to force the members to go for flag themselves. So on my end, I will definitely encourage them to let them know that the point of flag day is to let the science rep participants to actually get to know more on how the root cause is because science rep in essence is a performance for them to give back to society for all the donations. So during them being in flag day, right, they can actually get to know the entire, get more in depth with the entire process of actually helping these beneficiaries and actually making funds, which is what they are actually thanking the public for. However, in any case, I feel that flag day is something that is out of their own will to go, and I feel that as a rep director, I shouldn't force any members, either of my subcom or the freshies themselves, to actually partake in this flag day. But I will let the flag director know that this is the case, but I will be encouraging them in my best way to actually let them know that although it gets tiring, it's about 2 to 3 hours, you can go for the full day, and if it's really possible for you to go and support and actually understand the back view of what's the purpose of REC in the first place, I'll definitely encourage them in that way. But I'll definitely let the flag director know that there is this problem going on, and I will hope that the flag director will definitely understand from my point of view that I will not in any case be forcing
any of the members, either my subcom members or any of the rec performers or floaters or costumes to actually go for flag day. So I'll let the flag director know that I will not be forcing any of them, but I'll be trying to my best of my abilities to encourage them to go for flag day. Thank you.
I'm a marketing moderator in All Life Sciences. Have one question for you. Also enforces a new regulation for the hand props only to be a maximum of 1.5 meters, including the flow on actual red day. Your subcommittee and float helpers have worked hard to prepare these props prior to the actual performance. And you only have 2 hours to the performance time, if not you'll get demerit points. Outline your next course of action. For me, takers is question 53.
Okay, thank you for your questions. So if I'm placed in a situation, first I'll check whether it's doable and where the hand props are. So to check whether it's already at U-Town and if we are all there already and we have the necessary tools to actually change the prop sizing. So once I check that and it's doable, I'll definitely let the rest of the com know my own stance that because it's only 2 hours for the rep performance and if I am the rep director, I will change the hand prop. My point of view is to change the size of the hand prop because after all, this is a regulation placed by NUSU and it might be due to safety concerns that NUSU had just recently found out at the last minute. So I would understand of that and if since it's doable, I will let the rest of the com know that it's always better to play safe than to be sorry. So I'll let the rep com, like the rest of the rep sub com know that although I know it's something like a hand prop, it's not easy to make. However, due to any last minute changes, like my sense would be that it's better to change the hand prop. And in essence, we're not changing the entire hand prop, we're maybe cutting out small little parts from the hand prop that will actually reduce the size of the hand prop such that it fits the regulations for the suit instead of just changing the entire hand prop. So all of the efforts are not gone to waste because we're not removing the entire hand prop because last minute there might be changes like Yuzu might not want us to take any of the hand props that are longer than this certain size, which then actually defeats our entire effort of making the hand prop. So as the rec director, I'll make the decision that we should reduce the size of the hand props and follow Yuzu's regulations. But I will definitely also let the subcom know my point of view and where I'm coming from. I think I will make, rather than consulting all of them, I will convince them because there's only 2 hours to rec, and I believe that it's a decision that I have to make right then and then. So that's what I'll do. I will check whether it's doable, and once it's doable, I will change it. I will let the subcom know that I feel like we should change it because we should follow NUSU's rules and maybe due to safety reasons, and I will convince them and get them to be on the same page as me before I will proceed on and like tell them that we should do this as the rep director. I'll take my stand that we should change the size of the hand props. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chichayo and MSU would like to ask you one question. In a hypothetical scenario, the subcommittee has voiced out that they are not interested in participating in other science club events such as Science X Valentine's fundraiser and FOP Day, as they only signed up for REC. Outline a thought process For mini speaker, this is question 52.
Thank you for the question. So, in essence, right, I will first think about why they don't want to go for the activity. Is it something that they are not interested in? Is that something that they actually did not consider when they signed up for the rec committee? So first, I'll actually talk to them and let them know that when they sign up for the subcom role being in rec, they're actually signing up for science club, and this is a responsibility that they should have considered before they took up the role as part of the science subcommittee, because they are part of science club now, and these are the activities that they should participate in since they are part of the science club. And I'll let them know that despite them signing up for just the RedCom, right, it's not just being a RedCom. Since they are part of science club, right, there's certain responsibilities and events that they have to take part in, and they actually have a role in playing. I believe that they signed up to be part of the RedCom, not just for themselves, but also to serve the freshies that will be coming in. So with that same motive, right, these activities are also a way for them to serve the other science students. And I'll just let them know that it's not just an event that is completely not related to rec, because in essence, they're also science club members, and I'll remind them of that, or let them know if they don't know that. And definitely, I'll let them know the pros of actually participating in this kind of science faculty events. This is a very good learning session. I'm pretty sure that they join the rec community not just to serve as the rec com, let's say, the dance kit, but also to actually bond with other people and get to know other people from science faculty, not just the freshies coming in next year, but also the very same year, the same freshies that came in the same year as them, or seniors that came in before them. So these are the kind of activities that they actually can get to know other of the science faculty members, especially science faculty members from other subcommittees that they will be closely working with in this kind of science club events. So I would say this is a very good socializing and bonding event, because in essence, we are all from science faculty. So there's a possibility where the people you meet during the science activities, the science club activities events, are actually people that might be in the same module as you. So I would say that this is a very beneficial event for them, for personally, because they will get to know more people, which I believe is one of their aims when they join science club and as the rec subcommittee. So I'll just let them know the pros that they actually might have not thought of and might have just thought of this event as something that is separate from rec. And definitely, right, I'll let them know that there's other subcommittees that are going that actually have the same aim as us. For example, other FOP comms, and we can get to know each other and actually bond over the same aim that we have, that we want the freshmen coming in this year to have the best experience. Therefore, I will convince them to actually come for these sessions and let them know that as a science club member, they actually signed up for this, and this is something that adds value to their life. It's not just an additional chore that they might have thought of previously. Thank you.
Hi, Stephen Chachupon, Year 2 Life Sciences. I have 2 questions for you. So my first question is a follow-up to Anya's previous question. You mentioned that if NUS suddenly changes the regulation before the rec performance, you would, for example, change the handbook to fit the new regulations. So suppose that this is what you want to do, but your floats department is very unhappy and refuses to do so. As they say, they spent a lot of effort creating this handbook, with some senior REC subcom members also citing that the demerit points that you earn, if any, will not affect the REC performance. Okay, what will you do? Okay, so for the benefit of the minutes takers, I'll repeat. In the previous question that Amina asked, Sandy mentioned that she would change the size of the handbook to fit the new regulations. So suppose that she decides to do this, but her floats department is against it, as they have spent a lot of time making the handbook, and some senior REC subcom members have cited that the demerit points it would merit, if any, will not affect the overall REC performance. What will you do?
Okay, thank you for the question. Overall, I'll still stand by my opinion that we should change the handbook dimensions. So, firstly, I would tell them that I really understand from their point of view, because I know it's very difficult for them to build any sort of floats, even if it's small handbook. And I do understand where they're coming from. However, I believe that NUS also came up with their regulation due to possible reasons such as safety issues. And we don't want to put any of our dancers or any of our floaters in risk because we decided to overlook this regulation or this policy set by NUS just because we didn't want to change our handbooks because we took so much time to change, to make this handbook. And I think this is a consideration that they might have missed out on because it's difficult to make this handbook. It's difficult to make the float. So they might be too zoomed in on the fact that they spend so much hours doing this handbook. And I would let them know that there's a reason why we also push this out. It's because of let's say, safety issues for the dancers. And we really don't want to put in, that we don't want to take any sort of risk during the performance just because we don't want parts of our hard work to go to waste. Additionally, when we change the size of the handbook, I'll let them know that we are not entirely removing parts and parts of the handbook. Rather, it's small minuscule parts. For example, the arm of a handbook, we can cut it shorter, such that the entire aesthetics and the entire planning done by the floats is still there. It's just that it might, maybe certain parts of the pot has been taken out. And I also let them know that although it's true that they might think that demerit points might not affect the entire rep performance, I would still tell them it's better to be safe than sorry. It's better to take into consideration every single demerit point because we don't exactly know how the entire NUS grades all of our rep performances, how many demerit points will let's say give us so how many if more than a certain amount of demerit points to get silver, for example. And this is kind of a risky game to play if you actually don't take NUS regulations into account, especially since it actually affects the safety of our dancers and floaters. So I'll let them know that I do understand from their point of view that
it's quite heartbreaking to change the HEMPOP right at that point of time. But I'll still stand by my point that we should still change it. Like in certain ways such that the aesthetics of the HEMPOPs won't change. And I'll let them know that this is to ensure that we don't get as many demerit points as we can. So we play safe as much as we can. And let them know that there's reasons why we should push this out. Like it's because of the safety concerns for the dancers. So I'll still stand by my point that we should change the HEMPOPs. I'll just let them know more in depth that this is my point of view as the rec director. And this is why I'm pushing for the fact that we should change our HEMPOPs. Thank you.
Okay. My second question is, in a hypothetical scenario, after you submit your rec storyline proposal, your VPFOP leaves comments asking for drastic changes to the storyline as he wants it to be more aligned with the FOP theme for the year. Okay, can you outline your course of action?
Just to clarify, we submitted the rec storyline to
the VP.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. So as I will be reading the VPFOP's comments. I will try to understand from like which part of the storylines that actually need drastic changes. Like is it mostly the entire storyline or is it like just certain parts of the storyline? Next, I'll definitely let my subcom know about this issue that has been flagged up by VPFOP and definitely have a meeting with them, possibly with the VPFOP themselves, so that all of us are on the same page and get to know directly from the VPFOP what kind of comments and what kind of suggestions that he actually have to improve our rec storyline. So definitely from then on, when we better understand what kind of comments and what kind of direction that the VPFOP is taking, I will try to implement and actually add it to our current storyline. So rather than drastic changes, which I believe that my subcom might not be entirely very happy about it, because we do put in a lot of time and effort into the rec storyline itself. So I'll definitely consult with my com members and see whether they agree with what the VPFOP says. So if they do agree with the VPFOP, like they understand the VPFOP's point of how they want to make it more based on FOP, then from then on, if there's a common consensus between my subcom, then we will make the changes. However, if my subcom feels that there are certain elements in my storyline that can still be kept, and yet we can still change the storyline, I'll definitely let the BPFOP know that to give us a certain period of time, like give us a short timeline for us to edit the storyline such that we can include more elements that he has actually mentioned inside his comments. And then me and my subcom will actually edit the storyline such that we can actually include more FOP elements which I really should be added into the REC storyline if in any case our REC storyline has drifted too far because we might have been too excited during the planning itself. So I would understand the BPFOP's point of view and I will let the subcom know about this issue, and this is an actual issue that might affect our entire REC planning, and in essence, I will let the BPFOP know that rather than drastic changes, like very, very big changes where we change the entire REC storyline, we'll take his comments into consideration and then actually weave it into our current storyline such that it has both of our current storyline that we have planned as well as what was mentioned, especially if the deadline for the storyline is quite close to the submission to NUS itself. So I would say that I would still want my RECCOM to have a say in this entire storyline because this is something that they will be carrying out and they'll be executing during their REC term, and I do not want them to carry out a storyline that they might not enjoy or they might not want in the first place. Therefore, I will try to have a middle ground in between both, and once the final version has been pushed out, if the BPFOP still thinks that there are certain elements that can be added, I'll let the BPFOP know that maybe due to certain constraints that we have, for example, manpower or what we like from our point of view, how we view these elements that can be added, and then further and see whether there's still any common consensus to reach at the end. So in essence, I'll understand from the BPFOP point, and I'll let the entire subcom know as well directly through like a formal meeting with all of them. And then I'll let my subcom and I have the changes weaved into our storyline, and then submit it to the BPFOP to let him know that this is what we have came and this is the common consensus that we have, and we have taken into consideration his comments, and this is the rough storyline that we'll be putting out. Thank you.
Okay.
Usually there to be some time and analytics has two questions for you. My first question is, so during summer, your food department is quite behind on schedule and needs all the manpower that you get. So this is the context. So your SCMC member approaches you and says that you have been busy with work and neglect SCMC commitments during the summer, such as missing out on prep camps or game trials. The FOP director feels disrespected and the rest of your SCMC feels unfair. Outline your course of action.
Sorry, but could you repeat the question? Thank you.
So the context is your first department is quite behind on schedule and needs all the manpower that you get. So during summer, the SCMC member approaches you and says that you have been busy with work and you have been neglecting on SCMC commitments during the summer, such as your prep camp and your game trials. The FOP director feels disrespected and your SCMC members feel unfair. Outline your course of action.
Thank you for the question. So first, definitely, I will apologize to the SMC members for letting them feel that way, that I have not been actively there for them and they feel very disrespected. Then I'll let them know about why I haven't been actually actively participating, in the sense that I have always been with the rec, for example, fruits, since they are in so much of a lack of power. But I'll definitely apologize to them for overlooking the fact that I'm still an NCSC member and I still have to be present for NCSC events. So I'll let the NCSC member know that I'll be partaking in the events, and at the same time I'll let my subcom member, especially the floats, to know that I do have this commitment in NCSC, and I'll let both sides know that there are certain definite events that I have to partake. For example, for REC, there's definitely an event such as the night rehearsal that I must go for and I must be present as the REC director. And I also let the REC subcommittee know that there are things that I have to go for SCNC, such as me being, let's say, the senior for, let's say, SCAM in that sense, or SAL in itself, because it's a commitment and it's a responsibility and I take up. And this is something that I would have to let them know that I would choose, not choose, but that I want to take up. Because as an SCNC member, I still have responsibilities, and as the REC director, I do have the responsibility to take up from. So I will let both sides know which are the kind of events that I will go for. Like I'll let the SCNC members know that I will have to go for the previews. I would have to go for all of the night rehearsals because that is my responsibility as the REC director. And I'll let them know that, and I'll also let my subcom know that let's say there's this period of time that I will not be present. But if anything, you can text me and I will try to reply ASAP. Or if there's anything, you can consult the vice directors, because I believe that, let's say when I'm at some SCNC event, I believe my right vice directors are capable enough to actually take, like the two of them to take over my role as the REC director and actually be able to hold that position and hold the responsibilities then for that period of time where I'm not there as the SC, because I'm there for SCNC events. And I also let them know that even though I might not be physically there, but I will still be there to help if there's any last minute changes or if there's any questions that they have. Because in essence, I'm still the REC director. And definitely the next course of action that I'll take is to let them know how I'll split my time. For example, when it's during SCAM, I'll be at SCAM and I'll let the subcommittees know that I will not be fully available at this time of time. So if anything, if let's say groups have any questions, do direct them to the vice directors. And let's say I'm at the night rehearsals, I let the SCMC members know that, let's say Monday at 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. I'm not available because I'll be at the night rehearsals for REC. So on both sides, I'll definitely apologize to them because I might not be there for them as much as they hope that I would be. But I will let them know for my sense that because I'm only one person, there are certain events that I will take precedence over another. That's why I'll let them know that these are the rough timings I'll take. These are the rough timings that I would go for. Certain events I'll go for. And anytime in my spare time, I'll go for all the fruits events, all the fruits sessions to help them as much as possible. And lastly, if the float is behind on schedule, I'll definitely consider the fact that is our float too complicated? Is there too many things that we are hoping to include inside the float that we might have thought that we can complete, but actually we might not? So these are the things I'll think of and actually brainstorm and bring it up to the vice director as well as the float head and the float com itself to think if there's any possible changes that we can have to the floats, such that we can actually complete the float on time, even if we are of lack of manpower. Maybe we can make it simpler, but we still have the message that we want to put across for the floats. It's still put across in the new design, for example. So these are the kind of things I'll do at the point of time. First, I'll definitely apologize to them and let them know that certain events I have to go for both SCMC members as well as my REDCom members. And next, I'll actually try to find out why we are unable to finish floats. And since we are unable to finish floats since it's due of manpower, we will try to come up with various ways to actually let's say change the floats slightly such that we are still able to complete it on time with the lack of manpower. Thank you.
D is unhappy with your subcom, as he heard from your subcom members that they have been telling science freshmen to not join pharmacy society web, as it is considered as fake web. What is your course of action? For the lead takers, I repeat the question. So your PTR approaches you and he tells you that he's unhappy with your subcom. As he heard from your subcom that they have been telling science freshmen to not join pharmacy society web that is considered fake web. What is your course of action?
May I have a proposal for a 15-minute time extension for re-Q&A? Malcolm?
I'm Malcolm, your online census like to propose for 15-minute time extension for Q&A.
May I have a seconder for this motion?
I'm Kevin Paul William Santos here to Life Sciences, second this motion.
Minute takers, please set a timer when the time comes.
Okay, so thank you for our question. The very first thing I will do is to actually ask my subcom himself if they actually said that, or was that just a misunderstanding? Like, did they say certain things that made the PR feel that, oh, did they like kind of like imply that they are trying to say pharmacy rank is fake rank in that sense, or like basically saying bad things about other ranks? So that's the first thing that I was trying to understand. Like, did my subcom members actually meant it that way, or was it just a misunderstanding? And if they actually mean it that way, I will definitely take a very strong stance against it, because it is not right for us, any of the subcom members or any of the NCNC members, to say things that are untrue and will tarnish other reputations for other ranks. And it is an inappropriate thing to say because it is not true. And I'll definitely let them know that even if they are doing it for the point of getting more freshies for science, right, it is not the right thing to do. Because in any sense, saying this kind of false statement is not going to look good for them themselves and the entire science club and for NCNC and science club as a whole. Additionally, right, I would definitely apologize to FarmRec, for like this thing that actually happened, that my subcom member has actually mentioned that mentioned inappropriate things to the freshies, and I'll assure them that this will not ever happen again. And I will definitely give a very, very strict warning to the subcom member who actually said that, because it is not right. And I'll let them know that even if they do it for a cause of getting more science students to join back, there are a lot of plenty other ways to actually do it. And that is not the right way to do it. In any essence, it's gonna impact how other people will look at them themselves and science track as a whole. Because if other people overhear that basically the subcom members are spreading fake things or like trying to tarnish other ranks' reputation, it's not going to look good for science track itself. Although when they view the problem, they might see that, like I can convince them by saying, science track is better than other ranks. But maybe they fail to see that there are some repercussions and there's like some hidden like disadvantages to this, and it's not right for them to say that. So in essence, I will let the PPR know that I will be talking to my subcom members, and I will let that subcom members know that whatever that they say is very, very highly inappropriate, and they should not ever say it ever again. And that in any case, if you want to attract more freshmen to join science track, that is not the right way to do it. And there are initiatives that we push out, and that we should have confidence in those initiatives that we push out to actually attract these freshmen. And definitely, I will apologize to pharmacy rec with
any comments that the subcom or subcom members have said. Thank you.
I, Kevin Paul William Santos, Year 2 Life Sciences, have one question for you. So, in a hypothetical scenario, it's around December time as well, you realize that some of your subcommittee members have signed up for other summer commitments, such as part-time jobs or internships, which can result in attendance issues. Outline your thoughts.
Can I clarify if it's still during the interview time or I already accepted them as the subcom member?
You have already accepted them as subcom members.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for the question. So first I would like to figure out like how long their commitments are and how frequent and how much will actually affect their commitment with science, right? I will also like try to check if there's any like not way, but any way of like making such that their part-time jobs will not collide with our sessions, for example, our float session, to see if there's any other way such that, for example, they have their part-time job in the morning, and then afterwards they come for float sessions in the afternoon. I will also remind them that they signed up for RedCom as a responsibility, and it is something that they should uphold. When they sign up as the Red subcommittee member, they are basically pledging to take that responsibility that they will be there most of the times for this kind of sessions and for the plannings and all of basically as the Red subcom member. And I will let them know that it's very unfair if they stay in the subcommittee while not being present most of the time if that is the case. And it's very unfair for the rest of the subcommittee member who actually took up the role and made and kept that promise that they will be there. And they are always there for the sessions and they are always trying their best to actually keep up the process and pushing the timeline on and like keeping all of the deadlines, for example. So any kind of like workload distribution in that sense would be very unfair for the other subcommittee members. So I will later on see if there's any way to convince them to drop certain commitments or like reduce certain frequency in which they attend those commitments, and ask if the other com members are okay with actually finding a way for them to actually like share the workload such that although let's say person A is not present for let's say half of the group sessions. However, they can take up more of the administrative work, such that let's say when they're traveling back from their work or they're traveling back home, etc. Right? Like this person is still able to contribute to science fair as a whole, even though they are not physically there. And definitely, right, I will also like see how are the other common consensus for the subcommittee members, and to let that subcom member, that person A who actually took up other, let's say, part-time jobs, that it is not very right of them to do so, and it's very unfair for the rest of them. And I let that person know that, in any case, it's better to, let's say, reduce the frequency in, let's say, they go for the part-time jobs or like their ad hoc jobs that they have actually already signed up for, and remind them that this is a responsibility that they pick up on, and they should be responsible for it, and they should actually not let this kind of like external commitments that they took up without considering how it will affect science track. And I will definitely let them know and try to see if there's any way to convince them to drop certain commitments or reduce the frequency in which they go for the external commitments, and let the rest of the subcommittee know and come to a common consensus within the entire subcom that this person will have certain commitments. However, this person will take more part, like be more active in, let's say, the background planning, the budgeting, etc., while the rest will be more hands-on, such that this workload is still equally shared among the entire subcommittee. And definitely also let the BPFOP know and let BPFOP be kept in the loop of this situation, as it's always sensitive to changes as the entire rec flows, because this person might, like, let's say, go back on his or her word, or like, let's say, another subcom might feel that, I still feel that there's certain workload that still can be shared. And definitely this kind of things I will involve the BPFOP, and I'll let him be kept in the loop, as this is a kind of situation where I feel that he should know. And in any case it worsens, then I will involve the BPFOP in this case to talk to the subcommittee member if the subcommittee member still does not listen to me. Thank you.
Hi, Benedict from Winhall, Year 1 Life Sciences, have one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, it is the morning of your beneficiary visit event, and the member in your subcommittee who is in charge of the event is absent and uncontactable. Outline your course of action.
So could you repeat the question? Thank you.
In a hypothetical scenario, it is the morning of your beneficiary visit event, and the member in your subcom who is in charge of the event is absent and uncontactable. Outline your course of action.
Is it okay if I make the assumption that all of the logistics and items for the events are still present at the beneficiary event, and it's only that the core member is not present? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so definitely as a rec director, I'll step up to the role of the member who is taking in charge of the event. Since definitely for this kind of beneficiary visits, we both the rec and FlatCom would have discussed about the events and the activities that will be taking place within the beneficiary visits. I believe that since my subcommittee member is missing and he or she is in charge of the event, I will step up to the role to take over and take charge of the event. Since definitely I'm pretty sure the entire subcom and for both rec and flag knows the rough flow of events and the details to all of the activities since we plan activities together. Okay. Then I'll let the subcommittee members know that this person, let's say person A is missing and is uncontactable and in any situations I'll be leading the event. So if there's any mishaps or any like problems that they meet, right, they will come to me instead of trying to find that person. So that's what I will do. I also definitely let the FlatCom know and definitely apologize to them in terms of any sort of inconvenience that has been caused to them. And to ensure the entire subcommittee knows and is kept in the loop of the changes that is made to the activities, once I'll be the one taking charge. Okay. After the event itself, I will definitely I'll contact the member and I will try my best to contact the member. And once I'm able to contact the member, I'll definitely talk to the member to figure out why that person is not present for the event that he or she is taking charge of. Like, is it some personal issue or did she or he fall sick, for example? So even if I feel that even if the reason is that they fall sick or they have any last minute events, I will let the member know that it's very critical for he or she to let us know. If not, if he or she is missing, we wouldn't know, we will just wait for him or her until we realize that him or her, like he or she is not coming. And I feel like it's very irresponsible for them to just be uncontactable and not let us know in what kind of situations they are. And I want to let the subcom member know that he or she should have the trust in us that either like whether like if he or she is not there because of personal issues, we can really understand and we will be able to take up the role and actually help the person. And it's not that we will criticize them if that is the reason why they actually did not want to tell us. And if in the case it's because they just want to play truancy and they are, let's say, they just didn't want to appear, I'll definitely warn that member that this is not the right behavior to do, this is not the right behavior and it's not the right action to carry out. Because since they sign up for it, it's not just about having the performance, it's more of understanding the beneficiaries. And I'll let them know about what is the root aim of REC itself. It's a performance to give back to society, to actually thank all of the public for actually helping us. And in the first place, for the public to help us, we have to understand our beneficiaries. And that is the reason for our beneficiary visits. I'll let that subcom member know that this is the aim, and it's not just an external or extra, let's say, burden that they see. If let's say they just want to be part of like the RECCOM for just a performance, now let them know that this is a responsibility and this is not right for them to do. They, especially since they are the head of the event, they are responsible for this event, and it's not right to both the subcommittees as well as the beneficiaries involved in these activities. And I'll definitely let the BPFOP also know about this case where this subcommittee member is not being very receptive to all of these events, even though he or she is in charge of these events. And in any case, let's say when I talk to the subcommittee member might not want to talk to me or just shun me away. I will definitely let the BPFOP know about this situation and try to allow like the BPFOP to talk to the subcommittee member, as he or she might not see me as like someone he or she wants to listen to anymore if I'm someone who tried like contacting him consistently. So I feel like a third party view to like let him or her know like these consequences of his or her actions, that being not present for this event, especially since they're head of it, that it has a lot of consequences and it's not right. Even if he or she like kind of trusts us that we can still carry out the event, like minimally he or she should let us know that he or she is not coming for the event itself. And I think it's right. And maybe like I'll think of more about like maybe I didn't put through the communication well
and maybe I didn't establish good communication between myself or my subcom members or my subcom members themselves. So from there, I also see if there's any things that I can improve through communication, if there's any better ways for communication, or we can have a common consensus at, let's say, last minute, we can move on in the event. This is the course of actions we will do. So in that sense, I will also look into improving the communications between myself and the subcommittee as well as the subcommittee, within the subcommittees itself, as well as with FLAG. Thank you.
I'm Yuan Life Sciences. I have a question for you. In a hypothetical situation, there is tension within SEMC as the internal subcommittees are not given the equivalent amount of airtime during SCAN. Since RAG has a dedicated segment, RAG exposure during SCAN, what are your thoughts on this?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? Thank you.
So RAG has a dedicated segment during SCAN, and this has led to tension within SEMC as the internal subcommittees are not given an equivalent amount of airtime during SCAN. What are your thoughts on this?